officials, what we have got to know that 6 senior IPS officers have got badly injured. Overall, if you see, more than 110 security personnel have been injured in this very incident.
Akhil, we'll continue to track how this probe progresses with you as always. Thanks so much. Well, clashes between protesters and the police, the use of tear gas that's left more than 100 police personnel and several protesters injured. The opposition, though, has seized on those visuals to question the government's handling of this protest. Rahul Gandhi has accused Prime Minister Narendra Modi of being anti-youth. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra questioned the use of force against students. While Akhilesh Yadav, Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee have also criticized the centre. And after yesterday's meeting with Union Minister JP Nadda, protesters say they are waiting for the government's response to their 3 key demands. So the next move now rests with the government. Whether it answers the demands, offers a roadmap, or risks allowing this confrontation to actually deepen. We've got crucial reactions from opposition leaders lined up for you. Listen in.
This country has a majority of young people. Prime Minister Modi is the most anti-youth Prime Minister India has ever had. The boys and girls who are walking the streets of Delhi are not criminals. They are demanding their rights. Their rights are to have an education system that respects them, to have an education system that is fair, to have an education system that is working. There's absolutely nothing wrong in what they're doing, and it's disgusting what the government is doing and what the police is doing.
प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बड़े-बड़े इश्यूज हैं, आप डिस्कस करने के लिए राजी नहीं है और बच्चों पे आप टीयर गैस कर रहे हो और उनकी पिटाई कर रहे हो, किस लिए? बच्चे हैं हमारे।
थैंक यू मैम।
जो देखा और जो व्यवहार सरकार का और पुलिस का था, लाठी चलाना, आंसू गैस के गोले चलवाना, प्राइवेट ड्रेस में पुलिस आकर के छात्रों को, युवाओं के साथ जो व्यवहार किया है, सुनने में आ रहा है कि कुछ इलेक्ट्रिक टॉर्च भी थी या डंडी, जो भी बोलेंगे उसको। लोगों को चोट लगी है, युवाओं के बड़े पैमाने पे चोट लगी है, बड़े पैमाने पे घायल हुए हैं। सरकार को ये उम्मीद नहीं थी कि छात्र नौजवान इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आ जाएंगे। ये सबसे बड़ा फेलियर है और किसी फेलियर के लिए ही आए हैं लोग। आप नीट की परीक्षा नहीं करा पा रहे हैं और जो परीक्षा कराई, जिस तरह से धांधली हुई है, सब बीजेपी के लोग शामिल हैं उसमें।
ये हमारे देश के युवा इस समय बहुत दुखी हैं और बहुत गुस्से में हैं। जिस तरह से हमारे देश का एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम है, पहले पेपर लीक हो गए, सीबीएसई के पूरे इवैल्यूएशन सिस्टम में बहुत बड़ा स्कैम हो गया, बच्चों के नंबर सारे गलत आ गए। फिर रीनीट का पेपर हुआ, नीट का पेपर दोबारा हुआ, उसका पूरा इवैल्यूएशन सिस्टम गड़बड़ हो गया। बच्चे शिकायत पे शिकायत पे शिकायत करते रहे, लेकिन कोई उनकी सुनवाई नहीं हुई। अब बच्चे और उनके पेरेंट्स कहाँ जाएं, किसके पास जाएं, किसके पास जाके गुहार करें? सरकार सुनती नहीं है। तो जब बच्चों ने सड़क पे उतर के आंदोलन किया, बच्चे क्या मांग रहे हैं? ये तो मांग रहे हैं एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम ठीक करो, शिक्षा की पद्धति ठीक करो, और तो कुछ नहीं मांग रहे। बच्चे कुछ गलत तो मांग नहीं रहे।
हमने कभी ऐसा नहीं देखा, इतनी असंवेदनशील सरकार कभी देखी नहीं, इतने तानाशाही जैसा बर्ताव कभी देखा नहीं है। और घमंड, कॉकरोच है, मार डालो, ये अप्रोच है इनका।
Sonam Wanchuk has communicated his decision to Shri Abhijit Dubke that he don't stop his hunger strike. He is continuing his hunger strike. So, in that context, they have decided that they will continue the agitation in they won't vacate Jantar Mantar till Dharmendra Pradhan resigns.
Protest is the most democratic form of expressing the people's opinion, and they have been valid questions. Unfortunately, the government does not want to address or answer the questions, and they resort to violence against the people who are raising these questions, and this is totally unacceptable.
Well, the images of tear gas, lathi charge, stone pelting, injured protesters, injured police personnel, that's moved the debate beyond law and order this morning. They have raised difficult questions about the state and how it responds when large number of citizens, irrespective of age, take to the streets. And the opposition has mounted a coordinated attack on the centre Rahul Gandhi has called Prime Minister Narendra Modi the most anti-youth Prime Minister in India's history, linking the protest to what he says is a wider failure to ensure accountability after repeated examination controversies and paper leak allegations. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, meanwhile, has questioned the use of force against students, saying they are our children, they are our future. Akhilesh Yadav argues that yesterday's events have strengthened solidarity among protesters rather than weakened the movement. Arvind Kejriwal has also weighed in, accusing the government of arrogance, while Mamata Banerjee, the former West Bengal Chief Minister, says dissent is not a crime and brutality cannot become governance. Political reactions, as you can tell, are expected after this confrontation of this scale. But beyond the politics as well, there are questions that will outlast today's headlines and yesterday's headlines. Was the force used proportionate? Could the confrontation have been handled differently? Will there be accountability if excesses are established? And also, after a day of violence, a month of being mum, does the government now have an opportunity to shift the conversation from confrontation to resolution? For more on that, let's go across to Aishwarya Jain, who joins us. Aishwarya, tell us, what is the opposition planning ahead of the session today in Parliament? What is their strategy? We're given to understand that there are two simultaneous huddles.
Well, the opposition has made very clear that they will be supporting the entire protest that erupted yesterday and led by the Jantar Party. And in the Parliament as well, the opposition will be raising the voice and will be demanding the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan. And until and unless that doesn't happen, they will continue to disrupt the Parliament, seek answers and accountability from the government. As yesterday we saw different political leaders from the opposition bloc raising the concerns on how the force was used against the students. There was pushback from the security personnel. Altogether, the government sources have indicated to us that the government is open to talk with these students. And yesterday, the channel from the government side got opened. It was JP Nadda who spoke to the delegation of the Cockroach Jantar Party. The top minister stated to the CJP delegation that they will get back after having an internal discussion. Altogether, the government has been saying that they have done each and every step possible to revamp the entire education system in the country. But perhaps these demands that the CJP is putting out is not valid, and the way that they are moving forward is not right. And therefore, the reason perhaps to ensure security in the national capital, the government had ordered the personnel to use force against them. Okay. But yes, what we're expecting today in the Parliament is that the government might issue a statement in the upper house of the Parliament, and a detailed brief can be given to the parliamentarians as to what government is thinking on the entire protest.
Aishwarya, we'll of course continue to track all the latest details in the run-up to when Parliament kickstarts and further as well. Thanks so much as always. Well, yesterday Parliament barely got down to business, and after a stormy opening day, all eyes are on day two of this battle in Parliament. The first day was marked by repeated disruptions, slogans, placards and uproar, with both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha witnessing multiple adjournments. The opposition raised the NEET issue, the Ram Temple donation row, leading to a sharp face-off with the government as expected. Now the question is whether day two will see more disruptions or a return to debate. Opposition floor leaders are set to meet this morning, while the NDA will hold its weekly strategy huddle called Mangal Milan. The government, meanwhile, is likely to move a bill to criminalize insult to Vande Mataram, adding another flashpoint to an already charged session, considering what's happening in the national capital and all the dramatic visuals that have been coming in since the past 22 days, which only intensified yesterday. The government is likely to move a bill to criminalize insult to Vande Mataram, adding another flashpoint to an already charged session.
वंदे मातरम तो आज़ादी की पहले से गाया जाता था, और जब वंदे मातरम की गाते थे तो अंग्रेज जेल में ठूस देते थे, तब ये उनके मुखबिरी कर रहे थे, बताते थे कौन वंदे मातरम गा रहा है और सजा दिलवाते थे, है ना। आज बड़े भक्त बन गए हैं।
All right, so as far as day two is concerned, There's supposed to be a packed agenda, but opposition floor leaders are expected to meet at Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber at 10 a.m. before the session. The opposition is likely to raise the issue of NEET and the Ram Temple donation theft again. The NDA, meanwhile, as I mentioned, is holding a simultaneous weekly strategy meeting called the Mangal Milan. Our sources have informed us that the NCPI will not attend the NDA's Mangal Milan meeting. And additionally, Amit Shah is expected to move a bill to criminalize insulting Vande Mataram. Aishwarya, considering all that's happened in the national capital yesterday, the mobilization we've seen, the scale of the crowds, and not just in the national capital, we've seen this movement elsewhere across the country. Take us through day 2, the agenda in Parliament, and the response to Amit Shah actually moving a bill to criminalize insulting Vande Mataram while all this is going on.
Well, yesterday, because the opposition bloc clearly stated that they will be raising the issue of Ram Temple donation theft scam and also the NEET, alleged NEET paper scam, the protests which happened. We saw Lok Sabha being adjourned for 7 times, Rajya Sabha being adjourned for 6 times, and at the end of the day, it was no work that was done on day 1. But today it is government which has listed 2 bills for the Supreme Court, the number of judges, Amendment Bill 2026 that will be tabled in the Lok Sabha by Union Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal, and in the Rajya Sabha the Prevention to Insults of National Honours Amendment Bill that will be presented by Home Minister Amit Shah in the Rajya Sabha. Perhaps there are 2 simultaneous meetings, the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting that will be now called Mangal Milan at 9 a.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be honoured by the MPs for being the longest serving elected Prime Minister of the country. And the newly elected, the newly joined Rajya Sabha MPs, that includes ex-Aam Aadmi Party MPs, including Raghav Chaddha and all, they will be welcomed as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be delivering a key address to the NDA members, looking ahead for the monsoon session of Parliament. On the other side, the opposition will meet at 10 a.m. at Mallikarjun Kharge's chambers, and they will be strategizing on their own. What we have been told is that the opposition has made it very clear that they will continue to demand the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan and seek an answer, accountability from the government inside the House. And this, today as well, we are expecting the fireworks to happen inside the Parliament, confrontations after confrontations between the government and the opposition.
We'll, of course, track all the finer details with you as always. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, let's turn our attention to breaking news we're tracking at the moment. The Bihar government's decision to paint all 551 model schools in the state saffron is facing questions not just from the opposition but also from the BJP's primary ruling alliance partner, the JDU. The model schools, renamed Saraswati Vidya Niketan, which are basically classes 9 to 12, were formally launched by Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary on Sunday at an event in Begusarai. You must note now the Chief Minister posted on X saying, "We have heralded a new age in education by inaugurating 551 Saraswati Vidya Niketan from Begusarai, the land of poet Ramdhari Singh Dinkar." But the decision to paint all these schools saffron, replacing the existing pink, sky blue or yellow, that has drawn criticism from the opposing aisle as well. School authorities, we're told, were asked to paint the building saffron at the earliest. Here are the reactions you need to listen to before we go across to Raman Rai for all the clarity we need.
अभी कल ही पता चला है कि पहले की पूर्ववर्ती सरकारों द्वारा बनाए गए 150 ऐसे स्कूल हैं, उस पर सिर्फ भगवा कलर कर दिया, उसको शिशु सरस्वती विद्या निकेतन क्या नाम दे दिया। ऐसे थोड़े होता है। अब किसी की बनाई हुई चीज पे आप भगवा कलर कर देंगे, आप क्या होगे। आप फिर मैं कहूंगा कि जो बिहार के शिक्षा मंत्री और बिहार की सरकार है, उनको नीति आयोग की रिपोर्ट पढ़नी चाहिए। एसडीजी इंडेक्स में ग्रोस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो में बिहार का सबसे कम है और स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट रेट भी बिहार का सबसे अधिक है। टीचर पुपिल रेशियो जो है, छात्र शिक्षक का अनुपात है, वो बिहार का सबसे खराब है। जो गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा है वो बिहार की सबसे खराब है। उस पर ध्यान देने के बजाय आप बिल्डिंग्स का रंग बदल रहे हैं, उससे थोड़ी ना जो यथास्थिति है वो बदल जाएगी।
शिक्षा का कोई कलर नहीं होता। और नीतीश कुमार जी ने ये मॉडल स्कूल, आदर्श विद्यालय हर एक जगह हो, ये शुरुआत की थी। और मुझे नहीं लगता है कि शिक्षा सबके लिए है और उसका कोई कलर देना चाहिए। मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये करें।
देखिए, ये ज्यादा जरूरी है कि व्हाइट हो, ग्रीन हो, ऑरेंज हो, ब्लैक हो, कि ये जरूरी है कि वहां गुणवत्तापूर्ण परीक्षा हो। जो लोग ये सवाल उठा रहे हैं कि ऑरेंज क्यों हो गया, व्हाइट क्यों हो गया, ग्रीन क्यों हो गया, उनको ये सवाल उठाना चाहिए ना कि क्या सरकार ने 20 वर्षों में गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा बहाल इस प्रदेश में की कि नहीं।
My colleague Raman Rai is tracking the finer details for us. He joins us live from Patna this morning. Raman, earlier we are given to understand there were no specific directives on school colors. They used to be yellow, they used to be pink, even sky blue from time to time. Now the new Education Department letter specifies that there must be uniformity and the exterior walls must be saffron. Tell us, what is the logic, why, and how does the government think this helps?
No, see, this is the decision which is made by the new government, which is leading by the Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary. And around 551 modern schools in Bihar is now going to paint in saffron. And that is why the partner in the government, JDU, is also questioning the decision of the government that there should be no saffron color is used for painting the school. Because in the earlier NDA government of the 20 years of Nitish Kumar's rule, we see the colors of the modern schools, the government schools that are being white, pink and blue. But this is the color which is the color of the BJP's flag as well. That is why the opposition parties, the AIMIM chief is also opposing that and saying that BJP is trying to saffronize the education in Bihar and trying to force the symbolic color of its party. And that is why also the party, the partner in alliance of with the BJP, JDU is also opposing this order of painting 551 modern schools in Bihar with the saffron color. That is why the JDU MP, the acting president Sanjay Jha, also said that education should have no color. And the MLC of JDU, Neeraj Kumar, also speaks to NDTV on the decision of the government of painting 551 modern schools in saffron color. He is saying that in the earlier regime of Nitish Kumar, the education never gets kind of the color which
Correct.
was used right now. So this is the kind of this is kind of a ruckus inside the government between the two of the parties in the power, BJP and JDU.
We'll of course continue to track how this progresses and the political reactions that continue to come in. As always, Raman, thanks so much. All right, let's turn our attention to the latest we're tracking at the moment. A large contingent of farmers from Punjab left for Delhi on Sunday to participate in a Mahapanchayat today against the proposed India-US trade agreement. The gathering, to be held at Delhi's Kisan Ghat, has been called by the Desh Bachao Morcha, with organizers claiming that around 550 farmers' unions and social organizations from across the country are going to take part. In fact, the Kisan Mazdoor Sangharsh Committee Punjab leader, he had alleged that the proposed trade pact would adversely affect Indian farmers. It would affect laborers as well, small traders and the broader public. He's claimed that the agreement was aimed at benefiting American companies and farmers while ignoring the interests of India's small and marginal cultivators. Listen in to the crucial reactions we've lined up for you, followed by Mohammad Ghazali's report.
ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ 4 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਘਾਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ 'ਚ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਣਾ। ਪਰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸਾ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹੁਣ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਖੁਦ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਲਈ ਜਾਣਾ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੜਕ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕਰ, हरियाणा तक कोई साडा धरना नहीं है, हरियाणा टप के दिल्ली च, फिर हरियाणा सरकार क्यों रोक दिया?
अहम बात है कि ना तो हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट ने नोटिफिकेशन किया है कि हम रोड डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं या रोड बंद कर रहे हैं, और ना ही पंजाब सरकार से कोई की तरफ से सूचना थी। और जो बैरिगेशन हुई है फिर से, मतलब कि ये 13 फरवरी 2024 को यही बैरिगेशन थी। यही बैरिगेशन आप पंजाब की सरहद के अंदर है, बिल्कुल पंजाब के एरिए के अंदर। हरियाणा तो यहाँ से लगभग 500-400 मीटर आगे जाके शुरू होता है। तो ये जो क्लैब है, ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है? मतलब कि
आप कह रहे हैं कि पंजाब सरकार ने अलाउ किया है?
बिल्कुल, पंजाब सरकार ने अलाउ किया, तभी तो हुआ कि मेरी सरजमी पर आप कैसे लगा सकते सकते हैं। ये घग्गर टोटल है, ये पंजाब के अंदर है और ये बिल्कुल बीच में पुल पे बैरिकेशन हुई है। तो लेकिन लोगों की सुविधा के लिए हमने घोषणा कर दी थी कि हम 21 तारीख को एक दिन के लिए किसान घाट पर जाएंगे। तो हमारी तरफ से कोई मतलब कि
एक ही दिन है ना, ये लंबा बैठने वाला तो नहीं है।
एक ही दिन का था, एक रैली थी, एक महापंचायत थी। अपनी बात रखने के लिए यूएस डील हो रही है, जो अमेरिका भारत व्यापार समझौता था, उसको रद्द करवाने के लिए सिर्फ एक दिन का प्रोग्राम, और बहुत पीसफुल। कोई ट्रैक्टर नहीं था, कोई ट्राली नहीं थी, कोई हमारे पास लंगर की व्यवस्था भी नहीं थी। हम बसों से जा रहे थे, आज जाना था, शाम को वापस आ जाना था। तो इतना सरकार डर गई है ना कि अपनी बात भी नहीं रखने दिया जा सकते।
It's lovely morning out here in Punjab. I'm right now reporting from near the Shambhu border, which borders Patiala and Ambala district of Haryana. Patiala of Punjab and Ambala district of Haryana. But what you see behind me doesn't suggest that the situation is going to be as calm as it looks now. The farmers from across the Punjab are now coming towards the Shambhu border. They want to go to Delhi. Actually, they are protesting against the India-US trade deal. The farmer leaders have argued that the proposed agreement between the India-US trade deal extends far beyond the import and export of a handful of commodities. They contend that negotiations could encompass agriculture, dairy, industry, digital trade, services, investment, energy, intellectual property rights and broader market access, making it a far-reaching economic agreement with potentially significant implications for multiple sectors. And that is why farmers from across the Punjab are marching, have left their villages from different districts of Punjab. They want to go to Delhi to protest, and right now you can see the security arrangement out here near the Shambhu border. You might have seen it as well in the past when farmers want to march towards Delhi. This is the route which they follow, which they take while traveling from Punjab towards Delhi.
All right, let's turn our attention now to Sikkim, where we have breaking news coming in at the moment. 8 workers were killed and at least 18 remain trapped inside an under-construction tunnel in Sikkim after a methane gas explosion triggered a landslide, blocking the tunnel entrance and cutting off the escape route. A total of 25 workers, including National Hydroelectric Power Corporation personnel, were trapped inside the tunnel. Of them, 8 have been confirmed dead by the district administration, while rescue operations are currently underway to evacuate the remaining 18 workers. We're told a suspected buildup of methane gas at about 1.5 kilometers inside the tunnel is believed to have exploded during a venting attempt, triggering a landslide that sealed the entrance. We have visuals coming in from Namchi in Sikkim. Rathadeep is tracking the latest details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Rathadeep, take us through the latest from the rescue site. What progress, if any, has been made in reaching the workers who still remain trapped? Unfortunately, 8 workers have died.
That's what we are given to understand from sources that we are speaking to since yesterday. Now, remember, this has happened yesterday, and rescue operations led by NDRF, the State Disaster Response Force, and the State Police has been on for hours together. And in fact, last evening, the first dead body was recovered from the tunnel, and this morning, 7 more bodies overnight have been recovered. Now, what we can confirm is that there are 8 dead bodies which have been recovered. 12 people have been rescued alive, though that's a good news. But however, authorities tell us that at least 18 people or more than 18 people are still trapped inside. Now, this tunnel has collapsed after a landslide. Remember, this was an under construction tunnel of the Teesta Stage 4 hydroelectric project of the NHPC in Sikkim's Namchi district, which is in southern part of Sikkim, bordering Bengal. Now, in fact, more rescuers have been sent to the area. The state government is coordinating with NHPC in terms of the search and rescue operations. But there is this information that perhaps there is a suspected methane gas leak that has taken place there inside the tunnel, and if that had happened, then obviously there are concerns about the well-being of the people who are at this moment said to be trapped inside that tunnel. Now, the government says that the exact number of people who are trapped inside is still not very clear, but there would be around 18 or more than that.
All right, the government there saying that they still don't have a clear number of the people trapped inside. It could be 18 or perhaps more. Rathadeep, we'll continue to track the latest as far as this tunnel collapse is concerned with you. As always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. Right. Further breaking news coming in. 7 members of a family, including 2 children, were buried alive after a landslide triggered by heavy rainfall brought down their mud house in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. The incident, we're told, took place in the upper reaches of Loran in Poonch, where the victims were trapped under debris after their house collapsed. Villagers later recovered the bodies of all the 7 deceased. That's the latest we're tracking as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. A landslide has hit Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch, and 7 members of a family, including 2 children, were buried alive after a landslide triggered by heavy rainfall brought down their mud house in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. Pradeep Datta tracking the latest for us. Pradeep, tragic details coming in this morning. Take us through the latest and also the forecast for the region.
Yes, right now, while I'm talking to you, the heavy rainfall is continuing, and similar is the situation in the Poonch and the Rajouri district. Yes, very unfortunate and tragic incident that took place in Loran area in Poonch, because of which the 7 members of the family got buried under the landslide. It was late yesterday evening when the landslide hit the mud house, and mud house got buried under the landslide. Locals, when they saw this thing, they immediately informed the police. Police rushed to the spot, and rescue operation was conducted, but they were not able to save lives. All the 7 bodies were extricated from that debris, and right now also the rainfall is continuing and situation continues to remain grim, because during the last 3-4 days we have seen that this torrential rain has wreaked havoc in this border district of Poonch and Rajouri. 20 people have almost lost their lives. Some are said to be missing. Reason is that either it's because of the landslide or it's because of the flash flood that people are facing many problems. And day before yesterday I was reporting from the Rajouri area where we saw that many of the houses collapsed like pack of cards, and some of the shops were also damaged, and about more than 100 vehicles were swept away by the gushing stream of water. So situation right now also continues to remain grim. That's one of the reasons the advisory has been issued. People had been asked to stay away from the stream, not to move towards banks of the river, and also stay indoors unnecessarily. Don't freak out and move, especially in the hilly terrain and hill area, because there are chances of landslides, and so that's one of the reasons there's an alert has been sounded in these hilly areas of Poonch and Rajouri right now.
Pradeep, thanks for taking us through the details and for the advisories that have been put in place. We'll, of course, keep in touch with you for the latest emerging out of Jammu and Kashmir. Let's switch tracks now. The Tamil Nadu-Karnataka standoff over the Mekadatu Dam project has once again resumed. While Chief Minister Vijay yesterday held a key meeting with senior ministers, the DMK too was seen raising the issue in Parliament. Tamil Nadu Minister CTR Nirmal Kumar said Chief Minister Vijay's meeting was held in order to chalk out the next steps over the resolution of the Kaveri issues, which he assured will be done in the next 1 or 2 weeks. Meanwhile, in the House, the DMK MPs staged a protest by wearing green towels in solidarity with farmers. DMK MP Thiruchi Siva said that his party will raise the issue in both houses, seeking reconstitution of the tribunal on the Kaveri water and Mekadatu Dam issue.
CM called for a meeting with all the experts and the legal experts who has been involved in this for last 15 years, and definitely CM has done the review with all this, and within 1 or 2 weeks CM will come out with the solution on the next approach on this Meghdad and Kaveri issue.
Maharashtra, when Maharashtra could waive 36,000 crores of loans for farmers, nearly 55 lakh farmers, their loans have been waived. Why can't Tamil Nadu do it? He has announced 2,000 crores of waiver of loans, another 15,000 crores. It is his promise to the people. So he has to upkeep his promise, and he should do it immediately, because this is a super El Nino year. Already Karnataka has not released water in the Kaveri. And June 12th, the Medu Dam was supposed to open, and today there's not even water for drinking in Medu Dam today, leave alone agricultural. So this is going to be a very distressed year.
Issue of construction of Meghdadu Dam in Karnataka against the orders of the Supreme Court, and settled the case in the tribunal of Kaveri dispute. In spite of many requests, many demands, and resolution in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, the government of Tamil Nadu is very much adamant, and they are very cruel towards the farmers of Tamil Nadu. So this matter has been raised in the morning. We have given adjournment motion, And the issue from morning onwards we are fighting. It is going on. The speaker is going on adjourning the house.
We have given a notice for suspense of the business and to discuss about the Megadadu issue. And this is for the symbol of the farmers. So since the Megadadu dam construction will affect the lives of the farmers in Tamil Nadu, we are all raising our voice not to permit them to construct that, urging the union government to take necessary steps. So my 267 notice was not taken up at all, but as a token of protest and as a support to the farmers, we, the DMK members, were wearing a green towel.
The news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7 as always. We're slipping into a very quick break. We're back in a moment.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो।
देश का टायर JK टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
The stage that has captured the pulse of leadership since 2006.
NDTV Profit Most Inspiring Leader of the Year Award goes to Mr. Anand Mahindra.
Celebrating visionary trailblazers and industry mega stars who redefine leadership every day. An unmatched legacy, unwavering trust, enduring credibility. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards 2026. 26 July. Only on NDTV.
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program.
Let's get it.
Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The storm over the Delhi protest continues, to say the least. Agitators continue to sit at Jantar Mantar till late on Monday evening. Now, late night visuals, they also showed a PCR van, in fact, completely mobilized in Delhi's Janpath, and several cops being treated for injuries. Meanwhile, activist Sonam Wangchuk has said he will continue his fast till youth leaders or Wangchuk himself does not meet members of parliament. His statements come despite Delhi High Court raising concerns over his health again. The court will hear the matter on his transfer to private hospital at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. Meanwhile, yesterday, protesters met Union Minister JP Nadda. They also submitted a letter demanding resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, release of Sonam Wangchuk without prohibitory orders, and cash aid for families of students who died by suicide over the NEET paper leak. Meanwhile, NDTV's managing editor Shiva Rood, he spoke to the NCP-ASP spokesperson Anish Gawande. Here's more.
To start off with, I think Jay's assumption that this is a regime change operation funded by interests inimical to India is laughable at best. This morning I was at Jantar Mantar at 7 o'clock with Abhijit, and we were singing Ma Tujhe Salam with a constitution in one hand and the Indian flag in the other. What could be a more Indian protest than this, right? And I must remind you that it was an entire month before the government deemed it important enough to engage with this protest. It was 3 days after they unceremoniously and illegally kidnapped Sonam Wangchuk from Jantar Mantar and took him to Safdarjung. It was also a major challenge in terms of getting the government to listen and announcing a Sansad Chalo March, which is the only thing that persuaded the government to come to the negotiating table. But I want to point out something that's very worrying. The protest was carried out peacefully for an entire month. But today, last night, I came back from Mumbai after an incredible protest at Azad Maidan, which saw thousands of people organized by the Shiv Sena UBT, and witnessed the complete removal of barricades and metal detectors and the purposeful allowing of anti-social elements, which is why I'm very curious to see where this conspiracy theory leads. We saw the removal of CCTV cameras from the premises, and we saw a lackadaisical attitude by the police towards such anti-social elements. So was this protest being hijacked? Was it being infiltrated? Was this being done to make protesters look bad? Are serious questions to answer. I don't want to raise such allegations upon the Delhi police unnecessarily or without any evidence.
Well, as you heard, was there a conspiracy behind Tuesday's Sansad Chalo protest that turned violent eventually? You see, Delhi police is investigating if the stir was genuine youth anger or mobilized mobs. That's what the version we are hearing from Delhi cops, at least.
It's 9 a.m. You are watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. Well, you've seen the visuals yesterday in the national capital across the country. You've also been able to tell that you can stop a march. You cannot so easily stop the resolve that brought thousands of citizens onto the streets. We get you all the finer details. First, the headlines. Delhi police has launched a probe in the violence against the police officials during the Sansad Chalo protest. Miscreants are said to have vandalized police vehicles in this FIR in Connaught Place during the protest. Security forces in Delhi cracked down on one of the biggest anti-government protests in recent years. Meanwhile, questions are mounting over the violence as the Delhi police claims that no individuals were subjected to targeted assault. Opposition parties have launched a blistering attack on the government over the police action during the Chalo Sansad March on the NEET paper leak issue, with Rahul Gandhi dubbing Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the most anti-youth Prime Minister in the country's history. Priyanka Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee are also criticizing the government. The monsoon session is off to a stormy start amid opposition protests. Opposition parties are raising various issues, primarily the alleged NEET paper leak and Ram Temple donation theft. They are going to finalize their strategy at a floor leaders meeting at 10 a.m, while the NDA will hold its weekly Mangal Milan huddle. Chief Minister Joseph Vijay chaired an urgent high-level meeting to discuss the state's strategy against Karnataka's proposed Mekadatu Dam project, reaffirming the government's commitment to protecting Tamil Nadu's share of Kaveri waters. At least 8 people have died and several workers are still feared trapped after a landslide blocked an under-construction tunnel at the Samarung site in Sikkim's Namchi district. 4 Indian nationals have lost their lives and another is in a critical condition after their ship came under attack while leaving the Ukrainian port of Odessa. India has strongly condemned this attack, saying the attack was deplorable and should be avoided. All right, we begin the 9 a.m. bulletin with breaking news we're tracking. As you know, yesterday, young people marched towards Parliament. In fact, people across age groups attempted to march towards Parliament. They knew the police were waiting. They came anyway. The CJP may have organized the mobilization, but the extraordinary scale of the response, that tells us this anger is much bigger than any one organization. The NEET row, the CBSE controversy, questions over paper leaks, examination security. Yesterday, this generation showed the government it has the numbers to demand answers. And now, the Delhi police has registered an FIR over yesterday's violence in Connaught Place, alleging vandalism of police vehicles and stone pelting near Regal Cinema 2. You must note that the FIR, however, is against unknown persons. At this stage, there is no official attribution of responsibility to any individual or any organization, according to the FIR. In fact, the FIR also says police vehicles were vandalized, stones were thrown at police personnel. The case, however, has been registered against unidentified people, and investigators are yet to establish who is really responsible for the violence. And that distinction is something we cannot ignore right now. At this stage, the FIR records the police's allegations. It doesn't identify any individual or organization as being responsible. Akhil Jamil has sent us the latest details. He joins us live at the moment. Akhil, break down for us first. What exactly does the FIR allege? And just as importantly, what does it not say?
Well, Parmeshwar, if you see, initially the permission was only granted for the protest at Jantar Mantar. What we have seen that there was no official permission which was granted to march from Jantar Mantar towards Parliament side. Despite no rulings, what we have seen that the CJP protesters moved from Jantar Mantar side towards Parliament. And if you see where this protest took an ugly turn, where the mob basically came forward, and what we have seen that there was a violent turn of event in which what we have seen that over 118 police personnel got injured. Apart from that, if you see, what we have also seen that in that very protest, senior officials, including the special CP rank officers, joint CP rank officer, additional CP rank officials, GCPs, so there were several senior high-ranking officials that have got injured. Apart from that, if you see, right now what we have seen that a case has already been filed at Connaught Police Station with the individuals being identified. There were some individuals who have been identified with the help of CCTV's cameras installed in the outer circle of the Connaught Place region. So right now the Delhi police team is trying to identify more and more individuals. But so far, if you see, there are 70 individuals who have been detained. Right now the Delhi police team is questioning them regarding their specific role and whether they have been given any kind of mandate or any kind of ruling from the senior leadership. So that is also being investigated by the Delhi police team. Right now you can see the visuals behind me. I'm at Safdarjung Hospital, where Sonam Wangchuk is still here. His treatment is still going on, and right now what we have got to know that his vitals are absolutely normal, and he's under the observations of medical doctor team, because earlier what we have seen that if you see the CJP team, and apart from that Sonam Wangchuk's wife has also claimed that they wanted to move Sonam from here, but right now his treatment is still on after the court rulings. The court has basically said that Sonam Wangchuk's condition has got critical, and after that the Delhi police team has taken Sonam from the spot side, from the Jantar Mantar protest side, towards this very hospital where his treatment is still underway.
Akhil, we'll continue to track all the finer details with you, along with how Mr. Wangchuk is doing. He has mentioned he will continue his indefinite hunger strike. For now, you must note that the crowds may have thinned overnight, but the resolve has not. Even late into Monday night, CJP protesters remained at Delhi's Jantar Mantar after a day that saw confrontation, it saw injuries, detentions, the lathi charge, the dramatic visuals that came in from the national capital. Police personnel were also injured during the clashes. And this morning, let's turn our attention to what happens next. As Akhil is reporting, Sonam Wangchuk says his fast will continue until CJP youth leaders or he himself are permitted to meet MPs. The court will hear the matter on his transfer to a private hospital. Meanwhile, today, post-noon at 12:30 p.m. to be specific, and the government has opened a line of communication finally. After being mum, while this entire protest was going on in the national capital, Health Minister JP Nadda finally met protest leaders yesterday who reiterated demands including Sonam Wangchuk's release, the resignation of the Education Minister and the assistance for families affected by the alleged NEET paper leak. Before we get you all the finer details and the sentiment on ground zero, listen in to what Sonam Wangchuk's wife has to say.
This is a movement that has caught the imagination of the entire nation. We have people here from the whole country, and there are more than 25 lakh youth across 5-kilometer radius. The police and the government are only resorting to lies to control the situation or misuse of power. They are just doing lathi charge or misusing their power or using lies.
Well, that's the main argument. They say this is what a government needs to understand about a movement of citizens, that people don't travel, gather and stand in the face of tear gas and lathi charge because they have nothing better to do. They've come because something matters enough to them. The crowds have demonstrated their resolve. The government has now finally opened a channel of dialogue. Ishika's at Jantar Mantar this morning, tracking the latest details for us. She joins us live currently. Ishika, tell us first, what does the government plan to say to the citizens who've shown in the most visible way possible that they will not be ignored and that these are pertinent issues and they're demanding accountability?
Well, Parmeshwar, it seems that the government certainly has very less time to respond because, you know, these here, the Cockroach Janata Party supporters that you're seeing who continue to gather here at Jantar Mantar, they have made it completely clear that they will not be ending their protest until and unless they get assurance from the government regarding the demands that they have put forth. Remember, the 3 demands that were made by the CJP when they met the Union Health Minister JP Nadda was, number 1, that Sonam Wangchuk should be in fact, be allowed to leave in fact the Safdarjung Hospital. The second being the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan should resign, and the third being that 1 crore compensation be given to the students who died by suicide during the NEET paper leak. So currently we'll try to show you the visuals also here. You'll see that the protesters, even after yesterday's Sansad Chalo march, you'll see them gathering again here in support of the Cockroach Janata Party. Let me also show you the visuals of the stage that we are currently getting, Parmeshwar. Remember that yesterday this entire stage was removed by the Delhi police. But then again, in fact, it has been put back by, in fact, the supporters of the CJP, and they say that their protest is going to continue. Remember that Sonam Wangchuk has also made it very clear with his letter from the Safdarjung Hospital that his hunger strike is also going to continue until and unless CJP, protesters are allowed to meet the parliamentarians at Sansad Bhavan, or either those parliamentarians meet him at the Safdarjung Hospital. So these are the clear demands that have been listed by Sonam Wangchuk and the Cockroach Janata Party. The government, however, it has not given so far any assurance to the Cockroach Janata Party, but rather has appealed them to stop, in fact, their sit-in dharna, to end their sit-in dharna. In fact, let me tell you that the government sources have also told us that, in fact, there are internal meetings that are likely to take place today also to decide whether or not all the 3 demands of the Cockroach Janata Party will be accepted. Over to you.
Ishika, as always, thanks so much for joining us live. We will, of course, keep in touch with you regarding what the government is saying behind closed doors as well. Well, security forces in Delhi, they cracked down on one of the biggest anti-government protests in recent years. Meanwhile, questions are mounting over the violence as the Delhi police claims that no individuals were subjected to targeted assault. You've seen the visuals yesterday, I beg your pardon, the videos, whether it's on your television screens, whether it's on your social media. Several videos have emerged. Some of them also show policemen, including DCP North, being injured. Protesters as well injured, bleeding, police vehicles. In fact, a vehicle was vandalized. Delhi police say 70 people have been detained so far. Many of them are not students. Investigators are currently probing further details as an FIR has been filed against unknown miscreants. My colleague Akhil is tracking the latest for us, but here are the reactions you need to listen to at the moment.
There was an unlawful assembly जिसको डील किया गया. कुछ स्टोन पेल्टिंग के इंसिडेंट्स हुए हैं. कुछ प्रोटेस्टर्स को दिल्ली पुलिस ने डिटेन भी किया. अप्रोप्रिएट एक्शन लिया जा रहा है. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
काफ़ी मात्रा में वहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स और स्टूडेंट जो प्रोटेस्ट था उसके बीच में काफ़ी सारे जो है राउडी टाइप लोग और किसी पर्टिकुलर पार्टी के लोग वहाँ पर मौजूद थे. या पर्टिकुलर जो है आप पहले की एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट्स हो सकते हैं जो हम पे पत्थर, जूते, क्या बोलते हैं स्टोन्स, ऐसे वाले ब्रिक्स वो उन्होंने डाला, कांच की बोतल.
क्लैरिफाई कर देते हैं आप यहाँ पर स्टोन्स कहाँ से आ गए, पत्थर कहाँ से आ गए इस स्पॉट पे?
ये तो हम भी हैरान थे. हम उसके लिए तैयार नहीं थे. हम स्टोन्स के लिए भी वर नॉट रेडी.
चोट लगी है आपको, ये स्टोन्स की वजह से लगी
स्टोन्स की वजह से. लेकिन जब स्टैम्पेड हुआ, जब हम भीड़ को पीछे कर रहे थे तो वहाँ पर लड़कियाँ उन्होंने आगे दिखाई थी कुछ टाइम के लिए. तो वो लड़कियाँ थी और वो भाग नहीं पाई. वो मतलब भीड़ में इससे पहले कि लड़के उनको कुचल दें वो अपनी जान बचा के पीछे भाग रहे थे लड़के. और स्टैम्पेड में वो लड़कियाँ थी वहीं पर थी और उन लड़कियों को बचाने के एवज में मैं जो है घायल हूँ. मैं नीचे भी झुकी थी और मेरा हाथ यहाँ पर ट्विस्ट हुआ है.
Well, they came out in their thousands, people irrespective of age from across the country, carrying anger that has been building over the NEET row, the CBSE controversy and questions over the very examinations that decide their futures. The Cockroach Jantar Party gave this anger a platform, but the people have given it the power, many will tell you. And yesterday that power marched towards the gates of Parliament. The state responded with barricades, with brutality as we've seen, tear gas, lathi charge. The government is now considering the demands put forth and it has a choice. It can try to make this protest disappear, as the protesters are highlighting through a few concessions, or it can confront the much harder truth behind this mobilization. This is about a generation that is losing faith in the systems that decide its future. We are going to continue to track the latest for us, but you must note 70 people have been detained as investigators examine how the violence unfolded. There were visuals there of trucks loaded with stones. Many protesters highlighted that they have no idea who those trucks belong to, why they were filled with stones as well. You've already seen the kind of police force that was put in place, Rapid Action Force, Delhi Police, the kind of brutality we saw as well yesterday. Many opposition parties have raised questions regarding who issued these orders to state forces. Akhil is with us to track the latest. Akhil, we are given to understand an FIR has been filed against unknown miscreants. What is the Delhi police saying this morning as Sonam Wangchuk continues his indefinite fast? And what is the government really considering behind closed doors?
Parveshwar, if you see, initially when we have got the details from the DCP of the new district police team, Mr. Sachin Sharma, he has conveyed this to us that initially 70 individuals were detained. And this was the data which were given before the FIR was filed. This was the last night data. And what we have seen that last night, this FIR was filed. So once the FIR has already been filed, now we will start to see arresting process going or moving forward in this direction, because initially when this very incident has taken place, when the mob basically turned violent, stones were pelted at police officials. I have spoken to several police officials who have got injured, and last night I was speaking to another official from the Rapid Action Force department, and she has said that if you see her in one of the protests, her right arm was broken, and in this very protest what we have seen that her left arm has also got broken, and she was saying that, and I quote her, at that point in time when the unruly mob came forward, at that stage there were some anti-social elements that were part of that very mob. So those anti-social elements will be found out by the Delhi police team, that who those individuals were. The CCTV cameras installed in the first zone is being scanned, because if you see earlier what we have seen that the entire entire New Delhi district area was divided into 15 zones, and out of those 15 zones, what we have seen that 7 to 8 zones were completely volatile, because the situation has basically turned completely violent from Mandi House region. If you move towards the Latin zone side of the national capital, which include the Firoz Shah Road towards the Janpat Road, towards Ashoka Road, Lemuridian Circle and Shangri-La Circle. So on those circles, what we have seen that there were traffic snarl for more than 2 to 3 hours. So not only at one location, only at Jantar Mantar or at Parliament Street, across the Latin zone, what we have seen that across 7 to 8 zones, what we have seen that there was a mob incident that has taken place. There was an aggressive mob mentality which has been shown, unruly behaviors which have been shown, and after that, what we have seen that when those individuals try to attack the police personnel as well. So right now, the investigation is currently underway by the Delhi police team regarding this very incident, in which what we have seen that more than 6 to 7 senior IPS officers have also got injured. Over 120 police personnel have got injured. Not only the Delhi police personnel, this is the data of the Delhi police. If you see from the CRPF, the Rapid Action Force team, what we have seen that more than 15 police personnel have also got injured. So right now, the Delhi police team is looking into it, investigating it from all the angles, that who those individuals were who basically used this as a tool to create anarchy in the national capital, especially in the Latin zone.
Akhil, we'll continue to track the facts with you as always. Thanks so much. We've seen the dramatic visuals yesterday. Armed personnel with sophisticated weapons aimed at whom? Students. And that's the image the government has to answer for. You know, the story cannot remain at the level of a protest was held, talks have begun. The question is actually why was the force used first? Whether the force used was proportionate, who authorized it, and what happened on the ground, and whether the state's response has now deepened the very anger it was trying to contain. Throughout yesterday, though, several dramatic claims circulated on social media as well, including allegations that Sonam Wangchuk's wife had been assaulted, that the protest organizer Abhijit Dipke had been detained, and claims of large numbers of seriously injured protesters. We've seen the visuals for our own eyes. We've seen what happened to the protesters. Delhi police, though, has publicly rejected these specific claims, calling them false and urging people not to amplify unverified information. At the same time, speaking of misinformation should also distract us from the larger story that thousands of citizens exercise their democratic right to assemble, to question the government, and also raise questions surrounding yesterday's violence that will ultimately have to be answered through evidence, of course not through viral posts. We'll continue to track the latest for you as far as Jantar Mantar is concerned and the actions specific to New Delhi. But you must also note that the TVK has now responded to the entire mobilization and slammed the police crackdown on protesters. In fact, a minister of the TVK has said students were severely attacked by the police. You and I have also seen those visuals on social media. The minister adding that we strongly condemn this action and that students' demands are completely genuine and that they should be fulfilled. As you know, Mr. JP Nadda has initiated a dialogue with 2 leaders of the Cockroach Janata Party, but this is bigger than the Cockroach Janata Party, as we have been highlighting time and again. For the latest on the TVK, we will be going across to Tejshi Purandare, but first listen in to what the leaders said.
We know that last few days students has been protesting in Delhi and today all the students has been severely attacked by the Delhi police, and we strongly condemn the act of Delhi police on this on the attack on the students. And apart from that, the central government should call the students. They have already called, but it is too late. But they have to talk to the students and fulfill their request, because it is a genuine request. It is not only theirs, but it is a request of all over India, because whatever they have asked is a very genuine request, and definitely central government should fulfill the request and make the process inform the students and get the protest solved as soon as possible.
Tejshi Purandare is with us for more on this as well. Tejshi, as we have been informing our viewers as well, opposition parties have launched a blistering attack on the government over the police action we've seen during the Chalo Sansad March in New Delhi. Rahul Gandhi has called Prime Minister Modi the most anti-youth Prime Minister. Priyanka Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Arvind Kejriwal, Mamta Banerjee, all criticizing the government. And now the TVK also weighing in, criticizing the police action that we saw yesterday in the national capital.
Well, yes, absolutely, Parmeshwar. You see, as far as this protest is concerned, there were many opposition MPs who showed their support to all these protesters and did visit Jantar Mantar as well and met all those student groups who were sitting on the other side. Apart from that, there are many MPs as well who have given adjournment notices in the Parliament to hold discussions upon the kind of lathi charge that happened on the students. The MPs believe that there was quite of a violence from the side of police and that the students were just demanding the resignation and they wanted to have a discussion on the NEET paper leak. The MPs wanted to have a discussion on the NEET paper leak which did not take place. So all in all, they again have stated that the discussion should take place in both the houses. Number one. Number two, the brutality that police showed according to the MPs is completely unacceptable. However, we have also seen in the pictures as well that yes, it is a fact that there was lathi charge in students, and yes, it is also a fact that the students were also injured and more than 70 police personnel were also injured in this entire protest. Also, apart from that, the tear gas shells were also fired. But apart from that, said by the MPs from the Congress have been demanding discussion, have been slamming the government. But apart from that, the TVK minister has also now come up to slam the government and have been questioning the manner in which the incidents unfolded yesterday. Back to you, Parmeshwar.
We'll continue to track all the political responses coming in with you, Tejshri. As always, thanks so much. Well, clashes between the police and protesters, the use of tear gas, the kind of brutality we have seen yesterday. It's left more than 70 people injured. Actually, many protesters are injured. 100 police personnel were also injured. The opposition has seized on the visuals to question the government's handling of this protest in the national capital. Rahul Gandhi accused Prime Minister Narendra Modi of being anti-youth. Priyanka Gandhi questioned the use of force against students. Well, Akhilesh Yadav, Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee, they have all criticized the centre. After yesterday's meeting with Health Minister JP Nadda, protesters say they are waiting for the government's response to their three key demands. Now, the big question is, will the next move now rest with the government? Will they have a positive response for those who have descended on the streets? Will they offer a roadmap or risk allowing this confrontation to deepen? Here are the reactions you can't afford to ignore.
This country has a majority of young people. Prime Minister Modi is the most anti-youth Prime Minister India has ever had. The boys and girls who are walking the streets of Delhi are not criminals. They are demanding their rights. Their rights are to have an education system that respects them, to have an education system that is fair, to have an education system that is working. There's absolutely nothing wrong in what they're doing, and it's disgusting what the government is doing and what the police is doing.
प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बड़े-बड़े इश्यूज हैं, आप डिस्कस करने के लिए राजी नहीं है और बच्चों पे आप टीयर गैस कर रहे हो और उनकी पिटाई कर रहे हो, किस लिए? बच्चे हैं हमारे.
थैंक यू मैम.
जो देखा और जो व्यवहार सरकार का और पुलिस का था, लाठी चलाना, आंसू गैस के गोले चलवाना, प्राइवेट ड्रेस में पुलिस आकर के छात्रों को, युवाओं के साथ जो व्यवहार किया है, सुनने में आ रहा है कि कुछ इलेक्ट्रिक टॉर्च भी थी या डंडी जो भी बोलेंगे उसको. लोगों को चोट लगी है, युवाओं के बड़े पैमाने पे चोट लगी है, बड़े पैमाने पे घायल हुए हैं. सरकार को ये उम्मीद नहीं थी कि छात्र नौजवान इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आ जाएंगे. ये सबसे बड़ा फेलियर है और किसी फेलियर के लिए ही आए हैं लोग. आप नीट की परीक्षा नहीं करा पा रहे हैं और जो परीक्षा कराई जिस तरह से धांधली हुई है, सब बीजेपी के लोग शामिल हैं उसमें.
ये हमारे देश के युवा इस समय बहुत दुखी हैं और बहुत गुस्से में हैं. जिस तरह से हमारे देश का एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम है, पहले पेपर लीक हो गए, सीबीएसई के पूरे इवैल्यूएशन सिस्टम में बहुत बड़ा स्कैम हो गया, बच्चों के नंबर सारे गलत आ गए. फिर रीनीट का पेपर हुआ, नीट का पेपर दोबारा हुआ, उसका पूरा इवैल्यूएशन सिस्टम गड़बड़ हो गया. बच्चे शिकायत पे शिकायत करते रहे लेकिन कोई उनकी सुनवाई नहीं हुई. अब बच्चे और उनके पेरेंट्स कहाँ जाएं, किसके पास जाएं, किसके पास जाके गुहार करें? सरकार सुनती नहीं है. तो जब बच्चों ने सड़क पे उतर के आंदोलन किया, बच्चे क्या मांग रहे हैं? ये तो मांग रहे हैं एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम ठीक करो, शिक्षा की पद्धति ठीक करो, और तो कुछ नहीं मांग रहे. बच्चे कुछ गलत तो मांग नहीं रहे.
हमने कभी ऐसा नहीं देखा. इतनी असंवेदनशील सरकार कभी देखी नहीं. इतने तानाशाही जैसा बर्ताव कभी देखा नहीं है. और घमंड कॉकरोच है, मार डालो, ये अप्रोच है इनका।
Sonam Wanchuk has communicated his decision to Sri Abhijit Dubke that he don't stop his hunger strike. He is continuing his hunger strike. So, in that context, they have decided that they will continue the agitation in they won't vacate Jantar Mantar till Dharmendra Pradhan resigns.
Protest is the most democratic form of expressing the people's opinion, and they have been valid questions. Unfortunately, the government does not want to address or answer the questions, and they resort to violence against the people who are raising these questions, and this is totally unacceptable.
Meanwhile, after a stormy opening day of the monsoon session, all eyes are now on day 2 of the Parliament battle. The first day was marked by repeated disruptions, slogans, placards, uproar, with both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha witnessing multiple adjournments. But the opposition raised the NEET issue and the Ram Temple donation row, leading to a sharp face-off with the government. Now, the question is whether day 2 will see more disruptions or a return to debate, because opposition floor leaders, they are set to meet this morning at 10 a.m, while the NDA will hold its weekly strategy they now call Mangal Milan. The government, meanwhile, is likely to move a bill to criminalize insulting Vande Mataram, adding another flashpoint to this already heated debate. We've got crucial reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
वंदे मातरम तो आज़ादी की पहले से गाया जाता था, और जब वंदे मातरम की गाते थे तो अंग्रेज जेल में ठूस देते थे, तब ये उनके मुखबिरी कर रहे थे, बताते थे कौन वंदे मातरम गा रहा है और सजा दिलवाते थे, है ना। आज बड़े भक्त बन गए हैं।
Well, yesterday the streets dominated the national conversation. Today the focus is shifting to Parliament after a day marked by disruption inside the House and a massive mobilization outside it. Both the opposition and the government are preparing for another political face-off, we're told. Opposition floor leaders are meeting Mallikarjun Kharge, and they're going to be assembling at the chamber this morning. They're expected to once again press the government on the NEET controversy and the Ram Temple theft issue. The NDA too will hold its own weekly strategy meeting, even as sources tell NDTV that the NCPI is unlikely to attend today's Mangal Milan. But as Parliament grapples with the political fallout from the protests that we've seen, Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to move a bill to criminalize insults to Vande Mataram, keeping the government's legislative agenda on track, even as the opposition pushes for a debate on the NEET issue and the unrest that has followed and the brutality we've witnessed firsthand in the national capital. After the images from the streets yesterday, the question before Parliament is larger than just disruptions. Will the concerns that brought thousands of people onto the streets find space inside the House? Or will another day of political confrontation leave those questions unanswered? For more on this, let's go across to Tejshri Purandare, tracking what to expect in Parliament today. Tejshri, take us through the plan of action. We're given to understand that there are 2 simultaneous huddles, one led by the opposition and one by the NDA.
Well, yes, absolutely. Remember that today there is a meeting of India Bloc as well at 10 o'clock, where they will be deciding upon so as to what will be the strategy of the opposition in the Parliament, say it be the NEET examination, say it be the alleged theft in Ram Mandir donation fund. Apart from that, there are also a number of issues that the opposition wants to be discussed on the floor of the House. But again, depends so as to the manner in which the protest took place within the Parliament. There was a lot of sloganeering we saw. There was a lot of ruckus in the Parliament, and back-to-back, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, both the houses were adjourned, and today also it's expected the same as well, because we have been seeing that how the MPs have been giving adjournment notices in both the houses regarding the discussion, not just on the NEET, but the manner in which the events unfolded yesterday in the national capital, said be the lathi charge on the students, or according to the MPs, the brutality that was shown by the police over the student groups who were protesting near around and at and near around the areas of the Jantar Mantar. Remains to be seen that what happens today in the Parliament. However, remember that this India Bloc meeting at 10 a.m. Definitely is very, very important because all the MPs will be holding, all the opposition parties will be holding this meeting to strategize their upcoming agenda for the day 2 of Parliament's monsoon session.
Tejshi, we'll of course continue to track the latest with you. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, let's turn our attention to the other crucial update we're tracking. A large contingent of farmers from Punjab left for Delhi to participate in a Mahapanchayat today against the proposed India-US trade agreement. This gathering is set to be held at Delhi's Kisan Ghat. It's been called by the Desh Bachao Morcha, with organizers claiming that around 550 farmers' unions and social organizations from across our country are taking part. In fact, the Kisan Mazdoor Sangharsh Committee Punjab leader, he had alleged that the proposed trade pact would adversely affect Indian farmers. It would also affect laborers, small traders and the broader public. He's basically claimed that the agreement was aimed at benefiting American companies and American farmers while ignoring the interests of India's small and marginal cultivators. We've got crucial reactions lined up for you this morning. Listen in, followed by Mohammed Ghazali's detailed reports.
ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ 4 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਘਾਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ 'ਚ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਣਾ। ਪਰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸਾ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹੁਣ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਖੁਦ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਲਈ ਜਾਣਾ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ੀ ਸੜਕ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕਰ, हरियाणे तक कोई साडा धरना नहीं है, हरियाणा टप के दिल्ली च, फिर हरियाणा सरकार क्यों रोक दिया?
अहम बात है कि ना तो हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट ने नोटिफिकेशन किया है कि हम रोड डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं या रोड बंद कर रहे हैं, और ना ही पंजाब सरकार से कोई की तरफ से सूचना थी। और जो बैरिगेशन हुई है फिर से, मतलब कि ये 13 फरवरी 2024 को यही बैरिगेशन थी। यही बैरिगेशन आप पंजाब की सरहद के अंदर है, बिल्कुल पंजाब के एरिए के अंदर। हरियाणा तो यहाँ से लगभग 500-400 मीटर आगे जाके शुरू होता है। तो ये जो क्लैब है, ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है? मतलब कि
आप कह रहे हैं कि पंजाब सरकार ने अलाउ किया है?
बिल्कुल, पंजाब सरकार ने अलाउ किया, तभी तो हुआ कि मेरी सरजमी पर आप कैसे लगा सकते हैं? ये गग्गर टोटल है, ये पंजाब के अंदर है, और ये बिल्कुल बीच में पुल पे बैरिगेशन हुई है। तो लेकिन लोगों की सुविधा के लिए हमने घोषणा कर दी थी कि हम 21 तारीख को एक दिन के लिए किसान घाट पर जाएंगे। तो हमारी तरफ से कोई मतलब कि
एक ही दिन है ना, ये लंबा बैठने वाला तो नहीं है।
एक ही दिन का था, एक रैली थी, एक महापंचायत थी। अपनी बात रखने के लिए यूएस डील हो रही है, जो अमेरिका भारत व्यापार समझौता था, उसको रद्द करवाने के लिए सिर्फ एक दिन का प्रोग्राम, और बहुत पीसफुल। कोई ट्रैक्टर नहीं था, कोई ट्राली नहीं थी, कोई हमारे पास लंगर की व्यवस्था भी नहीं थी। हम बसों से जा रहे थे, आज जाना था, शाम को वापस आ जाना था। तो इतना सरकार डर गई है ना कि अपनी बात भी नहीं रखने दिया जा सकते।
It's lovely morning out here in Punjab. I'm right now reporting from near the Shambhu border, which borders Patiala and Ambala district of Haryana. Patiala of Punjab and Ambala district of Haryana. But what you see behind me doesn't suggest that the situation is going to be as calm as it looks now. The farmers from across the Punjab are now coming towards the Shambhu border. They want to go to Delhi. Actually, they are protesting against the India-US trade deal. The farmer leaders have argued that the proposed agreement between the India-US trade deal extends far beyond the import and export of a handful of commodities. They contend that negotiations could encompass agriculture, dairy, industry, digital trade, services, investment, energy, intellectual property rights and broader market access, making it a far-reaching economic agreement with potentially significant implications for multiple sectors. And that is why farmers from across the Punjab are marching, have left their villages from different districts of Punjab. They want to go to Delhi to protest, and right now you can see the security arrangement out here near the Shambhu border. You might have seen it as well in the past when farmers want to march towards Delhi. This is the route which they follow, which they take while travelling from Punjab towards Delhi.
Well, the roads to Delhi are once again becoming the stage for a familiar democratic contest. Farmers are marching to the capital, convinced that their concerns over the proposed India-US trade agreement deserve to be heard. Organisers are saying that today's Mahapanchayat could draw support from hundreds of farmers' unions, and the police have tightened security at the Shambhu border, signalling that authorities are preparing for another day of confrontation if protesters attempt to move towards Delhi. But for a reality check on the ground, let's go across to my colleague Soumya Jaiswal, who joins us live from the Kisan Ghat this morning in Delhi. Soumya, thanks so much for joining us live from the spot. How large is the mobilization this morning compared to what organisers had expected? And also tell us, beyond opposition to this proposed India-US trade agreement, what are farmers telling you that's driven them to Delhi today?
Well, you can see behind me the visuals. We have a heavy deployment here of RAF officials. It's not just today, it's not just the Delhi police officials. Something big is expected. The farmers are expected in large numbers here inside the Kisan Ghat to be proposed to protest against the proposed trade agreement between India and the United States. So, for that, keeping in mind there is heavy deployment of police officials. You can see the entire stretch has been taken over by police officials. With that, they have placed a riot control vehicle as well. So the Delhi police officials and the other security forces concerned here have come completely prepared. The entire stretch right from Rajghat to Kisan Ghat has been completely barricaded. Different vantage points have been closed off. Vehicle movements, the normal public movement from this entire stretch has been diverted as well. However, at the main point, farmers have started gathering, but the Delhi police is saying that they have denied any such permission to protest inside inside the Kisan Ghat. You can see behind me, this is the main entrance of the Kisan Ghat. Security forces are also present inside the Kisan Ghat as well. So it's not just outside the entire stretch, but there is presence of police officials, security forces within the vicinity of Kisan Ghat. And now we talk about what the farmers have to say. They were saying that it was going to be a completely peaceful protest. It was just going to be a one-day rally, and they were trying to show their dissent against this proposed trade agreement which is supposed to take place between India and the United States. They're saying that it will have far more severe implications with regards to different sectors, and several other sectors will be affected if it comes into force, and that's what they're trying to convey to the government. These are the developments that we're picking up with regards to what's happening outside Kisan Ghat.
We'll, of course, continue to track all the finer developments with you on ground. Thanks so much, Soumya, for joining us. That's as far as the farmers' mobilization is concerned. They have clear demands. They are unhappy with the finer print of the proposed India-US trade agreement. We'll, of course, continue to cover the latest for you. For now, let's turn our attention to the Tamil Nadu-Karnataka standoff over the Megadatu Dam project that has once again resumed. You see, Chief Minister Vijay just yesterday had held a key meeting with senior ministers. The DMK, meanwhile, too, was seen raising the issue in Parliament. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister CTR Nirmal Kumar said that Chief Minister Vijay's meeting was held in order to chalk out the next steps over the resolution of the Kaveri issues, which he assured will be done in the next 1 or 2 weeks. Now, in the House, though, the DMK MPs staged a protest by wearing green towels in solidarity with farmers. DMK MP Tiruchi Siva said that his party will soon raise the issue in both houses, seeking reconstitution of the tribunal on the Kaveri water and Megadatu Dam issue.
CM called for a meeting with all the experts and the legal experts who have been involved in this for last 15 years, and definitely CM has done the review with all this, and within 1 or 2 weeks CM will come out with the solution on the next approach on this Megadatu and Kaveri issue.
Maharashtra, when Maharashtra could waive 36,000 crores of loans for farmers, nearly 55 lakh farmers, their loans have been waived. Why can't Tamil Nadu do it? He has announced 2,000 crores of waiver of loans, another 15,000 crores. It is his promise to the people. So he has to upkeep his promise, and he should do it immediately, because this is a super El Nino year. Already Karnataka has not released water in the Kaveri, and June 12th the Medu Dam was supposed to open, and today there is not even water for drinking in Medu Dam today, leave alone agricultural. So this is going to be a very distressed year.
The issue of construction of Megadatu Dam in Karnataka, against the orders of the Supreme Court, and settled the case in the tribunal of Kaveri dispute. In spite of many requests, many demands, and resolution in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, the government of Tamil Nadu is very much adamant, and they are very cruel towards it, farmers of Tamil Nadu. So this matter has been raised in the morning. We have given adjournment motion, and the issue from morning onwards we are fighting. It is going on. The speaker is going on adjourning the house.
We have given a notice for suspension of the business and to discuss about the Megadadu issue. And this is for the symbol of the farmers. So since the Megadadu dam construction will affect the lives of the farmers in Tamil Nadu, we are all raising our voice not to permit them to construct that, urging the union government to take necessary steps. So my 267 notice was not taken up at all, but as a token of protest and as a support to the farmers, we, the DMK members, were wearing a green towel.
Well, the Tamil Nadu-Karnataka standoff over the Megadadu Dam project has once again resumed, as you can tell, with Chief Minister Vijay holding a key meeting with senior ministers just yesterday. The DMK also raising it in Parliament with the Tamil Nadu Minister CTR Nirmal Kumar saying that Mr. Vijay's meeting was held in order to chalk out the next steps over the resolution of the Kaveri issues, which basically he has assured will be done in the next 1 or 2 weeks. On that note, let's turn our attention to further details coming in this morning. This is regarding the crucial NDA key huddle ahead of day 2 of the monsoon session. As we mentioned earlier, there were 2 simultaneous meetings happening, one led by the opposition at Mallikarjun Kharge's chambers at 10 a.m. We are told that the NDA is kick-starting its key huddle ahead of day 2 of the monsoon session. As Parliament grapples with the political fallout from the protests in the national capital, Amit Shah is expected to move a bill to criminalize insults to Vande Mataram, keeping the government's legislative agenda on track, even as the opposition pushes for a debate on crucial issues like the NEET and the unrest we have just witnessed. Aishwarya Jain is with us to take us through what's happening in that NDA huddle. Aishwarya, take us through the insider details. We now have fresh visuals coming in.
Well, the NDA Mangal Milan, which is the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting, is underway. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived, and it is all the NDA leaders which are welcomed by Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju at this point in time. What they've been also told is that the newly joined Bharatiya Janata Party Rajya Sabha MPs, that includes the ex-Aam Aadmi Party MPs, will be welcomed today in the Mangal Milan, as it is the first NDA Parliamentary Party meeting for them. It is also, the NDA which will felicitate and congratulate Prime Minister Narendra Modi in this party meeting for becoming India's longest elected Prime Minister of the country. And certainly after that, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who would be addressing the NDA MPs who are a part of it. Certainly the NCPI is not attending this meeting as they have not yet been recognized by the Lok Sabha Speaker. But on the other side, it is contrary to that, opposition is also meeting inside the Parliament premises, where Mallikarjun Kharge has called the India Alliance meeting to formalize their own strategy as well. But the visuals that we see on our screens are the Prime Minister clearly now will be addressing the NDA MPs so that the monsoon session of Parliament can be more constructive and there could be debate, deliberation that can happen smoothly. Altogether, the opposition has stated that there are their own demands in this monsoon session, and if the demand of seeking accountability from the government on the education reforms and the kind of paper leak that has happened in the past, until and unless that doesn't happen, the opposition will continue to disrupt the monsoon session.
All right. Well, the NDA's weekly strategy meeting, this actually has now been rebranded as the Mangal Milan. So it's their first Mangal Milan and that they have congregated for. Fresh visuals coming in from the Parliament complex. Outside Parliament, questions over the protests, the police response and the demands of thousands of demonstrators continue to dominate the conversation. Inside, Aishwarya, is it fair to say that the challenge for the government is to navigate both its legislative agenda and the political pressure that has followed since yesterday's events in the national capital?
Well, certainly. The government is open for talks, and that's for the reason perhaps yesterday we have seen how JP Nadda invited the delegation from the Cockroach Jantar Party, and the two members from the CJP went to the residence. They submitted their memorandum. We spoke to JP Nadda this morning while he was entering the Mangal Milan Samaroh. It is JP Nadda who had stated that the talks were very nice and he will be briefing perhaps after the NDA Parliamentary Party meet gets over. The source is also indicating to us that the government might issue a statement in the upper house of the Parliament as far as the entire protest that erupted in the national capital. What government stance is, the government is open for talks. The channel is open on part of the government. Their demands will be met or not is something that remains to be seen. But the government has been clearly stating that the reforms that these students are speaking about, that has been done in the past, and therefore the reason perhaps successful NEET examinations were conducted in the past, and also there are results which are out and students have already got admission in different colleges as well. The government is stating that if there is more need for having reforms, there is always Parliament that is there for having a debate, and the opposition, the request by the government from the opposition is that they should not disturb the Parliament, rather there should be constructive debate and discussion on the education reform, which government is absolutely ready for.
Well, for the ruling alliance, today's huddle is about far more than parliamentary floor management. That's quite evident. The government is facing two tests simultaneously, pushing ahead with its legislative priorities while also responding to a protest movement that has demonstrated both scale and staying in power. Speaking of the agenda, though, Aishwarya, take us through the issues that the opposition is likely to raise today, the top two issues.
Well, the opposition has made it very clear yesterday as well when Mallikarjun Kharge called the meeting of the India Alliance. It is the opposition parties which have stated that their first and most important priority is to rake up the issue of the alleged NEET paper scam, and also the protest that is taking place in Delhi, and how they are forceful protest that the security personnel have used forceful things as far as the students are concerned. On the other side, it is the Ram Mandir Ayodhya temple donation scam, which is another most important issue for the opposition parties that they are going to rake up, and until and unless these two things are not something that the government is admitting to have a discussion, they will continue to disrupt, and that's what will be decided in today's meeting as well, where Mallikarjun Kharge is deliberating with the pro leaders of the opposition parties. It is the Mangal Milan which has their own agenda in their mind. It is, of course,
interrupting you, quick question. Dharmendra Pradhan is present at that meeting. I'm just trying to look at the visuals more finely. Dharmendra Pradhan's there?
Well, yes, the education minister is also attending the Mangal Milan, which is the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting today, along with all the other senior cabinet ministers and the NDA members from different political parties.
Aishwarya, as always, we'll continue to track the latest details with you. The cameras are capturing a routine weekly meeting on your screen. The political context is anything but routine. We continue to track all the finer developments after this short break. See you in a moment.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो।
देश का टायर, जेके टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूँ? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
The stage that has captured the pulse of leadership since 2006.
NDTV Profit Most Inspiring Leader of the Year award goes to Mr. Anand Mahindra.
Celebrating visionary trailblazers and industry mega stars who redefine leadership every day. An unmatched legacy, unwavering trust, enduring credibility. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards 2026. 26 July. Only on NDTV.
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program.
Let's get it.
Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज.
The storm over the Delhi protests continues, to say the least. Agitators continue to sit at Jantar Mantar till late on Monday.
Welcome back. Well, Britain has a new Prime Minister. Andy Burnham has taken charge of 10 Downing Street and he vowed to make his premiership a circuit breaker for Britain as he delivered his first speech. The new Prime Minister's speech promised the biggest changes in the last 40 years. But analysts say they raise expectations no politician can possibly meet. So what does this mean for our relationship with the UK? Will the India-UK free trade agreement stay on course? And there are many questions about visas, about Indian students, and the 2 million strong Indian diaspora too. Here are the details you cannot ignore.
He was widely known as the King of the North. Now Andy Burnham is Britain's new Prime Minister. The former Mayor of Greater Manchester has replaced Keir Starmer, promising to fix Britain's struggling economy, improve public services, and restore trust in politics after years of turbulence. But what does Burnham's rise mean for India? The first message is one of continuity. The landmark India-UK FTA has just come into force, and experts expect Burnham to preserve the momentum rather than rewrite Britain's India policy. That means greater opportunities for Indian exporters, more investment flowing both ways, and stronger cooperation in technology, defense, education, and clean energy. For the nearly 2 million people of Indian origin living in Britain, stability in government could also bring greater policy certainty on business and skills.
Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support.
But there are questions too. Burnham has signalled continuation of a tough approach on immigration. His focus will also be on domestic priorities like the cost of living crisis and reforming public services. Any future changes to visa or migration rules will be closely watched by Indian students and professionals planning to move to the UK. The faces at Downing Street may have changed, but the strategic partnership between London and New Delhi appears set to remain firmly on track. Bureau Report for NDTV World.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा मसाला.
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से. देश का टायर JK टायर.
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
India Inc.'s most respected names, chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. The stage that has captured the pulse of leadership since 2006.
NDTV Profit Most Inspiring Leader of the Year Award goes to Mr. Anand Mahindra.
Celebrating visionary trailblazers and industry mega stars who redefine leadership every day. An unmatched legacy, unwavering trust, enduring credibility. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards 2026. 26 July. Only on NDTV.
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program.
Let's get it.
Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The Hook.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
The storm over the Delhi protests continues, to say the least. Agitators continue to sit at Jantar Mantar till late on Monday evening. Now, late night visuals, they also showed a PCR van, in fact, completely mobilized in Delhi's Janpath, and several cops being treated for injuries. Meanwhile, activist Sonam Wangchuk has said he will continue his fast till youth leaders or Wangchuk himself does not meet members of parliament. His statements come despite Delhi High Court raising concerns over his health again. The court will hear the matter on his transfer to private hospital at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. Meanwhile, yesterday, protesters met Union Minister JP Nadda. They also submitted a letter demanding resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, release of Sonam Wangchuk without prohibitory orders, and cash aid for families of students who died by suicide over the NEET paper leak.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. An action-packed bulletin lined up. Let's start with the headlines. Delhi Police has registered an FIR at Connaught Place Station following the violence near Regal Cinema. According to the FIR, police vehicles were vandalized, stones were thrown at police personnel. The case, however, has been registered against unidentified people, and investigators are yet to establish who was responsible for the violence. The opposition launches a blistering attack on the centre after police crackdown on protesters and the brutality we witnessed in the national capital. Opposition parties are saying the centre should be engaging with students rather than turning a blind eye. Meanwhile, the farmers from Punjab are marching towards Delhi for a Mahapanchayat, protesting the proposed India-US trade agreement, saying there shouldn't be harmful trade concessions. Shambhu border has already been sealed and the troop deployment there has been increased. Chief Minister Joseph Vijay chaired an urgent high-level meeting to discuss the state's strategy against Karnataka's proposed Mekadatu Dam project. Eight people have been killed in a tragedy in Sikkim. At least 18 people are still trapped in this landslide that caused a tunnel to collapse. There are hopes for survival as the rescue operations are continuing. 4 Indian seafarers have been killed after their ship came under attack while leaving the Ukrainian port of Odessa. India has strongly condemned the attack. All right, we begin the 10 a.m. bulletin with breaking news we're tracking. As thousands of young people continue to demand accountability on the streets, the Prime Minister has finally chosen to speak directly to India's youth, but in a very different register. In this video message that's been released this morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi says every particle of the Prime Minister's body, every moment of time is dedicated to the future of your children. This message speaks about commitment, it speaks about aspiration as well, and the future of young Indians. Let me tell you what it does not do though. It does not directly address the protests that have drawn thousands of people onto the streets, the confrontation witnessed yesterday, or the demands that have become the center of a national political debate now. The Prime Minister's outreach comes at a politically significant moment though, because thousands have descended on the street, young people, irrespective of age, etc. And this is the message he has just posted.
ये मोदी इसलिए मेहनत करता है कि जब आप 40-45 साल के हो, जब आपके घर में बच्चे बड़े हो रहे हो, तब आप अपने बच्चों को विकसित भारत में बड़े करते देख सकें, इसलिए मैं मेरी जिंदगी खपा रहा हूं आपके बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए।
All right, while thousands of young people, irrespective of age, have mobilized over the past several days around concerns they say have gone unanswered, the Prime Minister's latest message, you've just heard it, speaks broadly about his commitment to the future of India's youth. It does not directly address the protests, it does not directly address the demands at the center of this movement though. Whether that changes in the days ahead will be closely watched. Tejshri Purandare tracking the latest for us. Tejshri, a youth outreach message coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi this morning that doesn't explicitly refer to the ongoing protests or the movement?
Absolutely. You see, this message from the Prime Minister is not a very direct message, but an indirect message, and that's a massive outreach towards the youngsters, because there are several questions being raised as to there has been no word, not a single word from the side of Prime Minister is what the opposition was stating, and the actually youth also wanted to hear up from the Prime Minister. And there is this video that's been posted by Prime Minister where he has stated that every effort that's been made by the Prime Minister is for the youth as well, and it's definitely an outreach for all these youngsters who are protesting at the Jantar Mantar, and PM has sent a message that his life is entirely dedicated for the youngsters, and every movement, every step that India is taking, that is also for the youth of the country. Also remember that multiple times Prime Minister in his speeches has recalled this, that the strength of India is nothing but its youth, and the biggest power that India has is also its youth. And that is why Prime Minister Modi in this video has also stated that his life is dedicated for the youth, and he also vows for the brighter future of all the youngsters of this entire country. So on one hand, till yesterday, where the people, the opposition parties, particularly to talk about Rahul Gandhi, did release a video stating that so here comes the video of Prime Minister who is stating that every moment of his life belongs to the youngsters of this country, and he's
All right. Well, this morning, one conversation is happening through a video message you've just heard. Another is unfolding on the streets and inside Parliament. The question is whether these two conversations actually meet. Given the scale of the mobilization we witnessed, though, Tejshri, especially over the last few days, are protesters expecting a direct acknowledgement from the Prime Minister? What are they telling you? And how significant is this communication strategy really? All right. I'm told Tejshri's network is pretty bad at the moment. We're just working to reconnect with her. You've heard what the Prime Minister has said. This morning, there's a conversation that's happening through a video message that's come in from the BJP, and another is unfolding on the streets. We'll continue to track what happens crucially in Parliament as well, given the fact that there are two simultaneous huddles that are taking place, one led by the NDA called their Mangal Milan, the other one which is going to start, which probably has started actually, with the opposition at Mallikarjun Kharge's chambers. All right, let's turn our attention to visuals we're getting of the key huddle spearheaded by the NDA ahead of day 2 of the monsoon session. The NDA is expected to chalk out their session strategy. Prime Minister Modi is chairing this key NDA huddle. Former Aam Aadmi Party MPs are also in attendance, and crucially, Dharmendra Pradhan, the Education Minister, is also present. This comes as the Prime Minister has also reached out to the youth in a video message that has just been posted on his handle. As far as day 2 of Parliament is concerned, there was barely any business conducted yesterday. I mean, minutes worth of business. And there has been a mass mobilization outside the doors of Parliament. There are key questions that the government has to answer. In fact, JP Nadda says that they are reaching out to leaders of the Cockroach Jantar Party who reached out to them yesterday with 3 key demands. The government maintains that talks are under consideration, and these are visuals you are seeing of the key NDA huddle at the moment. Aishwarya Jain is with us tracking the latest details. But first, let's go across to Tejshri Purandare. To begin with, Tejshri, take us through the plan of action. We can see Dharmendra Pradhan in attendance at this key NDA huddle. Take us through what the day ahead is going to look like.
Well, absolutely. NDA meeting has just begun there in the Parliament, which is called as Mangal Milan. Very crucial and important agendas to be discussed in the meeting. But I believe the very important agenda to be discussed will be in fact the need. We have been seeing that how the manner in which the protest took place yesterday, and definitely need will be one of the agendas as to how the government will be, answering all these questions in the Parliament, because we have been seeing that since yesterday there has been just one demand of all these protesters and the MPs, or for that matter the opposition as well, that it is a high time that now the accountability should be fixed, because there was till now no word from the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan as well, and they actually, from day one their demand has been nothing but just the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, and that's what the issue was raised by all these protesters as well. But as far as the NDA meeting is concerned, yes, seems to be very, very important meeting, because all the NDA MPs are present in this very crucial meeting. Needs to be seen that what kind of message is being given by the Prime Minister in this meeting, keeping in mind that, minutes after just this meeting has begun, the video was posted on Prime Minister's handle regarding the message sent to the youngsters of the country, talking about how Prime Minister is completely dedicated for the youngsters of this country, number one. Number two, and how, all these steps that have been taken by the country is nothing, is all for the youth of this country. Now needs to be seen that, how they will be keeping all these things forward in the Parliament as well, because we saw that how there was a massive ruckus in the Parliament as well. Opposition, there was a sloganeering from the side of opposition. The placards were also raised. So now NDA is definitely chalking out a strategy so as to how they can make efforts for Parliament to run smoothly, because if these adjournments keep on happening, then it will be very difficult for them to present the bill, to have discussions on the bill, and then to pass the bill as well. Back to you.
Weekly strategy meeting, it comes at a politically significant moment, we must note. Outside Parliament, questions over the protest, the police response, and the demands of thousands of young demonstrators continue to dominate the entire conversation. Inside, the challenge for the government is to navigate both its legislative agenda and the political pressure that has followed yesterday's events. Tejshri, as you are mentioning, this is the NDA's first strategy huddle under the Mangal Milan rebrand after a day that saw Parliament disrupted and thousands on the streets. What are you hearing about the mood inside that meeting right now?
Well, see, all MPs are definitely there to, hear what Prime Minister's message is going to be, because second day of the Parliament definitely is not going to be a silent one. It is going to be, there are going to be political fireworks as far as this entire session is concerned, as far as this entire, week is concerned, I should say. The opposition is not going to sit quiet, keeping in mind the kind of protest that happened yesterday. And also there is a meeting of all the opposition parties, that is the India bloc, at around 10 a.m. But as far as this meeting is concerned, certainly very important issues are to be discussed, said by the important bills that are to be, that are to be presented in the Parliament, that are to be discussed in the Parliament as well. And we saw also that how Union Home Minister Amit Shah also presented the bill regarding Vande Mataram as well, that equal respect should be given to Vande Mataram as it has been given to national anthem. So all these things, the core agenda of the meeting will be the strategy, the flow strategy, how to counter the narrative of the opposition as well, and how to make this entire Parliament session to be a successful one, to be a smooth one, so that more and more MPs also could get a chance to speak. The new MPs that generally don't get chance to speak when there is a ruckus in the Parliament, and in the previous time as well, the Prime Minister had made an appeal as well that the Parliament should function smoothly. And on day one as well, before the Parliament had begun, Kiran Rijiju, the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister, has also stated that let the constructive discussion take place and avoid such kind of sloganeering or protest, which leads to nothing but just multiple times adjournment, and the crucial bills that are to be presented, that are to be tabled, that are not passed. So that is why this meeting is definitely very, very important, keeping in mind, yes, the new MPs that have also joined the Shiv Sena, UBT MPs that those who have jumped their ships from Shiv Sena, UBT, and they have joined Shiv Sena. Now they are part of NDA.
Tejshri, we'll continue to track the latest with you as always. Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to move the Vande Mataram bill today. The government seems to be determined to press ahead with its legislative agenda, despite the political heat over the protests. In fact, speaking of the political heat, you must note, after a stormy opening day of the monsoon session, all eyes are now on day 2, because the first day was marked by repeated disruptions, barely any business, placards, uproar, with both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha witnessing multiple adjournments. The opposition is keen on raising the NEET issue and the Ram Temple donation row, leading to a sharp face-off within the government already. Now, the question is whether day 2 will see more disruptions or a return to debate. Opposition floor leaders are set to meet this morning. In fact, that meeting should be underway at Mallikarjun Kharge's chambers at the moment. The government, meanwhile, is likely to move a bill to criminalize insulting the Vande Mataram, adding another flashpoint to an already charged session, and as that NDA huddle is underway.
वंदे मातरम तो आज़ादी के पहले से गाया जाता था, और जब वंदे मातरम की गाते थे तो अंग्रेज जेल में ठूस देते थे, तब ये उनके मुखबिरी कर रहे थे, बताते थे कौन वंदे मातरम गा रहा है और सजा दिलवाते थे, है ना। आज बड़े भक्त बन गए हैं।
Well, Parliament meets this morning, you must note, with the streets still echoing from yesterday's protests. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins you now with all that you need to know. On that note, Vasudha, it's over to you.
Thank you, Parmeshwar. Good morning to all our viewers. Yesterday, there was no meaningful work that was done in the Parliament because of what was happening outside the Parliament, and that also resonates today in the national capital. We saw a huge protest by a large section of youngsters in northern India demanding the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. The government finally has initiated talks with the protesters, and we are told that the dialogue may even continue, which means that probably this could be the end of a festering issue. But more importantly, today is day 2 of the monsoon session of the Parliament. This is supposed to be a stormy session because this is for the first time that 37 MPs from opposition-ruled parties have joined the NDA in the last 2 months. The budget session was completely different. We saw the delimitation bill being defeated by the opposition. Nearly 230 non-NDA MPs voted against it, but this time it looks like the political alignment has completely changed. The arithmetic has completely changed, and also the assembly elections are probably going to also have a bearing on what the mood of the parliament looks like. But what's happening outside the parliament is particularly interesting because this is for the first time that probably a large number of youngsters have come out asking for accountability. There have also been clashes between police and, of course, the students. There have been allegations of brutalities that have also been made. We will get you all of that also. We are joined by Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP. We're also joined by Pooja Tripathi of the Congress Party. Thank you both of you for being part of this. Zafar Islam, let me... and we also have Nikhil Jain, who's a political analyst with us. Let me start with Mr. Islam. Mr. Islam, yesterday Mr. Nadda met the protesters. And this is after 29 days of these young people protesting. This could have been done earlier, right? Because, unlike a lot of other things, education is instrumental, is critical to everybody. The Prime Minister has spoken about it. What stopped the BJP from putting an end to this issue that was festering for so long?
See, we want to differentiate between political agenda and the aspiration of youth. We always welcome youth. The Honorable Prime Minister has just now issued a video also, released a video, and he has always emphasized that his priority is the youth of this country. He is making India a Viksit Bharat primarily for the youngster who are young today. They will have a better life and the future generation of this country. With this mindset, we are always committed to engage youth of this country. We are not averse to, but when there is a political agenda with political parties behind them, wearing a mask and misleading them, then it is important for us to first expose them and then, of course, engage them for the meaningful discussion. You have seen yesterday the Honorable Health Minister Shri JP Nadda ji have met the representative of the youth. And of course, the meeting was very good and in a very congenial environment. And I'm sure that there will be meeting of minds, and all this the discussion which is happening today will lead to a very constructive solution as well. But engaging them, what you said, Vasudha,
okay.
Vasudha, that why we are engaging now is primarily because the political parties are behind them. Even yesterday, I've seen many political representatives from AAP, Congress Party, and other Samajwadi parties leaders have actually supported them. Some of them came and protested there. Some of them actually providing the logistic support to all these people and misleading them. So we have to expose them first, and of course we are with.
Okay, Pooja Tripathi, Syed Zafar Islam has made some. So Mr. Islam has made some very important points. I want to ask you a different question. I want to ask you, as a Congress Party trying to ride on a movement that it did not probably support the way it should have. I know that Rahul Gandhi has been has been part of these rallies. In fact, he has been leading Chhatron Ki Goonj, but they have just been two public engagement programs of that kind. One happened in Dehradun on the 17th of July, and the one before that was on the 17th of June, almost a month apart. I want to ask you, is the Congress Party now realizing that this issue was something that they should have optimized on, and they should have spoken about this more without really, Rahul Gandhi taking those breaks that he did?
No, of course not, Vasudha. When you say that Rahul Gandhi has taken two massive interactions, which we call Chhatron Ki Goonj, NSUI and IYC were there on the streets every day in different parts of the country. In fact, yesterday night, the Odisha Youth Congress and Odisha NSUI took a protest march, a mashal march at the front of Dharmendra Pradhanji's residence. And that's why we say every day they were mobilizing youth, they were talking to you, they were facing water cannons, they were facing lathi charges. And that actually the Chhatro Ki Gunj adds up to the momentum that NSU and IYC was doing on the ground, because it's a youth-centric movement. So saying that we were capitalizing on it, I think it's completely wrong. Congress is the first party to take up the issue. Every Congress leader, be it Rahul Gandhi, has met the parents whose kids have committed suicide. The IIC and NSUI have gone and extended every kind of help. I'm saying that, what happened yesterday, the irony is not lost on anyone, Vasudha. There is a meeting called Mangal Milan. What are you celebrating on this Mangal Milan? What are you celebrating on? The people being the students of the country being beaten black and blue by the police, the students of the country storming, reaching up to the Sansad gates, and Prime Minister taking a U-turn and exiting, fearing his security, and then Prime Minister has the audacity. Everything is theatrics, everything is dramatics. Prime Minister is posting a video message ki maine apni zindagi kapa di. A 21-year-old
that's an important point. That's an important point, Pooja Tripathi. Let me just get in Syed Zafar Islam here. Mr. Islam, this is a point that a lot of people talk about, that the BJP is only, interested in increasing its numbers, and today is the NDA Milan, and, the NDA probably has, an unprecedented number here. This was not something that a lot of people would have expected in 2024 after Lok Sabha elections, but, today it's inching towards a majority in the Rajya Sabha, at least, it's getting closer to that majority number, 2/3. What do you have to say to the fact that while the BJP is increasing its electoral numbers, there are also movements that are happening outside? While you may want to say that a lot of that is politically mobilized, some of that might even be genuine, valid concerns. How is the party going to distinguish between genuine concerns, wanting to be seen as transparent government that's responsive, and also at the same time be electorally powerful and strong that you are right now?
See, as far as our NDA is concerned, NDA, those political parties, their leaders and their member of parliaments were upset with their own leaders. So there is a leadership crisis in all the opposition parties, be it TMC, be it Uddhav Thackeray's party, and many other parties. They actually, nobody is happy. Within even Congress, people are not happy with their own leadership. So those who feel that there could be a situation where they can serve the people instead of serving the family, then they are thinking of joining the hands of the NDA and empower the Honorable Prime Minister to do better things for the people of this great country and do things for the country. Our objective is always to do things for the upliftment of the marginalized section of the society, for betterment of the nation, and for the betterment of the people of this great nation. Unlike opposition parties, their priority lies to safeguard the interests of the family. I mean, that is why some MPs have understood that sometimes they do things purely because of at the behest of the leadership, and that's why they were unhappy. Today they left them, and good for them, because they are part of a group which works.
That's an important point, Pooja Tripathi. We often talk about the Congress not being politically astute. Now you finally have a strategy of your own. But what Mr. Islam is saying is important. Political power is important, which is why we see BJP, in fact, triumphing in states like West Bengal, which was quite unimaginable a few years ago, even in states like Assam, where it has consistently held power for the last 3 terms. Is the Congress party not really keen on an all India opposition bloc, because you've not even been able to keep one of your most steady partner, DMK, with you?
Having differences over issues is a part and parcel of democracy. But I want to ask one simple question today, because we are sitting at the brink of a Capitol burning. We are sitting at the brink of students beaten black and blue by the Delhi police, unimaginable violence being unleashed by the state over students who have been demanding accountability in education system. Does winning elections make them deaf and dumb towards the issues of people? Does winning elections make them absolutely not accountable to the people? Does winning elections makes them, turn a blind eye to the...
Pooja Tripathi, Priyanka Gandhi, Congress MP from Wayanad is speaking. Let's listen into what she's saying.
He was 28 years old and he was crying because he said that every time he has given the exam, and he has given the exam so many times, it's the paper leaks, something goes wrong, and he's at the same time he feels that now I've invested so much in this. If I leave it now and try to start looking for a job now or try to do something, I will have no future. So he gets stuck in that cycle of going on and on, giving more and more exams and tests and preparing, and the boy is 28 years old. And it's not one person, there are thousands and thousands of children like this. Everybody, every parent who is a parent of a child who's studying for an exam, every parent, we know what the children go through. We know how much they struggle, and these children are children who don't have resources. So they have a genuine problem. They are genuinely just asking. They had said they were going to do a peaceful protest. They were genuinely simply asking that they should be heard. Now the Prime Minister, he is the leader of the country. This is the youth of the nation. This country belongs to them. This parliament belongs to them. We are all here because of them. So the least he can do is hear them out. Listen to them. Call them. Understand what the issue is. They are asking rightly for the resignation of the minister. So he is the person who is responsible. देखिए, हम राहुल जी लगातार इस मुद्दे को उठा रहे हैं काफ़ी समय से. ये कोई नया मुद्दा नहीं है, लेकिन इशू ये है कि ये बार बार हो रहा है और इस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती है. मुझे याद है जब मैं यूपी में काम कर रही थी तो जो पेपर लीक हो रहे थे वो एक दो जो एकदम जो नीचे वाले अधिकारी हैं उनको आपने अरेस्ट कर लिया या 2 दिनों के लिए रख लिया थाने में, उसके बाद बात वहीं पे रुक जाती है. किसी पर कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है, किसी पर कोई ठोस कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है. अब ये मुद्दा इतना ज्वलंत इसलिए है क्योंकि देश के युवा हैं ये, और ये समझ रहे हैं कि हमारे फ्यूचर, हमारे भविष्य के लिए क्या है. हमारे माँ बाप लोन लेकर मुश्किल से हमें पढ़ाते हैं, हम लोग स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं. वो ये कह रहे हैं ना, वो कह रहे हैं कि हम स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, हमारे लिए इतना मुश्किल है. आप कोचिंग सेंटर्स को देखिए, मैंने बहुत सारे देखे, और कोचिंग सेंटर्स में जाइए और कोई भी माँ बाप जानता है, मतलब किसी भी लेवल का, किसी भी सोसाइटी में आप जानते होंगे, आपके बच्चे जब पढ़ते हैं तो कितना टेंशन होता है, कितना जब एग्ज़ाम होता है कितना टेंशन होता है. एज इट इज़ इतनी मुश्किल परिस्थिति है, ऊपर से आपने जॉब्स क्रिएट नहीं किए हैं इतने समय से, तो बच्चा अपने फ्यूचर
issue, and that Rahul Gandhi has been raising this for several times now. It's also said that the government needs to have a sustained dialogue with the student community. She's also talking about the alleged brutalities that many of the student protesters have had to face. Remember, both police personnel and protesters have been injured in this protest. There should be never a place for violence in any democratic protest. What happened yesterday was also unfortunate because there have been brutalities which are now being investigated. Policemen have been injured. Protesters have been injured. A lot of it also has to do with the fact that the protest was managed probably in a way that has also raised questions. Let's bring in Tushar Gupta here. Tushar Gupta, I know you have strong views on this. Clearly, the protest could have been managed. It could have been, anticipated better. And probably the government could have spoken to these, protesters, or at least some people from the student community much before this became this big.
Vasudha, 2-3 points. Firstly, accountability through anarchy cannot be demanded. I would love for the Congress to further its best MPs in the parliament, challenge the government on the issue of NEET, on the public examination system. I would love for the Congress and all other opposition parties to do it on the floor of the House. But what was going on at Jantar Mantar and the areas around it wasn't protest. That was a charade, that was anarchy. You can't have students pelting stones on the police, and they were not even students. Students do not operate like this. Students have their way to make their demands heard, but they do not go around pelting students. And if anyone wants to defend them, they're simply an anarchist. Again, point number 2. At the end of the day, the BJP and the Congress in the monsoon session will play to their strengths. The BJP has the numbers. The Congress has certain opposition parties on their side. So each will play to its numbers at the end of it. So the issue has to be finally decided at the floor of the House. It's all about the arithmetic. The theatrics can get you past 1 week, but not beyond that. Number 3, we are talking about talking to the students. Who are these students? You look at a pattern here. Sonam Wangchuk sits on a protest in Ladakh. It ends with a law and order situation. Okay. He sits on a fast in Delhi. It ends with a law and order situation.
So Tushar Gupta, Yeah, you're making a lot of important points. I'll come to you in just a bit, but it's also important to remember that many of the exam paper leaks that these protesters are talking about, be it the Staff Selection Commission or the UP Constable examination paper, which has been leaked multiple times, all of this has caused distress to students, but they also probably have to do with state government. So what is needed now is collective accountability. What's needed now is collective action. Probably there also needs to be some out-of-the-box thinking to break this exam mafia that sort of is prevalent in this country. But we will that's an important policy decision. We'll talk politics and policy in just a bit. It's time for a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
देश का टायर जेके टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूँ? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
5 hours to go for all of DKS's dreams to come true. I'm going to try and get more into the crowds. Here are the pictures. Siddaramaiah. NDTV stands completely engaged with Karnataka.
High rate, check the audio. High rate, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Breaking story, we're jumping straight into it. We've got a picture of the letter. What is in your letter? You can never predict what's going to happen in Tamil Nadu politics. 21 days in Kashmir. Unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. For a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
They built, they led, they redefined the business conversation. Now, India Inc.'s finest takes center stage. Who will win the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards? 26 July on the NDTV network. Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Today, young people marched towards Parliament. In fact, people across age groups attempted to march towards Parliament. They knew the police were waiting. They came anyway. The CJP may have organized the mobilization, but the extraordinary scale of the response, that tells us this anger is much bigger than any one organization. The NEET row, the CBSE controversy, questions over paper leaks, examination security. Yesterday, this generation showed the government it has the numbers to demand answers. And now, the Delhi police has registered an FIR over yesterday's violence in Connaught Place, alleging vandalism of police vehicles and stone pelting.
Welcome back. We come to you from right outside the Parliament. This is Vijay Chowk. It's drizzling quite a bit here. The monsoon session has begun on probably a very stormy note. What was happening outside the Parliament yesterday also has set in some ways the tone for what's likely to happen inside the Parliament. But when it comes to the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting is underway. In fact, what I hear is it's just gotten over. The Prime Minister has spoken. And remember, this is an important NDA meeting, parliamentary meeting, because this is for the first time that probably a very large, crossing over of MPs has happened from opposition benches to treasury benches. Several MPs, almost 37 MPs have crossed over from several opposition parties, including Aam Aadmi Party, TMC, most importantly, because now the rebel MPs have formed this another group called NCPI. You also have Shiv Sena, UBT MPs joining Shiv Sena. And of course, you have these MPs joining the NDA-related parties. And this probably is a shot in the arm for the NDA. At the same time, it's also looking at a fractured opposition. The DMK and the Congress have not been on talking terms since Tamil Nadu elections, ever since the Congress party.
ट्यूसडे को जो मिलना होता है, आज सब मिला और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको मार्गदर्शन भी दिया है। सबसे पहले आज मंगल मिलन में जो नए राज्यसभा सदस्य चुन के आए हैं, उनका भी हमने जिक्र किया, उनको हमने शुभकामनाएं दी कि वो अच्छा काम करे संसद में। आदरणीय नितिन नवीन जी भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद राज्यसभा सदस्य बनकर के आज पहले बार मीटिंग में भाग लिया। मीटिंग बहुत अच्छी रही। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों पर इस मंगल मिलन में एनडीए पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी को संबोधित किया, मार्गदर्शन दिया है। सबसे पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो देश ने इस कुछ महीने के अंदर में जो सफलता प्राप्त की है, उनके बारे में जानकारी दिया है और कई देशों के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट किए हैं, उसका भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जानकारी दिया। फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कई देशों के साथ भारत ने किया है, उस पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है जितना भी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं उसमें किसानों को लेकर के, किसानों का इंटरेस्ट, उसको प्राथमिकता देते हुए कोई नुकसान होने नहीं देंगे। किसी भी देश के साथ, किसी भी गुट के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं, उसमें किसानों का हित को सबसे सर्वोच्च ध्यान दिया जाएगा और दिया गया है। इसलिए ये किसानों के हित में और देश हित में रहेगा। नीट के एग्जाम के बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि जब पेपर लीक का खबर आए, तुरंत सरकार ने कार्रवाई किया और 13 लोगों को अरेस्ट करके जेल में डाल दिया गया है और साथ साथ जो छात्र हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनका भविष्य को नुकसान ना हो, इसलिए री एग्जामिनेशन नीट का प्राथमिकता दिया गया और री एग्जामिनेशन को सक्सेसफुली, सफलतापूर्वक कंडक्ट किया गया और उसका रिजल्ट निकालने में कोई विलंब नहीं किया। तो दोबारा इस तरह का पेपर लीक ना हो, इसके लिए सख्ती से कदम जो उठाया गया है। जिन्होंने पेपर लीक धंधे में जो लिप्त है, जो लोग दोषी पाए गए हैं, जिसको अरेस्ट किया गया है, उसको जेल में डाल करके प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपील भी किया है कि उनका जो सजा है उसको सख्ती से सख्ती सजा कैसे दिया जाए, उसमें सारा टॉप क्लास के वकील लोग भी साथ दें, ताकि जो पेपर लीक जैसे पाप काम किया है उन लोगों को घोर सख्त सजा मिले और आगे पेपर लीक नहीं होने के लिए सख्ती से जो कदम उठाया गया है उसके बारे में भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जानकारी दिया। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यह भी कहा कि पेपर लीक सिर्फ एक राज्य का मामला नहीं है, सिर्फ केंद्र सरकार का मामला नहीं, पूरा देश का हर एक राज्य में जहां जहां पेपर लीक करने में जो लोग लिप्त है, जो लोग इस धंधे में इन्वॉल्व है, जिन्होंने काम इस तरह का घिनौना किया है, पाप काम किया है, उनको सजा देने के सब एकजुट होना चाहिए। ये कोई दलगत राजनीति का विषय नहीं है, ये देश का विषय है और युवाओं का भविष्य के साथ कोई खिलवाड़ नहीं होने के लिए और खिलवाड़ नहीं करने देने के लिए सख्ती से कदम भी उठाए, सजा भी दे दोषियों को, और फिर फुल प्रूफ सिस्टम काम जो अभी कर रहे हैं उसमें भी सब मिल करके करें। इसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बल दिया है। और साथ में अभी जो सत्र, जो मानसून सत्र चल रहे हैं, उसमें पूरा एनडीए सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाएंगे। हम देश के लिए जो भी बिल्स, बिजनेस लेके आए हैं, इसके लिए पूरा एनडीए एकजुट होकर के हम इसको पारित कराएंगे। और हम विपक्ष के साथियों से भी हम अनुरोध करते हैं कि हम मतभेद हो सकते हैं अलग अलग पार्टियों का, लेकिन संसद देश के लिए, देश का भविष्य के लिए, युवाओं के लिए काम करे, और इसके लिए हम संसद के सदस्य चुन के आए हैं, सब मिलकर के काम करें, इसमें बल दिया है। धन्यवाद।
Sir, did PM speak anything about yesterday's protest?
Prime Minister had stated very clearly that all those who were involved in paper leaks, in the recent NEET paper leaks, are arrested. 13 of them are put into jail, and Prime Minister desires that these people should be given most stringent possible punishment. And also Prime Minister stressed that to prevent any future leaks for any examination for any state, we must come together to ensure that no matter these people, this gang, these people who are involved in paper leaks, they should be not only punished, but future leaks should be prevented by all stakeholders coming together for the sake of the youth of our country. The safety, security, and for the future prospect of our youth are our priority. So Prime Minister Modi ji has stressed that the youth of the country will not only be given full assurance for prevention of future paper leaks, but also to show them ways so that the youth of India can take a leadership role in the world. Prime Minister also mentioned about the success of the Sky Route, and this is a phenomenon in India. The youth of India are making tremendous success in different fields. So we will devote our time and energy and focus for the youth and for their future.
सर, जो कल मांग की गई थी प्रदर्शनकारियों की ओर से, क्या उस पर सरकार,
वो अलग विषय है। यहाँ संसदीय जो दल का मीटिंग है उसमें तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का संदेश ही था।
थैंक यू सर।
Kiran Rijiju talking about how the Prime Minister today in the NDA parliamentary meeting, also known as Mangal Milan, has made it very clear that his government took swift action against every news, every report of paper leak. He said that paper leaks have happened across the country in several states, so there needs to be collective action that needs to be planned. He said that it's not just the centre, states also have to work together to ensure that incidents like this don't keep happening. He said that the NEET UG paper leak happened. After that, 13 people have been arrested. He's also talked about how lawyers of this country, top lawyers of this country, have to come together so that convictions in these cases also really go up. Remember that convictions in paper leak cases have been quite low, which also means that there is no deterrence for the exam mafia that's working across the country. The Prime Minister, however, made it very clear that it's important to understand that there is need for collective action, and that there also needs to be an understanding that this issue cannot be politicized, because this deals with the future of our students, our youngsters. Let me go across to Pooja Tripathi now. Pooja Tripathi, the Prime Minister making it very clear that, paper leaks have been happening across this country, and his government has swiftly taken action. There's been the NEET, the paper that was conducted again, and that has been a success, and counselling has begun again. And that states also have to take responsibility, which means he says that this is not the time to play politics over this.
I want to ask Prime Minister, when will he take responsibility and when will he sack Dharmendra Pradhan? who's been sitting happily over 70 paper leaks in last 10 years, and who's been happily promoting Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam and giving flower bouquets to Prime Minister and attending the Mangal Milan. Why hasn't the NTA been dissolved yet? The problem is there's no accountability. Be it Ram Mandir Chanda Chori Mamla, Pradhan Mantri ji was attending the Pran Pratishtha, Dwajarona, everything. He hasn't said a word. He hasn't addressed the students. Students are the part of this country. They have voted you to power and they are asking accountability. And what is this love relationship with Dharmendra Pradhan that you're not letting him go? That you can't sack somebody on basis of an absolutely pathetic performance as an education minister. And when will accountability, when will the buck stop? We ask, when will accountability be fixed? Why is this arrogance that we will not let a minister go, come what may, let the country burn, let the students die, but we'll not let the minister go? When will Prime Minister fix accountability before raising a hand on stage, before asking, there may be some small fishes that have been nabbed, but this paper leak was, let me remind you, that's been going from 2024, 25, 26. And having a re-NEET examination should not be a pattern back. It should, make you pause and wonder, pause and ponder that what wrong are you being doing to the youth of the country. And that's why we ask, when will
let me get in Syed Zafar Islam. Zafar Islam, it's completely valid that the Prime Minister spoke about the need for collective action, stakeholders coming together, lawyers coming together. But if you look at the states which have actually seen maximum paper leaks, UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, these are also BJP ruled states, right? What's stopping the central government, in calling for collective action amongst its own chief ministers?
Well, Vasudha, if you think that our government, just compare our government with the UPA government. There were many leaks during UPA government. They didn't take any action. We have made a legislation. The sincerity and keenness to ensure that there is no paper leak in future, and those who are responsible for paper leaks must be punished, severely punished. You heard the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju conveying the message of the Honourable Prime Minister that even he has appealed to lawyers to ensure that the strictest punishment should be given to these people who are somehow indulged or involved in paper leaks. So we are very sensitive and sincere, and the Prime Minister was pained when he heard about the paper leaks, and that's why he has very candidly conveyed this message that we will take not only action, we will also ensure that there is no paper leak in future. But people from opposition parties, particularly Pooja Tripathi from Congress, they must do a back testing and see their past, and what they had done when there were too many paper leaks, CBSE paper leaks, IIMS paper leaks, many exams paper leak during the UPS regime, but they didn't take any action. They didn't take any proactive action even to ensure that there are no paper leaks during that time. But yes, it is something. It's a menace for the society. It is something which actually makes the students angry, and we are very, very sensitive about it. That's why we will ensure that there will be no paper leak, and that is
let me get in Nikhil Jain here. Nikhil Jain is also a political analyst. Nikhil Jain, we saw, we've heard both the spokespersons out yesterday. When I was talking to protesters, many of them did not really talk about NEET. It's also basically because I spoke to maybe a different section of protesters, and they kept talking about Uttar Pradesh constable examination. They kept talking about the staff selection commission examination, and they tell me that there have been multiple leaks in these kind of examinations that probably we don't even know about. So clearly there has been no fixing of the system from state governments as well. What needs to be done here?
Vasudha, first and foremost, what I feel that the people of the country, and especially the youth of the country, want is for accountability to be fixed. You're absolutely right that paper leaks is not something that's only happened with this NEET paper. It has happened with UGC NET. It has happened with the UP constable exams that you're talking about. It has happened in Rajasthan. It has happened in Madhya Pradesh. It's happened in every single state of the country. Sometimes because of the failure of the state government, sometimes because of the failure of the central government, but the fact of the matter remains, paper leaks happen. Now, what is the next step? The next step is first for the respective governments to admit that there is a problem. The further step is for them to fix the problem. But when the government comes around and tells us, no, paper leak to iski sarkar mein bhi hote the, uski sarkar mein bhi hote the, that just looks like whitewashing. That looks like a complete abdication of responsibility. Fair, agar UP state government mein hota hai, ask the UP education minister to resign. If Karnataka mein hota hai, ask the Karnataka Education Minister to resign. But first and foremost, start with the resignation of the Union Education Minister. But that is not what is happening. And let me show your viewers the attitude of the BJP and the BJP sympathizers. Right, just give me 20-30 seconds. I need to complete. I've been waiting for a while. Just give me 20 seconds, please. You asked Mr. Islam about his views on the protesting students yesterday. What was his go-to response? More important than the students is the politics, because I need to explain expose the political players behind this. So that is the problem. Instead of prioritizing the public, prioritizing the youth and the students, he will prioritize playing his politics. Pooja Tripathi asked him about the PM's silence on the protest yesterday. What is his answer? The Congress party people are not happy with their leadership. To hell with Congress party people, boss. Let's talk about the students of the country. You're least concerned with that. You talk about there was a congenial meeting between the CJP
spoke about it today. PM spoke about it today. We're also, Nikhil Jain, we're also talking about solutions here. If you look at this whole picture, I agree with you with the fact that the concerns of the students are very genuine, but a resignation may or may not really solve, a lot of these concerns, right? And I'm sure that, most of these protesters could even be genuine. And I agree with you on that. Mr. Islam, does the BJP often end up slotting people as anti-nationals? Is that a problem that the party needs to address? Because every time there's a protest, every time there are questions that are asked, there's always this response from at least one section of the ruling party that these are just politically motivated people with agenda and these are not real farmers or these are not real students.
See, first of all, I heard Nikhil. Nikhil said the half thing what I said. I said students are welcome. We need to engage with students and we will engage with students. Their concern is our concern and that's a priority for us. They want to discuss, we will discuss. But if there is a political party who is using this as their own agenda for their political benefits, of course we will expose them, because it is nothing to do with politics. It is more to do with the students, and the student is something, their concern is something which is important to us and important to the government. That is something I said, but that is why you people only speak half truth and half you try to mislead, and that is why we need to expose people like you who are not willing to give the truth, but trying to mislead the people and mislead the student. We will not let your agenda succeed, because we are concerned about student, not about you or your political affiliation with the political parties you are trying to support. Having said that, let me tell you very candidly one more time. We are with the students. Our government is with the students. We want to ensure that students' concerns is being addressed adequately. Paper leaks is a concern. We are addressing it. But tell me, is the students who wants the resignation of the Union Education Minister? No, the student doesn't demand those things. They look at the protest, which should give them comfort, confidence, and the system which actually works for them. But it is a political party who is actually instigating them and putting their own agenda for their own political benefits.
Okay,
will not let it happen.
Closing remarks, Pooja Tripathi, closing remarks. Pooja Tripathi, closing remarks. Yeah, Pooja Tripathi, closing remarks.
I was just saying we want to give comfort to students here. A 21-year-old girl from Uttam Nagar is battling for her life in RML hospital. How much comfort your police has given him? You want to give students confidence. Students all across the country have joined the protest at Sansad Chalo Marg, Sansad Chalo protest, and with eating just achar and moongfali, and this is the confidence that you give. You're beating them again black and blue. And please don't sit on the national television and give us rhetorics. Where is the action? Why is Prime Minister not engaging directly with the students? Why has he taken a back turn from Parliament fearing his security? Why is Prime Minister not doing a Man Ki Baat, an exam Ki Baat, the exam warriors, all the tamasha that he does, he's not doing any of it. And now you're saying you want to engage with the student. This is the kind of engagement.
Okay, Pooja Tripathi, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Thank you so much. We're completely out of time here. What we have are two important questions. Students have come out in large numbers to protest yesterday in the national capital. Many of their concerns are very genuine. The government has started a dialogue with them, which is good news. Will that be a sustained one? Remains to be seen. We'll be back after a short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
5 hours to go for all of DKS's dreams to come true. I'm going to try and get more into the crowds. Here are the pictures, Siddaramaiah. NDTV stands completely engaged with Karnataka.
High rate, check the audio. High rate, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start. Breaking story, we're jumping straight into it. We've got a picture of the letter. What is in your letter? You can never predict what's going to happen in Tamil Nadu politics. 21 days in Kashmir. Unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. For a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Today, young people marched towards Parliament. In fact, people across age groups attempted to march towards Parliament. They knew the police were waiting. They came anyway. The CJP may have organized the mobilization, but the extraordinary scale of the response, that tells us this anger is much bigger than any one organization. The NEET row, the CBSE controversy, questions over paper leaks, examination security. Yesterday, this generation showed the government it has the numbers to demand answers. And now, the Delhi police has registered an FIR over yesterday's violence in Connaught Place, alleging vandalism of police vehicles and stone pelting near Regal Cinema 2. You must note that the FIR, however, is against unknown persons. At this stage, there is no official attribution of responsibility to any individual or any organization, according to the FIR. In fact, the FIR also says police vehicles were vandalized, stones were thrown at police personnel. The case, however, has been registered against unidentified people, and investigators are yet to establish who is really responsible for the violence. And that distinction is something we cannot ignore right now. At this stage, the FIR records the police's allegations. It doesn't identify any individual or organization as being responsible. Akhil Jamil has sent us the latest details. He joins us live at the moment. Akhil, break down for us first, what exactly does the FIR allege? And just as importantly, what does it not say?
Well, Parmeshwar, if you see, initially the permission was only granted for the protest at Jantar Mantar. What we have seen that there was no official permission which was granted to march from Jantar Mantar towards Parliament side. Despite no rulings, what we have seen that the CJP protesters moved from Jantar Mantar side towards Parliament. And if you see, where this protest took an ugly turn, where the mob basically came forward, and what we have seen that there was a violent turn of event in which what we have seen that over 18 police personnel got injured. Apart from that, if you see, what we have also seen that in that very protest, senior officials including the special CP rank officers, joint CP rank officer, additional CP rank officials, GCPs, so there was
Hello and a very good morning, viewers. You're watching NDTV and I'm Aditya Raj Kaul. The protest at Jantar Mantar continues. The students are protesting to demand accountability. At the same time, the Prime Minister has assured that there will be no more leaks. But first, let's get you the top headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message on the paper leaks. Modi vows zero tolerance on leaks, says accused will face stringent punishment. FIR registered against unidentified miscreants over violence, stone pelting during Parliament March yesterday. Security stepped up at sensitive areas. Opposition launches blistering attack on Centre after police crackdown on protesters. Says Centre should be engaging with students rather than turning a blind eye. Farmers versus government standoff 2.0 loading. Farmers march to Delhi. Protest proposed India-US trade deal. Say there shouldn't be harmful trade concessions. Shambhu border has been sealed. Over 8 people have been killed in Sikkim tragedy inside a tunnel. At least 18 still trapped. Survival hopes inside Sikkim tunnel. Rescue operations are underway. 4 Indian seafarers killed after their ship came under attack while leaving Ukraine's port of Odessa. India strongly condemns the attack, summons the top Russian diplomat. And for the latest that we are getting from the Parliament and the political breakings, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins us live from the Vijay Chowk.
Thank you, Aditya. We have a piece of breaking news to start with. Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, along with several opposition leaders, is meeting Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. This is with regard to the lathi charge that happened on students, protesters yesterday. Remember, both police personnel and protesters have been injured in this protest. Violence that happened yesterday was completely unfortunate. Now, Rahul Gandhi has taken up this issue. Will this matter be the unifying thread for all opposition parties? Remember, opposition unity or India bloc unity is also facing a test, a challenge this time. Is this going to be that one challenge, one issue that will unify them? My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, Rahul Gandhi meeting the speaker today, along with Shiv Sena, left leaders, and also Samajwadi Party leaders. Yesterday, we did see Samajwadi Party MP Dimple Yadav reach out to the protesters who got injured in the protest. She has alleged large-scale police brutalities. The Delhi police has completely denied those allegations. Why is Rahul Gandhi meeting the speaker today? What are his primary demands?
Well, interestingly, Vasudha, the DMK and the Aam Aadmi Party is still not that part of delegation who met the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, but visuals on the screen clearly shows Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, Arvind Sawant from the Shiv Sena, NK Premachandran, Dharmendra Yadav, and a few others as well were the part of the India bloc. The opposition leaders have met.
उमेश भाई पटेल
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, क्या माननीय मंत्री ये बताने की कृपा करेंगे कि दादरा नगर हवेली तथा दमन दीव की ग्राम पंचायतों, नगर परिषदों एवं नगर पालिका में वर्तमान में कितने एमटीएस सहित स्वच्छता कर्मी कार्यरत हैं? इनमें से कितने नियमित, संविदा, आउटसोर्स एवं दैनिक वेतनभोगी है? क्या 5 साल से अधिक समय से अनियमित पद पर काम करने वाले कर्मचारियों को फिक्स करने के लिए सरकार कोई नीति बना रही है? यदि हाँ तो क्या? नहीं तो क्यों नहीं? इसका विवरण सदन में रखा जाए।
प्रश्नकाल के बाद आपको उचित नियम प्रक्रियाओं के तहत सभी मुद्दों पर चर्चा करने का अवसर दिया जाएगा। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Well, Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 12 noon. This after opposition parties have once again raised slogans demanding a discussion on the Lathi charge that took place yesterday, on the protests that took place, that Delhi witnessed yesterday. This is with regard to protesters who stormed the capital yesterday, seeking accountability on exam paper leaks, specifically the NEET UG exam that was leaked in May. The opposition parties are unified on this, but yes, there is no DMK yet, in that meeting that happened with Rahul Gandhi and the Speaker. Aishwarya Jain is back with us. Aishwarya, help us understand, the DMK was not part of today's meeting of the Speaker with Rahul Gandhi. Who else was part of this important meeting, and do we know of the assurances that have been given? Will there be, a discussion in the Lok Sabha regarding this?
Well, the sources clearly indicating to us that the opposition leaders have asked the Lok Sabha Speaker to have immediate intervention on the core issue as far as the discussion on the NEET paper scam and the kind of protest that erupted yesterday in the national capital. The opposition leaders clearly had stated that either a statement from the government or accountability is something that they are seeking from the government, and Lok Sabha Speaker should immediately act on this, and they should give an appropriate time to hear the views of the opposition leaders in the parliament, and only this issue should be raised up in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as well. But it is Lok Sabha Speaker who had stated that first the issue should be brought in the Business Advisory Committee meeting, and later, the time is being allotted. The government is doing their own work. The government has intervened and opened the channels and talks with the protesters out here. But it is, of course, again an interruption that was witnessed as soon as the Parliament began. The Lok Sabha started with a question hour. It was the independent MP from Daman and Diu was speaking. Later, we saw all those opposition MPs went on to the well of the House. They chanted slogans, demanded the resignation of Education Minister, and also discussion on the alleged NEET scam as well. So it was, there was no decorum in the House, and therefore the reason perhaps the Lok Sabha Speaker decided to adjourn the House till 12 noon.
It's very interesting because yesterday when the opposition meeting, the India Bloc Party meeting happened, at Mallikarjun Kharge's chambers, Aam Aadmi Party and DMK were not part of that meeting. And I'm told that Congress was not very keen on making exam leaks the only, point of agenda for the opposition. In fact, the Congress was very keen on raising issues with regard to the Ram Temple donations. But the protests happened, and every other opposition party seemed to be interested in raising issues related to youngsters, especially the exam paper leaks. Now the Congress party clearly has come around because it's Rahul Gandhi who has led that meeting with the Speaker today. How clear is the opposition on this block? Is this one issue, exam paper leaks, is that one issue that's going to dominate the opposition's demand this time?
You're absolutely right. The opposition seems united as of now on the demand of having a discussion on the alleged NEET paper scam, and also the entire opposition seems united on demanding the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. Perhaps DMK and Aam Aadmi Party had categorically stated that they have the same issue in their mind, but they will not be the part of the whole India alliance, as they have separated themselves from them, and they will raise issues pertaining to their party. They will do their own party line. Perhaps Rahul Gandhi is the one who had led the entire delegation this time, who met the Lok Sabha Speaker and put forward their demands in front of the Speaker, so that the Parliament should immediately discuss on the demands that were raised by the Cockroach Janata Party yesterday, and how the three demands were put forward in front of the government. JP Nadda spoke to them and reassured that the government will get back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi this morning had very briefly spoken about the paper leak scam, and he had stated that anyone who's responsible will be punished. People have already been arrested. Investigation is underway. The reforms are taking place in the education system. So certainly the word coming in from the top leader is the assurance that the government wants to send across to the opposition as well. In the Rajya Sabha currently, there are huge protest that is going on as well. Mallikarjun Kharge once again standing and raising the concerns of the forceful eviction from Jantar Mantar, the force that was used against the yesterday in the protest, and what we are getting to understand right now is that the Rajya Sabha has also been adjourned till 12 noon amid heavy ruckus there as well. Mallikarjun Kharge once again trying to raise up the issue that the entire opposition has decided.
So politics over protest is playing out in the floor of the House today. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha both adjourned, and like my colleague Aishwarya is reporting, Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, in the Lok Sabha, also Congress leader, has met with the speaker today, basically to ask for a discussion on the lathi charge that happened yesterday on some protesters. Remember, protesters have been injured in the protest that that the capital witnessed yesterday. Also, police personnel have also been injured. There was violence, tragic violence that took place yesterday, something that should have never happened. Aishwarya, what is happening on the dialogue that was initiated between protesters and the government yesterday? It came after a long time. It was also unprecedented in some ways, but clearly it was an acknowledgement that the government understands that this is a protest that can take a very different shape, and it's important to engage with youngsters especially. Is there any idea, any inkling that you have on how the government is trying to proceed on that matter?
The opposition on one side clearly stating that the dialogue that yesterday the government opened up, the channel that the government opened up to have discussion with the delegation of Cockroach Janata Party should have been done 3 days before, because they knew that there is a call for a march towards Parliament, and this situation would not have arrived if the government would have prior taken decisions to have discussion with the CJP and to acknowledge the demands that they clearly had raised yesterday. Perhaps now the government is ready to listen to these protesters. Perhaps they have urged the protesters to peacefully, sit and not to take law and order into their hands. What erupted yesterday on the streets of the national capital, there could be another round of talks. The government is always open to that. It's something that the sources in the government also reveal and passed on the message to these protesters or the delegation that represented them, that they're ready to talk, but it will take time. Internally, things have to be discussed as well. The demands...
Rightly reported, JP Nadda spoke with the protesters yesterday, but yesterday one of the protesters, Ashutosh Ranka, also said that he was made to wait for a long time. He also said that the protest was not really meaningful. The government has made this attempt to start a dialogue, but the impact of this meeting will only depend on how sustained it is. The engagement has to be meaningful, it has to be sustained, and the government is also very clear that there needs to be no political color to this engagement. They have clearly said that these are issues of the government. The Prime Minister has said that exam paper leaks cannot be politicized because this is centered around the future of our youngsters, and that all states have to also get together to work with the centre to find a solution to exam paper leaks. My colleague Teshri, who's been reporting from Jantar Mantar for several days, yesterday she was at Jantar Mantar, she witnessed all that happened. Let me bring her in. Teshri, help us understand. I'm told that protesters are back in Jantar Mantar today. There seems to be a sense of optimism amongst them, because they feel that it was a success for them that they got a meeting with JP Nadda. They also feel that, so many people coming out to protest is also a sign that their message is working. And now they're back in Jantar Mantar. What is the plan for today? We're also told that farmers have gathered in smaller chunks. Is there anything that is being planned for today?
Well, yes, absolutely, Vasudha. What we saw on the streets of the national capital yesterday was completely unprecedented, something that we have never seen. Thousands of protesters. It's believed that more than 15,000, youngsters were there on the streets. They were all protesting and were trying to inch closer towards the parliament. Hence, we also saw the visuals that how they were dispersed them several times, multiple times. The tear gas shells were fired. Several of them were lathi charged, because of which we saw that how there were many who also, got injured. However, However, more than 70 police personnel have also been injured in this entire ruckus that we witnessed on the streets of the national capital, particularly in the very heart of the national capital, that is the Connaught Place as well. But yes, what is the second day of these protesters today, keeping in mind that they are still sitting on dharna, because we did see that several social media handles of the CJP have been posting that they were there at Jantar Mantar, and we did report from there yesterday night as well that how at 10 p.m. say it be, or in the midnight 1 a.m. as well, the protesters were very much there. As of now, they have no plan to start march towards the parliament, but yes, they are very much adamant that they will be sitting on dharna at the Jantar Mantar itself until unless their all demands are fulfilled. And yesterday they did meet Union Minister JP Nadda, where they kept forward their demand. Their demand was very much clear, that they wanted the accountability to be fixed in this entire matter. Number one. Number two, they were also demanding the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, and also some kind of compensation for all those students who have lost their lives because of the NEET examination that was conducted some time back. So all these issues were raised, but now needs to be seen that how government will be tackling these issues if at all there is a second time talk that's being held.
Right, thank you, Tejshri, and we'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that. Like Tejshri has been reporting, there is action at Jantar Mantar that's happening even today, and there is politics that's playing out over the protest, and this is all happening inside the parliament today. Remember, both houses have been adjourned till noon. But let's also get you what the Prime Minister spoke today at the NDA parliamentary meeting. According to Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, the Prime Minister has assured everybody in this country that the government is very serious about issues related to youngsters, specifically exam paper leaks. The Prime Minister has said that there are states that are also involved in these, in making arrangements for these examinations, and that the solution to exam paper leaks needs to come collectively. Everyone has to work collectively towards this. All stakeholders have to get together to find a solution to these prevalent exam paper leaks that the country has witnessed in the last several years. He's also talked about how exam paper leaks or students' issues should not be politicized by anyone, because these are centered around the future of our youngsters and they need to be led properly. They should not be misdirected. That's the big statement that has come from the Prime Minister. He has also talked about our individuals, our youngsters who have been involved in India's optical rocket launch, Skyroot. He said that the government is completely committed and devoted to building the futures of youngsters, and that his big assurance is that anyone who's found guilty of leaking papers will face the most stringent punishment. He has also asked lawyers of this country to unite so that convictions in these cases also really go up. Let's listen in to what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister said today.
नीट के एग्जाम के बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि जब पेपर लीक का खबर आए तुरंत सरकार ने कार्रवाई किया और 13 लोगों को अरेस्ट करके जेल में डाल दिया गया है, और साथ साथ जो छात्र हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनका भविष्य को नुकसान ना हो इसलिए री एग्जामिनेशन नीट का प्राथमिकता दिया गया और री एग्जामिनेशन को सक्सेसफुली, सफलतापूर्वक कंडक्ट किया गया और उसका रिजल्ट निकालने में कोई विलंब नहीं किया।
Well, a day after the protest that the capital witnessed over India's education sector, the BJP now, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is the ruling party, the most important constituent of the NDA, the ruling coalition, has posted a video of how Prime Minister Narendra Modi's entire life has been devoted to ensuring that the youngsters of this country have a bright future. They posted a video. Take a look at what they've said.
ये मोदी इसलिए मेहनत करता है कि जब आप 40-45 साल के हो, जब आपके घर में बच्चे बड़े हो रहे हो, तब आप अपने बच्चों को विकसित भारत में बड़े करते देख सकें। इसलिए मैं मेरी जिंदगी खपा रहा हूं आपके बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए।
Who are the guests? Who are the guests? We have Nikat Abbas of the Congress Party joining us now. Nikat Abbas, the Prime Minister's big assurance has also come at a time when there have been questions raised on accountability, especially with regard to Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. The Prime Minister makes an important point that our states also involved in this, and there needs to be collective action on this, and that if somebody politicizes this, it's not fair because this revolves around future of students. So now that seems to be quite reasonable, isn't it? Can parties and states and centre get together to work on something like this to prevent what is really hurting our students?
You know, we've all been, watching the news since 20 days. We've all been seeing that how the protesters have been at Jantar Mantar very peacefully. I fail to understand that why this government cannot have a dialogue with the students who were peacefully protesting. Instead, they used barricades and batons to beat them. I mean, what happened yesterday, what we witnessed yesterday will be registered as one of the darkest chapters in the Indian history under Narendra Modi ji's leadership. Since 12 years, this was what we had been promised by the Narendra Modi. This is the Akshay Din we were looking for, where the students were dragged on the streets. They were treated like criminals. Sonam Wangchuk was taken. I mean, look at the way he was taken away from the site to hospital. Was that the right way? I mean, I do not understand that. Why is this government failing to have a dialogue with the students who are protesting? Why does government again and again fail to have a dialogue with the parents whose kids have committed suicide because the education minister could not have any hold of the NEET paper leak? Why is that Dharmendra Pradhan has been, he's been off the picture and has not been sent to have a conversation with the students? All what Narendra Modi can say that we're trying to politicize this matter. I mean, go and look at the students. Go and look at the parents who've been struggling to speak with you and no
Nikat Abbas, let's get a response from Gopal Krishna Agarwal. Gopal Krishna Agarwal, some of the points that the Congress spokesperson is making are completely valid. Why did it take so long for the BJP to start, for the government to start a dialogue with the student protesters? And what is expected now? Because there needs to be some sustained engagement. The issues that student protesters have raised are not invalid. They are valid. They are known to everybody. Does the government have a plan that can be implemented?
Surely, what the Prime Minister today has clearly mentioned, that the action has already been taken. This is a very unfortunate incident that have happened about the paper leak, and the government has taken cognizance of it and taken corrective action in the systematic reforms that are needed. That also has been initiated. Those who were directly responsible, they have been arrested, action has been taken. And third, the most important thing is the exam has been reconducted and has successfully been completed. Now the issue is that earlier those who suffered, and the what in the future about the how it will not happen. The Prime Minister has given an assurance, and yesterday the demand has come to the Health Minister CJP Nadda about the compensation and other things. The government is taking cognizance. The issue is, the main thing should be, has the government taken cognizance of the problem? I say yes. Have the government taken actions on those who were directly responsible? Yes. The corrective action in the reconduction of the exam, has the government taken that? That has been done and successfully conducted. Prime Minister himself has promised that strong action will be taken and no future such things happen. It will be ensured. And he has said that this is not a...
But Mr. Agarwal, my question to you is, what was done yesterday, shouldn't it have been done at least 2 weeks prior to what happened yesterday? Yesterday, when the protesters came to Delhi, the government also felt the need to talk to protesters, right? Couldn't the government have reached out to these protesters before that? And 21 people dying of suicide because of NEET paper leak is not a small thing. It doesn't happen that often. Shouldn't the government have taken cognizance of this before protesters talked about it? The compensation,
you can say that,
especially.
Anybody can say that there should have been a dialogue before. But the thing is that it is the action which is important. Surely talking to the protesters is one part of thing, but has the government taken action? That is more important. Simply talking like earlier UPA, they will just go on talking, setting up committee and not taking action. Our government first takes action. Prime Minister has been always there in such a large country.
Okay, that's an important point. Nikhat Abbas, the BJP spokesperson says it's action that is important. Optics is something that the UPA used to do. Setting perceptions, setting narratives is not something that is important. We took action. The Prime Minister said that 13 people have been arrested, and that the government says is a symbol, is a reflection of how serious it is about government, about issues related to students.
What is the action? I need to understand that you put some people behind bars. That's not the first exam which has just gotten leaked. Look at the history in 12 years. More than 100 papers have been leaked. So many students have committed suicide. 14,000 students have been going under depression. More than 14,000
exam
students
should not have been conducted.
Some of the other people leak. This is no action. No, this is no action. When you beat the students on the street, when you drag the students on the street, when you drag them to the detention centers, when you
but the important thing is to conduct the exam.
Treat them like criminals. Sorry, that is not an action. Sorry, that is not an action.
The important thing is to conduct the exam and settle
that's not
the
an option. Okay, let's first listen to how the opposition has reacted to the protest that played out yesterday, the agitation that took place in the streets of central Delhi yesterday. A lot of political leaders have reacted to this. Rahul Gandhi has met with the speaker today, and he was accompanied by several leaders of opposition parties. And there is now politics that's playing out over the alleged brutalities that several students, several protesters witnessed yesterday. Remember, police personnel have also been injured in the protest that took place yesterday. Let's take a look at what Priyanka Gandhi of the Congress Party and John Brittas of the CPM said.
I think it's absolutely disgusting. This is no way. I mean, these are young people. They have a genuine problem. We all know what that problem is. We all know that every time they spend money, their parents take loans for them. They struggle. They have to go to coaching centers, all sorts of things. They face immense struggles basically because they want a bright future for themselves. And they see that there's a possibility for a future. And you're just destroying that future. So this is a very deep problem. This problem has been there for many years, and we have been talking about it for many years.
See, now the government has realized that they cannot suppress this protest or agitation. And what has happened yesterday, what the capital city has witnessed yesterday, it was resonating with the discontent. And it is actually the discontent that is brewing at the ground level. The writing on the wall is very clear for this government. Unless they act, this protest will spread across the country.
Brutal attitude of this government, Modi government, is exactly witnessed in the national capital today. Brutal, cruel attitude of union government. Basically, that was witnessed yesterday in the students from all over the country was here to agitate only on NEET and CBSE exam. Come what may, they have genuine issues. The students of India have genuine issues. On that issue, they have doing a peaceful protest. This is the way to deal with that protest. This government is totally scared government. This government is totally insensitive. We are going to raise this issue again in the House today. We already moved an adjournment motion condemning the lathi charge and asking for a resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan and asking for a clear-cut action on NEET CBSE exam leakage.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा आप लोग भी अंदर आप लोगों ने देखा सब लोग कितना घबरा गए थे और गेट्स भी बंद कर दिए गए थे और सब जो पार्लियामेंटेरियंस हैं वो भी अंदर कैद हो गए थे और हमें जब एडजर्न भी हुआ हम कहीं मूव नहीं कर पाए थे। आप लोगों ने देखा किस तरह से मॉब जो है किस तरह से जो है अटैक करता हुआ अंदर हम पे भी कल एक वक्त तो ये था हम सब कहेंगे कि कुछ डर गए थे सब कि शायद अटैक कर देंगे हम पर या किस तरह से करेंगे तो लेकिन मैं दिल्ली पुलिस की सराहना करती हूँ। उन्होंने जो है हमारे बीच में शील्ड बनकर खुद पर जो है पथराव के नीचे या चोटें खाई लेकिन जनमानस को कोई हानि नहीं होने दी। मैं ये कहूँगी
कभी ऐसा नहीं देखा, इतनी असंवेदनशील सरकार कभी देखी नहीं, इतने तानाशाही जैसा बर्ताव कभी देखा नहीं है। और घमंड कॉकरोच है, मार डालो। ये अप्रोच है इनका।
अंग्रेज़ों ने भी शायद कभी स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों के ऊपर इस किस्म से लाठीचार्ज नहीं किया होगा, इस किस्म से हमला नहीं किया होगा जिस तरह से मोदी सरकार ने कल हमारे ही देश के बच्चों को, अपने ही बच्चों को उन्होंने हमला किया है। 2-3 पुलिस वाले खड़े हैं, जितने बच्चे वहाँ से गुजरते जा रहे हैं सबको लाठियाँ मारते जा रहे हैं। बच्चे कुछ नहीं कर रहे, बच्चे कोई हमला नहीं कर रहे, सबके ऊपर लाठियाँ चलाते जा रहे हैं।
See, we know that like last few days students has been protesting in Delhi and today all the students has been severely attacked by the Delhi police and we strongly condemn the act of Delhi police on this on the attack on the students. And apart from that, like the central government should call the students. They have already called, but it is too late. But they have to talk to the students and fulfill their request, because it is a genuine request. It is not only theirs, but it is a request of all over India, because whatever they have asked is a very genuine request, and definitely central government should fulfill the request and make the process inform the students and get the protest resolved as soon as possible.
So the opposition there clearly wanting to optimize on the sentiment that we saw in the national capital yesterday. Several protesters stormed the streets of central Delhi asking for accountability on the latest paper leaks that have happened in this country. They have sought the resignation of Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. They've also sought compensation for all families that are aggrieved with young people in their own families dying due to suicide because of the NEET UG paper leak. The government has met with the protesters, but no assurance has been given, no guarantees have been given. Now protesters are back in Jantar Mantar, at least many of them, and there could be some action that could be planned for today is what we hear. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister again and again talking about how youngsters are very important to his vision, and that he talks about Viksit Bharat, he talks about youngsters. He's also saying that his life is completely committed to the future of the country. And today he specifically spoke about the NEET paper issues, while the opposition is making it clear that they are going to use this as one issue that, that unites them and helps them send out a message that the government is incompetent in handling matters related to youngsters. So at the center of this are youth-related issues. Who seems to be winning this battle here?
Well, the government's message is very clear. They are committed to the welfare of youth, and when the country will move forward 20, 30 years in the future, the youth will have something which never have been seen, and therefore the reason perhaps these reforms from the government is very important. Prime Minister himself stated that he has dedicated his life to the youth of this country. And today in the NDA parliamentary party meeting, the Mangal Milan as well, Prime Minister emphasized and stated that the government acted immediately after reports emerged leading to arrest, and also swiftly taken action against those involved in the entire scam. It was the government which also noted that there were re-examinations that were conducted without a delay to ensure that students' futures were not affected. And Prime Minister later called for the strictest possible punishment for those responsible, and emphasized that preventing paper leaks was a national responsibility, and that required cooperation from all states, all stakeholders, because beyond the political parties, and the cooperation is much needed. The opposition is clearly banking upon what their strategy is. It has been made very, very clear by the opposition leaders that until and unless their demands are not met, until and unless the accountability is not fixed, until and unless the statement is not being given by the government on the floor of the House, they will continue to protest outside and inside in solidarity with the students who are, according to them, attacked by the police force, the police personnel as well on the streets of national capital. There are strong statements that came in from the opposition leaders, just not inside the parliament but outside as well, that this is a brutal attack by the police personnel on these students. Perhaps we also saw that students were just not beaten, but also police personnel got injured as well. The note has been taken by the government as to what the students' intention is. The channel for the talks, deliberations are always open on the part of government. The government sources clearly stated that there might be a statement that can come out from the government very soon on the entire protest.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Now, with regard to what happened yesterday, Delhi police is looking at the violence that erupted. It's also looking at the several cars and vehicles and vans that were torched and vandalized by protesters yesterday. Investigation is underway, and what's happening in the parliament is specifically also interesting because the opposition has decided to optimize on these protests that took place in the national capital. It wants to ride that sentiment of what it thinks is anti-incumbency against the government, especially amongst sections of youngsters. The government, meanwhile, has made it clear that dialogue with protesters is underway and that JP Nadda, the health minister, has specifically said that the talks with protesters have been productive. Two leaders of the CJP, Saurav Das and Ashutosh Ranka, met with the health minister, JP Nadda, yesterday. They had a 10-minute long meeting. Rahul Gandhi now has sought a debate in the parliament over the atrocities that took place allegedly in the protest that the capital of the country, New Delhi, witnessed yesterday. Several protesters stormed streets of central Delhi demanding accountability from the government and also the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, the education minister, over paper leaks that have happened in this country. Now Rahul Gandhi has decided to take up this issue. Remember that he has also been addressing public engagement programs with regard to students' issues, specifically exam paper leaks. His first public engagement rally happened in Kota on the 17th of June.
यूं ही हम उठे, यूं ही एक शब्द बोले, एक ही शब्द, तो माइक ऑफ हो गया, बंद हो गया। ये डेमोक्रेसी है। अरे डेमोक्रेसी में अगर डिबेट नहीं चाहते आप, डेमोक्रेसी में अगर आप हमारी बात सुनना नहीं चाहते हैं, तो हम कहाँ जाए? और वो भी स्टूडेंट्स, लाखों स्टूडेंट्स बाहर से आए हैं, हर कोने कोने से आकर अपने बात को रखने के लिए वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम ये भी जानना चाहते थे कि वो नड्डा साहब से क्या बात किए, हम ये भी जानना चाहते थे उसके बाद में इनकी जो इंटरनल होम मिनिस्टर ने बुला के इंटरनल मीटिंग की, उसमें आपने क्या किया, क्योंकि ये जनता को बताना जरूरी है और पूरे देश के युवकों को भी बताना जरूरी है, स्टूडेंट्स को बताना जरूरी है। इसीलिए हम ये चाहते थे कि इसके ऊपर डिस्कशन हो और डिस्कशन के बाद होम मिनिस्टर एक स्टेटमेंट करे और दूसरे जो फ्लोर लीडर्स है उनको भी बात करने का एक मौका मिलना चाहिए। इस उद्देश्य से हमने आज सदन में उठाकर इसको जो सारे देश को बताना चाहते थे, उन्होंने हमारा मुंह बंद कर दिया। डेमोक्रेसी को खत्म करने की पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये बहुत ही अजीब दिख रहा है और मैं 60 साल में ऐसा तरीका जो सरकार ने आज ढूंढा है, ऐसा कभी नहीं देखा। मैं 14 बार असेंबली, पार्लियामेंट, लोकसभा, राज्यसभा सब देखा हूं, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं। और हम ये चाहते हैं कि तुम चर्चा करने के लिए मौका दो, हम अपनी बात बताएंगे, क्यों लाठीचार्ज हुआ, क्यों उनको बच्चों को मारा गया। इसके लिए हम पूछने के लिए भी अगर यहाँ फोरम नहीं है तो कहाँ बात करें। और मैं वार्न करना चाहता हूँ कि गवर्नमेंट अनार्की क्रिएट करने वाली है, अनार्की क्रिएट करने के लिए सब कर रही है। कोई अपोजिशन, कोई स्टूडेंट्स, कोई अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ग्रेजुएट या कोई जनता नहीं कर रही है, सरकार खुद उचका रही है कि देश में अनार्की हो और फिर उसको दबाया जाए, लाठीचार्ज करा जाए, मारा जाए और डरा के उनको जेल में रखा जाए। दूसरी बात यह है कि कल भी जो हम बात करना चाहते थे उठाए, उस वक्त भी मौका नहीं दिया, लेकिन हमको जेल के जैसा अंदर रखा गया, बाहर आने नहीं दिया। क्या बात है? अरे पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी अगर एमपीज नहीं आ सकते तो उनको सुरक्षा नहीं है तो किनको है? तो देश आज एक अराजकता के तरफ चल रही है और मोदी जी होम मिनिस्टर इसको कंट्रोल करना नहीं चाहते हैं और वो अपनी बात सदन में रखना भी नहीं चाहते हैं, इसीलिए ऐसे एटीट्यूड को हम कंडेम करते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि सरकार और पार्टी युवा के साथ है। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि सरकार और पार्टी युवाओं के साथ है।
सरकार और पार्टी अगर युवाओं के साथ है, क्या बच्चियों के कपड़े फाड़ने के लिए, क्या बच्चों को लाठी मारने के लिए, क्या युवकों को दबाने के लिए और उनको आंसू बहाने के लिए लगाए आप और सुरक्षित रखने के लिए बोल रहे? अरे आपको दूसरों को टॉन्ट मारने के बजाय दूसरी कोई भाषा नहीं आती। हम देखे बहुत से लोग, कोई भी ऐसा नहीं करता। और ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी जो है खुद सबको डराने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो हम डरने वाले नहीं। हम जो विद्यार्थी है, स्टूडेंट्स है, युवा है, उनकी आवाज हम उठाते रहेंगे। और इसी के साथ जो राम मंदिर का भी हुआ उसके बारे में भी नेक्स्ट हम उठाएंगे और देश को बताएंगे एक तरफ तो चोरी हो रही है, दूसरे तरफ सप्रेशन हो रहा है और हमारे जो बातें हैं उसको खत्म कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
धन्यवाद।
मिनिस्टर के स्टेटमेंट की मांग आप कर रहे हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Mallikarjun Kharge there, leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha, and Congress president issuing an important statement talking to media people, saying that he's claiming that the BJP or the government, the NDA government, is destroying the demographic advantage that the country has, specifically by treating youngsters in a brutal manner. He's referring to the alleged brutalities that took place in the protest in National Capital yesterday. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, Mallikarjun Kharge was also amongst the first to raise this issue in the floor of the House, the Jantar Mantar protests. And now he's talking about how there needs to be a discussion on this and also an official statement from the government, maybe the Prime Minister on this. What exactly has the Congress party sought from the Speaker and from the government with regard to the protest that took place yesterday?
Well, certainly a big charge by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, the NRP charge over the government, and stated that this government has completely lost its faith in the democracy because it is lack of accountability that this government really upholds. There is no accountability in this government is something that Mallikarjun Kharge went on to say, asking the government that when he stood up in the Rajya Sabha, he wanted to raise up and put forward certain demands in front of the government as to what transpired between the meeting of the CJP delegation and JP Nadda, what outcome that particular meeting has, whether the Home Minister or the Prime Minister is going to assure the Parliament or the people of this country as to what these steps are being taken by the government, what transpired in the internal meeting of the Home Minister yesterday with Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, and the opposition and the country have all the right to know this because it's the students who are protesting for at least 20 days, and the brutality that has been shown by the police personnel against the students is condemnable, and therefore the reason perhaps Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge both have asked the Lok Sabha Speaker and also the Rajya Sabha Chairperson to give a time to have a discussion on the NEET paper scam. The debate on it should be initiated by the government, and someone very responsible or someone very senior should be making a statement or answering on the entire debate. It is certainly, it all depends on the government now as to what decision they take and whether the statement will be released.
Absolutely, it all depends on the government if it really wants to pursue sustained engagement with protesters. Now it looks like that could be one of the options that the government could be pursuing, but it's also important to understand that the opposition sees this as an opportunity to build on what it sees as organic sentiment against government, especially among sections of the youth. But talking about the protest yesterday, with regard to the Delhi, the Jantar Mantar protest that spilled over to streets of central Delhi yesterday, Delhi police has launched an investigation in the probe, and Delhi police has also registered an FIR against unknown people for violence, for attacking cops, for vandalizing their vans. A lot of these incidents also happened in central Delhi near Connaught Place especially. an FIR has been lodged against unknown persons for violence. Meanwhile, Union Minister JP Nadda has said that talks with protesters have been productive and that the protesters have already submitted a letter with two demands. Remember the two demands. One is the protesters demanding the resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan, who's the Education Minister of India. The second is that they have sought compensation for the family members of those who have committed suicide or died by suicide due to the NEET paper leak. Also, Sonam Wangchuk, who was instrumental in also, ensuring momentum for this protest. He was on fast for a long time till he was moved to Safdarjung Hospital from Jantar Mantar. He has also said that he will continue his fast till he or other members of the protest, the organizers of the protest, CJP, are allowed to meet parliamentarians to raise issues with regard to education reforms. Let's take a look at some reactions.
सर CJP से मुलाकात कैसी रही आपकी? ठीक रही, हमेशा ठीक रहती है। कुछ एश्योरेंस सर?
This is a movement that has caught the imagination of the entire nation. We have people here from the whole country, and there are more than 25 lakh youth across 5-kilometer radius. The police and the government are only resorting to lies to control the situation or misuse of power. They are just doing lathi charge or misusing their power or using lies.
We have our reporters joining us now from different parts of the city. We have Tanushka joining us. We have Ishika joining us from New Delhi. Ishika, help us understand what's happening in central Delhi today. What kind of security deployment has been put in place? And also, more importantly, is there any action that's expected today? And what has Delhi police said with regard to the protest that happened yesterday?
Well, Vasudha, after yesterday's mega anti-government protest, we are seeing that at Jantar Mantar, hundreds of students continue to camp here. We are showing you visuals here from ground zero, that is from Jantar Mantar. You will see that more and more students are gathering here, hour by hour, to support Abhijit Dipke, to support the Cockroach Janata Party protest. And in fact, let me tell you that, the CJP has made it very clear that until and unless all the three demands that they have put in front of Union Health Minister JP Nadda, those three being number one, Sonam Wangchuk be released from Safdarjung, second being, that Union Education Minister resigns, and third being 1 crore compensation for the NEET students who died by suicide. Now, till and until, all these three demands are met, they will continue their protest at Jantar Mantar. Meanwhile, let me also tell you that Sonam Wangchuk, in his letter that he released from the Safdarjung Hospital, he has also made it very clear that his hunger strike also continues until, the parliamentarians either meet him at Safdarjung Hospital or the CJP leaders are allowed to meet parliamentarians at Sansad Bhavan. So the protest on the ground zero is very much going on, but let me show you the security deployment that today also is happening. You'll see that the CRPF, be it the Delhi police, be it the RAF, all of them you'll be seeing present here, at different sides of Jantar Mantar, because yesterday we saw, Vasudha, the kind of chaos on the Delhi streets, the kind of standoff between the CJP supporters and Delhi police that happened yesterday. After that, certainly the Delhi police has tightened the security over here, while the CJP, they continue to say that they are going to continue with their protest, and if their demands are not met, because assurance is still pending from the government, they are likely to march again. Over to you.
Right. So the government, Ishika, has made it very clear that while engagement is on. There have been no assurances that have been given to the CJP protesters. We'll have to wait and see if the government actually reaches out to them again. But here's a piece of breaking news. It's very important. Petitioners have also sought intervention of the Supreme Court with regard to the NEET UG paper leak. But the Supreme Court has said that it's already aware of this matter, it's already overseeing this matter. It's also said that some of these pleas are completely unnecessary, that because it's the Supreme Court, the top court, is already hearing this issue, and what the petitioners are asking is already being done. The Supreme Court has said all of this while posting it for hearing next week, along with the main NEET matter that's also going to be heard. This was a bench of Justice P.S. Narasimha and Alok Aradhe, and they've said that most prayers that have been put forward by petitioners are already being handled by Supreme Court. The hearing is expected to happen next week. Petitioners have now approached Supreme Court. Vikas Singh is the senior advocate who's representing one of these petitioners, but the court has said that it's already aware of this matter. Nupur joins us with more details on this. Nupur, what did the court exactly say, and what was the petition all about?
Well, Vasudha, this particular petition was filed on the larger issue of paper leaks, not just only in NEET, but also in other papers. The court, however, was of the opinion that it has already issued notices and is also overseeing the probe that is being currently carried out in the alleged paper leak in the NEET case. And it said that it is already seized of the matter, but still it will give it a hearing next week when the main NEET matter is coming up. However, it refused to issue any notice as of now today and said that there is no urgency as such in this plea, and it will hear the plea along with the NEET matter next week.
Thank you, Nupur. Important intervention by the Supreme Court there, saying that it's already hearing several pleas that have been made by petitioners with regard to the NEET UG exam paper leak. It's been posted for hearing next week. My colleague Nupur there reporting from the Supreme Court of India. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Today, young people marched towards Parliament. In fact, people across age groups attempted to march towards Parliament. They knew the police were waiting. They came anyway. The CJP may have organized the mobilization, but the extraordinary scale of the response, that tells us this anger is much bigger than any one organization. The NEET row, the CBSE controversy, questions over paper leaks, examination security. Yesterday, this generation showed the government it has the numbers to demand answers. And now, the Delhi police has registered an FIR over yesterday's violence in Connaught Place, alleging vandalism of police vehicles and stone pelting near Regal Cinema 2. You must note that the FIR, however, is against unknown persons. At this stage, there is no official attribution of responsibility to any individual or any organization, according to the FIR. In fact, the FIR also says police vehicles were vandalized, stones were thrown at police personnel. The case, however, has been registered against unidentified people, and investigators are yet to establish who is really responsible for the violence. And that distinction is something we cannot ignore right now. At this stage, the FIR records the police's allegations. It doesn't identify any individual or organization as being responsible. Akhil Jamil has sent us the latest details. He joins us live at the moment. Akhil, break down for us first. What exactly does the FIR allege? And just as importantly, what does it not say?
Well, Parmeshwar,
all right, welcome back, viewers. There's breaking news coming in at this hour. This is regarding the crisis that has been developing over the last 4.5 years across Russia and Ukraine. India has summoned the Russian diplomat over 4 Indians killed in the strike off the Ukrainian coast. We are talking about the port of Odessa, and this is when a commercial ship was in fact leaving that particular location. India has in fact summoned the Russian charge d'affaires and lodged a strong protest after 4 seafarers were in fact killed at this particular location. We are trying to get our reporters on this big story, but this is the latest that we are picking up, that India has summoned top Russian diplomat on this entire development. In fact, a statement has been issued by the Ministry of External Affairs. We'll get Rishabh on this story. The statement says that today the Russian charge d'affaires, Vladimir Ladanov, was summoned to the Ministry of External Affairs. The ministry conveyed India's grave concerns and unequivocal condemnation of the attack on commercial vessel MV Golden Leo on 19 July, which resulted in the tragic loss of 4 Indian lives. Rishabh, what is the latest that you're picking up?
Well, what we're given to understand, Aditya, that earlier this morning, it was very clear that India has taken a very, very strong stand on what happened with MV Golden Leo. And now what we are given to understand that the charge d'affaires of a Russian embassy here in New Delhi was summoned by MEA and was handed over to démarche. India has, sent a very strong message saying that the lives of Indian seafarers are paramount and they should not be the one targeted. And the safety of civilian vessels wherever in the world they are is something that should be taken very, very seriously. This is something that has now come in via sources that India has also condemned the attack and has asked Russia for the accountability on what we saw with MVS Golden Leo. Apart from that, for our viewers, there have been at least 53 Indian nationals who have been killed since February 2022 in Russia-Ukraine conflict. Most of them, Aditya, were either taken into Russian military or lured into Russian military for that matter. Many of were also collateral damage. With the latest addition, where we have tragically lost 4 seafarers in MV Golden Leo, the numbers have gone up to 53. India has handed over a strong démarche to the Russian CDA here in New Delhi.
All right, Rishabh getting us the latest details. The big development coming at this hour, India has summoned the top Russian diplomat, communicating to them a démarche that clearly states that this cannot be tolerated. All right, viewers, at this moment, that's all we have on NDTV. But up next is Vedika Sood coming up with Breaking Ground.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Today, young people marched towards Parliament. In fact, people across age groups attempted to march towards Parliament. They knew the police were waiting. They came anyway. The CJP may have organized the mobilization, but the extraordinary scale of the response, that tells us this anger is much bigger than any one organization. The NEET row, the CBSE controversy, questions over paper leaks, examination security. Yesterday, this generation showed the government it has the numbers to demand answers. And now, the Delhi police has registered an FIR over yesterday's violence in Connaught Place, alleging vandalism of police vehicles and stone pelting near Regal Cinema 2. You must note that the FIR, however, is against unknown persons. At this stage, there is no official attribution of responsibility to any individual or any organization, according to the FIR. In fact, the FIR also says police vehicles were vandalized, stones were thrown at police personnel. The case, however, has been registered against unidentified people, and investigators are yet to establish who is really responsible for the violence. And that distinction is something we cannot ignore right now. At this stage, the FIR records the police's allegations. It doesn't identify any individual or organization as being responsible. Akhil Jamil has sent us the latest details. He joins us live at the moment. Akhil, break down for us first, what exactly does the FIR allege? And just as importantly, what does it not say?
Well, Parmeshwar, if you see, initially the permission was only granted for the protest at Jantar Mantar. What we have seen that there was no official permission which was granted to march from Jantar Mantar towards Parliament side. Despite no rulings, what we have seen that the CJP protesters moved from Jantar Mantar side towards Parliament. And if you see, where this protest took an ugly turn, where the mob basically came forward, and what we have seen that there was a violent turn of event in which what we have seen that over 118 police personnel got injured. Apart from that, if you see, what we have also seen that in that very protest, senior officials including the special CP rank officers, joint CP rank officer, additional CP rank officials, GCPs, so there were several senior high-ranking officials that have got injured. Apart from that, if you see, right now what we have seen that a case has already been filed at Connaught police station with the individuals being identified. There were some individuals who have been identified with the help of CCTVs cameras installed in the outer circle of the Connaught Place region. So right now the Delhi police team is trying to identify more and more individuals, but so far if you see, there are 70 individuals who have been detained. Right now the Delhi police team is questioning them regarding their specific role and whether they have been given any kind of mandate or any kind of ruling from the senior leadership. So that is also being investigated by the Delhi police team. Right now you can see the visuals behind me. I'm at Safdarjung Hospital where Sonam Wangchuk is still here. His treatment is still going on, and right now what we have got to know that his vitals are absolutely normal and he's under the observations of medical doctor team, because earlier what we have seen that if you see the CJP team, and apart from that Sonam Wangchuk's wife has also claimed that they wanted to move Sonam from here, but right now his treatment is still on after the court rulings. The court has basically said that Sonam Wangchuk's condition has got critical, and after that the Delhi police team has taken Sonam from the spot side, from the Jantar Mantar protest side towards this very hospital where his treatment is still underway.
We'll continue to track all the finer details with you, along with how Mr. Wangchuk is doing. He has mentioned he will continue his indefinite hunger strike. For now, you must note that
You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Su. They have been protesting at Jantar Mantar for more than 3 weeks, and they say they want to be heard. I'm talking about the protesters. So how did we get from a protest to barricades and from barricades to violence? Many of those who gathered at Jantar Mantar are students. There are parents, there are women, young professionals, people who say they have come together for one fundamental cause, that education in this country must not suffer, and neither should the future of its children. Now, the Delhi police has its version of what happened. It says protesters initiated the violence and that anti-social elements were present at the protest sites. If that is the case, investigate them, identify them, isolate those responsible for the violence and hold them accountable. But everyone viewer at that protest site cannot be painted with the same brush. Because what message does that send to the student who came only to be heard? To the parent worried about a child's future? To the peaceful protester who had nothing to do with the violence? Tear gas was used, water cannons were used, protesters were injured, and there will inevitably be questions about whether the force used was proportionate to the threat on the ground. The police have a duty to maintain law and order. There is no justification for attacking security personnel, but equally, if anti-social elements were responsible for the violence, the response must distinguish between those creating and those exercising the right to peaceful protest. Because when that distinction disappears, trust begins to disappear with it. And that is perhaps the larger concern this afternoon, a trust deficit between citizens who believe nobody is listening and a system that believes law and order is being challenged. Violence will only widen that divide. The government finally swung into action Monday, meeting CJP representatives. Their demands may not all be accepted. Their methods may be questioned, their movement may be scrutinized, but their voices must still be heard. Investigate who started the violence, hold those responsible to account, but don't allow violence to become the reason the conversation ends, because whoever started the violence, dialogue must end this standoff. Barricades will not resolve this, tear gas will not resolve this, water cannons will not resolve this, dialogue might. Because at the end of the day, we are a democracy, and in a democracy, it is dialogue that must prevail. Here's a quick check on the headlines at noon. Prime Minister Modi's message on paper leaks. Modi vows zero tolerance on leaks, says accused will face stringent punishment. Rahul Gandhi, other opposition MPs press for debate on Jantar Mantar protests in Parliament. Rahul Gandhi asked Speaker to discuss police crackdown on protesters that took place in Delhi yesterday. Demonstrators resumed protests at Jantar Mantar. FIR registered against unidentified miscreants over violence, stone pelting during Parliament March. Security stepped up at sensitive areas. 10 killed, several trapped in Sikkim tunnel after landslide triggers gas leak. Over 18 still fear trapped. NDRF continues search and rescue operations. India summons top Russian diplomat over death of 4 Indian seafarers in vessel attack off Ukraine coast. TMV Golden Leo was struck while leaving Ukraine's southern port of Odessa. All right, in news just coming in, opposition ups the ante against centre over the NEET protests. Opposition seeks a debate on the protests and the violence. They claim that there was brutal violence that was used and excessive force is the allegation being used by the opposition. The Speaker will be discussing the Jantar Mantar protest is what the request is by the opposition. Rahul Gandhi also met the Lok Sabha Speaker to say that we want a debate in Parliament. Parliament has resumed. Let's cut across to the Lok Sabha.
Sir, I rise to lay the final action taken statement of the government on the recommendation, observation contained in the chapter 1 and 5 of the second report. 18 Lok Sabha of the Standing Committee on Housing and Urban Affairs on the action taken by the government on the recommendation observations contained in the 21st report of the committee on the subject, Smart Cities Mission, listed against my name in today's list of business.
Good. Item number 10, माननीय मंत्री श्री SP सिंह बघेल जी.
सभापति महोदय, मैं आज की लोकसभा की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 10 पर उल्लेखित.
My colleague Aishwarya is live with me. Aishwarya, what's visible and clear is that the protests in Delhi yesterday over the paper leaks as well as the NEET paper leak has taken and dominated Parliament for the second day. We've seen an adjournment already. We've seen Rahul Gandhi go up to the Speaker of the House stating that they want a discussion on what they're calling excessive brutality by the police against protesters during the protests yesterday.
Certainly, and that's the strategy of the opposition parties. Remember, early up in the morning when Mallikarjun Kharge called up the meeting of the India bloc, it was decided for the second straight day that they will be raising up the issue of the protests that took place in the national capital and the kind of alleged brutality by the police personnel against the students, the force that was used against the students, and they wanted to have a discussion in the parliament. Mallikarjun Kharge categorically stated that there should be a statement made either from the Prime Minister or Home Minister. Accountability should be fixed. They need to know what transpired in the meeting between the CJP delegation and JP Nadda, and also internally when the meeting was called by Home Minister Amit Shah and Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan whether anyone who is willing to have debate in the Parliament on the NEET paper scam, and they will continue to do so. Secondly, they stated that later it will be the Ram Mandir Ayodhya temple donation theft scam that they will be bringing and will be asking answers from the government. But perhaps for the second straight day, we have seen repeated adjournments in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha as well. And it is the sources indicating in the government that yes, the channels are open, the talks have taken place between the delegation. Internally, things are being discussed in the government, and the next course of action is something that the government will decide. Sources also indicated that there might be a statement that the government can issue very soon, but the statement can only be given when the Parliament is in function. Therefore, the reason perhaps yesterday just not the Prime Minister but repeatedly Lok Sabha Speaker, Rajya Sabha Chairperson respectively, and Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju urged the opposition members to come into the Parliament and to have healthy discussion, debate. The government is open for any issue possible that opposition wanted to raise, and they are ready to answer it.
But Aishwarya, you've had the Prime Minister today in that NDA Parliamentary Party's Mangal Milan meeting earlier today state that strictest possible punishment for those responsible for the NEET paper leak will happen. But clearly that's not breaking the ice. That's not something that the opposition is okay with. They want a debate in Parliament. What is the Congress's strategy? What is the opposition strategy? What we're seeing as of now is just no debate over any issue in Parliament for the second day. This is just a 3-week monsoon session of Parliament, or maybe a bit more. What is the strategy? The bottom line is there's no business taking place in Parliament. Of course, the NEET paper leaks is something that must be discussed, but how will this logjam break at this point, given today is the second day with no business being conducted?
Oh, well, government is trying to pass on a message that it is, the government and the Education Ministry which have taken every step possible as to ensure the investigation is in right place. The people who are responsible behind the papers leak had been held accountable, and the reform change is something that government is looking forward to. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself gave a message that nobody will be left, who had indulged in such practices, and therefore the reason government is committed for the accountability and transformation in the reform system of education. Perhaps the opposition is not bending behind the government, and they have been very categorically stating that they want decisions to be taken as soon as possible. The resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan is what they are seeking, and the 3 demands that the CJP had put forward in front of JP Nadda and the government, those 3 demands should be fulfilled, and unless and until that doesn't happen, they will continue to disrupt the Parliament, and that's what we are witnessing for the straight second day, when the opposition MPs ran into the well of the house. They are chanting slogans, "Chhatron ki ko insaf," such a slogans that we are hearing inside the houses, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as well. And therefore, the reason perhaps it was leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, along with the Shiv Sena, the left party MPs, Samajwadi Party MP, who met Lok Sabha Speaker, who also urged the same request and wanted some accountability to be fixed in the government and to have a proper debate in the Parliament over the NEET paper scam.
I think that's the one word that is being used both inside Parliament by opposition MPs and by protesters outside: fix accountability. Aishwarya, do stay with me. I'm going to come back to you in a couple of minutes from now. Protests over paper leak have dominated day 2 of Parliament, with opposition upping the ante against the government. Opposition leaders, including Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav, met the Lok Sabha Speaker earlier today. They are demanding that the protest that was held in Delhi yesterday and the alleged crackdown on protesters be debated in the House. The opposition has accused the centre of ignoring students' concerns. The government, on the other hand, has assured that student welfare and interest is its top priority and focus.
और लाठीचार्ज हुआ है और टीयर गैसेस छोड़े हैं और सभी स्टूडेंट्स को उनको मारपीट करके बहुत से लोग हॉस्पिटल में भी है। तो जो अन्याय और अत्याचार और जो एक उनके ऊपर दबाव बनाया जा रहा है, उसके खिलाफ हम पार्लियामेंट में उनके कंसेंट से आवाज उठाने के लिए, बात रखने के लिए समय भी पूछा था और हमने उठ के बात करने के लिए तैयार हो गए। लेकिन यूं ही हम उठे, यूं ही एक शब्द बोले, एक ही शब्द, तो माइक ऑफ हो गया, बंद हो गया।
नीट के एग्जाम के बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि जब पेपर लीक का खबर आए तुरंत सरकार ने कार्रवाई किया और 13 लोगों को अरेस्ट करके जेल में डाल दिया गया है और साथ साथ जो छात्र हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनका भविष्य को नुकसान ना हो इसलिए री एग्जामिनेशन नीट का प्राथमिकता दिया गया और री एग्जामिनेशन को सक्सेसफुली, सफलतापूर्वक कंडक्ट किया गया और उसका रिजल्ट निकालने में कोई विलंब नहीं किया।
एक बहुत ही जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है और इसको हल्के में कोई नहीं ले सकता। ये एक बहुत जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है। आज युवा बहुत ही दुखी है। एक्चुअली ये जो आप नाराज़गी देख रहे हैं, एक्चुअली दुख है कि हमारे फ्यूचर, हमारे भविष्य के बारे में कौन सोच रहा है। और इनकी सिंपल सी चीज़ है, आप प्रधानमंत्री हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, ये युवा हैं, हम सब इस सदन में रोज़ आते हैं। आप ना तो यहाँ पे आप चर्चा करना चाहते हैं, ना ऑपोजिशन को आप पॉइंट उठाने देते हैं, आप डिस्कस नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं। ये सदन है किसका? ये उन्हीं युवाओं का है ना जिसको आप रोक रहे हैं बाहर, जिन पर आप लाठीचार्ज कर रहे हैं, जिन पर आप आंसू गैस चला रहे हैं। ये तो मतलब ये सदन ही उनका है। हम सब यहाँ हैं, किसने हमें यहाँ रखा है? उन्होंने ही रखा है।
Brutal attitude of this government, Modi government, is exactly witnessed in the national capital today. Brutal, cruel attitude of union government. Basically, that was witnessed yesterday in the students from all over the country are here to agitate only on NEET and CBSE exam. Come what may, they have genuine issues. The students of India have genuine issues. On that issue, they have doing a peaceful protest. This is the way to deal with that protest. This government is totally scared government. This government is totally insensitive. We are going to raise this issue again in the House today. We already moved an adjournment motion condemning the lathi charge and asking for a resignation of Dharmendra Pradhan and asking for a clear-cut action on NEET CBSE exam leakage.
रूप से एक बहुत ही गंभीर और संवेदनशील इश्यू है जो हमारे जो करोड़ों में हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, इनके भविष्य के साथ जो खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है। और ये डरी हुई सहमी में सरकार जिस प्रकार उन्होंने एक शांतिपूर्ण अहिंसक आंदोलन को जिस प्रकार उन्होंने लाठी चार्ज किया, जो आंसू के गैस वहाँ पर बौछार किए गए, ये कहीं से भी उचित नहीं है। और मैं तो ये कहना चाहूँगा कि संवैधानिक तरीके से कोई अपनी बातों को रख रहा है तो सरकार लाठी ना चलाए, सरकार आंसू गैस ना चलाए, सरकार उनसे संवाद कायम करे। और संविधान और संवैधानिक दायरा, संवाद और संविधान ही इसका निदान है।
लेकिन कल संवाद तो हुआ था जेपी नड्डा और सीजेपी के जो,
कोई कंक्रीट सॉल्यूशन नहीं है। ये सरकार अपनी जिम्मेदारी से हमेशा भागती है। क्या धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी एनटीए की जो भूमिका है वो हमारे करोड़ों भारतीय के जो छात्र हैं उनके भविष्य से ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है क्या?
See, now the government has realized that they cannot suppress this protest or agitation. And what has happened yesterday, what the capital city has witnessed yesterday, it was resonating with the discontent. And it is actually the discontent that is brewing at the ground level. The writing on the wall is very clear for this government. Unless they act, this protest will spread across the country.
हमने कभी ऐसा नहीं देखा, इतनी असंवेदनशील सरकार कभी देखी नहीं, इतने तानाशाही जैसा बर्ताव कभी देखा नहीं है। और घमंड, कॉकरोच है, मार डालो, ये अप्रोच है इनका।
See, we know that like last few days students has been protesting in Delhi and today all the students has been severely like attacked by the Delhi police, and we strongly condemn the act of Delhi police on this on the attack on the students. And apart from that, like the central government should call the students. They have already called, but it is too late. But they have to talk to the students and fulfill their request, because it is a genuine request. It is not only theirs, but it is a request of all over India, because like whatever they have asked is a very genuine request, and definitely central government should fulfill the request and make the process inform the students and get the protest solved as soon as possible.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा आप लोग भी अंदर आप लोगों ने सब लोग कितना घबरा गए थे और गेट्स भी बंद कर दिए गए थे और सब जो पार्लियामेंटेरियंस हैं वो भी अंदर कैद हो गए थे और हमें जब एडजर्न भी हुआ हम कहीं मूव नहीं कर पाए थे। आप लोगों ने देखा किस तरह से मॉब जो है किस तरह से जो है अटैक करता हुआ अंदर हम पे भी कल एक वक्त तो ये था हम सब कहेंगे कि कुछ डर गए थे सब कि शायद अटैक कर देंगे हम पर या किस तरह से करेंगे, तो लेकिन मैं दिल्ली पुलिस की सराहना करती हूँ। उन्होंने जो है हमारे बीच में शील्ड बनकर खुद पर जो है पथराव नहीं दी या चोटें खाई, लेकिन जनमानस को कोई हानि नहीं होने दी। तो
अनशन पे बैठे हैं, आवाज़ नहीं सुनी जा रही, कोई उनसे जाके एंगेज नहीं करता। जब सब इकट्ठे होके बच्चे यहाँ पे आते तो किस बुरी तरह से उनको मारा पीटा जा रहा है, किसी की टांग तोड़ दी, किसी के सर फोड़ दिया। वो डंडा लेके भी नहीं आए थे, वो यहाँ पे मतलब बच्चे हैरान है। ये छोटे 10वीं और 12वीं के बच्चे हैं जो हैरान है कि हमारे साथ ये क्या हो गया। तो बहुत दुख होता है कि संवेदनशील इशू है, उसको एक तरीके से आपको सेंसिटिविटी के साथ आप ऐसे ही आप इंस्टिगेट करेंगे, इंसाइट करेंगे और दबाएंगे, उनकी मुश्किलों आप पार्लियामेंट में भी नहीं उठाने देंगे, ना बच्चे उठा सकें ना हम पार्लियामेंटेरियंस उठा सके। तो इस तरीके से मुद्दों को दबा के कैसे काम चलेगा।
मेरा मानना है कि न प्रोटेस्टर जो है वो देशद्रोही हैं और न पुलिस जो है वो दुश्मन है, लेकिन जो है वो पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल प्राणियों का किसी को पुर्जा नहीं बनने देना चाहिए। और जो है वो पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल प्राणियों का अगर कोई टूल बनाने की उन्हें कोशिश करेगा और उन्हें जो है वो जंतर मंतर में झोंक करके खुद छू मंतर हो जाएगा, तो इससे भी होशियार रहने की ज़रूरत है। और इस तरह के जो प्रयोग हैं ये कोई नए नहीं है, ये लगातार इस तरह के प्रयोग जो है पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों के इस तरह के प्रयोग चलते रहे हैं। इस तरह की पिटी हुई पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां कभी खुद सामने आती हैं और कभी जो है अपने प्रॉक्सी पार्टनर्स को लेकर के सामने आती हैं। ये इनका रिवाज और मिजाज बन गया है।
All right, we have news just coming in that Leader of Opposition Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has spoken out, and he will be meeting with the injured protesters at the RML hospital is what we're being told. Rahul Gandhi has also questioned the Prime Minister's silence. He has said, and I'm quoting him here, "Why is the PM silent? He should apologize." I have Aishwarya joining me live. Aishwarya, we're going to see Rahul Gandhi visit RML hospital to meet the injured. What are the details you have? Also, he's spoken out questioning what he calls the silence of the Prime Minister on the issue. What are the details?
Well, sources indicating that in the meeting that was called in by Mallikarjun Kharge, as far as the India Alliance meeting is concerned, in that particular meeting it was decided that the CJP protest and the attack on students will be the core issue, the major issue that the entire opposition will take up inside the parliament and outside the parliament, and certain decisions were taken. Of course, Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, will be meeting the injured students who have been admitted to RML hospital. He'll be leaving from the parliament very soon, and he'll be heading to that. Another piece of news that came in from that particular meeting, the source indicated that the entire opposition bloc will walk from the parliament and will head towards Seva Tirth. And there are, certain, movements that we are also witnessing here at Village Park as well, because it is just few meters away from Parliament where Prime Minister's office is. That is Seva Tirth, and in that particular meeting it was decided earlier that the opposition MPs collectively will be moving from Parliament to protest in front of Prime Minister's office. So that's one another decision that was taken. that clearly means that the entire opposition wanted to make it as their core issue in this parliament. Outside and inside, they wanted to raise voice. Mallikarjun Kharge clearly reflecting that decision of the India bloc in the in the Rajya Sabha as well. As far as the Rajya Sabha, when he stood up, he stated that he wanted to raise certain issues that was not allowed by the Rajya Sabha's chairperson at that point in time, and therefore the reason perhaps we saw adjournments after adjournments.
Right. To stay with me, Aishwarya, a quick recap. Rahul Gandhi will be visiting RML Hospital. Aishwarya, do we know what time? All right, I believe Rahul Gandhi is speaking. I'm coming back to you in a moment, Aishwarya.
स्पीकर के पास गए हम एंड हमने कहा कि देखिए हम स्टूडेंट इशू पे डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं और स्पीकर ने हमें कहा कि डिस्कशन के लिए उन्हें सरकार से पूछना है. मतलब आप समझिए, स्पीकर इज टेलिंग अस दैट टू डिबेट इन पार्लियामेंट he has to take permission from the government. He is openly telling us that. ठीक है. देखिए, इशू स्टूडेंट्स की है, यूथ के फ्यूचर की है, और ये जो किया जा रहा है, लोगों को मारा जा रहा है, पीटा जा रहा है, दिस इज कंप्लीटली अन इंडियन. मोदी जी has not even apologized for what has happened yesterday. Now, ये जो युवा हैं, ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम के बारे में, टेस्टिंग सिस्टम के बारे में प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. पूरा देश जानता है कि एजुकेशन सिस्टम, टेस्टिंग सिस्टम इज ब्रोकन. It has ceased to exist. Testing system has been hollowed out by termites. That is all they're saying. Nothing wrong with it. We've been saying it. I've been doing presentation after presentation about this. Why is the Prime Minister silent? What is the reason? He should apologize to the students and he should stop this nonsense of police people thrashing students. This is completely wrong.
सर, उनका हवाला देते हुए किरण रिजिजू ने कहा कि आज एनडीए की बैठक में प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि हमने त्वरित एक्शन लिया, हमने बहुत रैपिड एक्शन लिया. We are concerned. Prime Minister is concerned about the students and their future. Action was taken. 13 people were arrested. That has been briefed by
the point is that this is no way to treat the young people of this country. The young people of this country do not have any opportunities. All the doors are closed. There is only one door which is open, which is the door of the competitive exam, and that door is also destroyed. What are these students here? They are not just complaining about the education system. They are complaining about their future. They are saying that in this country today, because of Mr. Adani and Ambani, because of the RSS complete takeover of the education system, because of the pracharaks becoming vice chancellors of universities, we have no future. That's what they're saying. This is not just about education. This is about the future of young people. They watch, they look at Mr. Ambani's wedding and they watch 1,000 crores being spent over there, and they have no money to open a business if they want. They have no future.
In news just coming in, and this is a development to do with the protest that took place in the national capital yesterday. JP Nadda is at RML Hospital. He will be getting there shortly to meet the injured. All right, now we can see those visuals on our screens as well. JP Nadda, who met with the representatives of the CJP yesterday, is also going to be meeting with the protesters, the injured protesters at RML Hospital shortly. Aishwarya joining me live. Aishwarya, given that there was a meeting and this was the first between a government representative and the CJP representatives yesterday, and it was JP Nadda who was a part of the meeting, we're now seeing him reach out to the injured at the hospital. He will be visiting the RML hospital shortly is what we're being told. Rahul Gandhi also heading there. How should we read this?
Well, many were asking in the opposition and during the CJP protest as well, the students who were involved, that why JP Nadda? Why JP Nadda called these two members from the CJP to have talks. Of course, he has the health ministry as he is in charge for that, and certainly NEET curriculum to NEET course, the admissions that goes in, all comes under the ambit of the health ministry, and therefore the reason he has been involved in talks with the students. The NEET paper scam is something that is on focus. It is the government which has stated that we have opened the talks and we are ready to talk in the near future as well. There could be many rounds of discussion between the protesters, the students and the government, and they are ready for it. It may take time. The decisions that the government want to take, the demands that have been put forward by the protesters is something that cannot be fulfilled in a day or two, and that can take time, and therefore the reason government urged these protesters to go back to their respective places. They should not take law and order into their hands, and the government will certainly issue a statement or will come to a decision very soon. But perhaps the opposition parties yesterday, remember Samajwadi Party's Dimple Yadav to Congress leadership to Aam Aadmi Party all joined in that particular protest as well. That made it political, and therefore the reason perhaps government wanted to just speak to the students rather not the political parties, because they think that the opposition parties are trying to make this issue political, which is not. Government is doing everything possible to transform the education system in the country, and therefore the reason perhaps steps had been taken. Prime Minister himself has spoken about the people who are responsible behind the NEET paper scam. 13 of them had been arrested. The investigation thoroughly had been going on. The re-examination has been done duly and conducted successfully as well, and the results are out as well. But as the entire protest is taking a center stage, the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi will be soon meeting these protesters as well. And after meeting the Lok Sabha Speaker, he gave a joint bite that we recently heard. The decision that was taken by the opposition members that they will be going to protest from Vijay Chowk to Prime Minister's office. And let me show you these visuals from the Parliament where we are standing. The members of the opposition the entire protest led by Rahul Gandhi will be coming out very soon from that particular gate if being allowed by the police personnel, and they will be going towards the left, which is Seva Tirth, which is Prime Minister's office. And there has been barricading which has been done at Vijay Chowk. The security have been beefed up. Police personnel have been deployed in large numbers, and there will be no permission, as being told, will be given by the Delhi police and the parliamentary security team to cross over this particular barricade. The police personnel now coming in large numbers as well to secure this barricading. As to if the protest goes violent, then there are 3 buses which have been deployed as well to detain these MPs if they try to cross this particular road. So there you can see in the visuals 3 buses being stationed over here. Many police personnel now being given direction by the senior police official to stop these MPs if they try to cross this particular barricading, because the call has been given in the meeting earlier of the India bloc that they will be protesting and will be marching towards the Prime Minister's office.
Do stay with me. I also have Akhilesh joining me live. Akhilesh, opposition MPs all set with their protest march to Seva Tirth. We'll have to wait and watch and see what happens in terms of once they start that march. But a word on how the government is looking to tackle this issue both inside Parliament and outside.
Well, what the Prime Minister spoke just a few hours ago in the NDA MPs meeting, in the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting, That actually explains what the government intends to do. Prime Minister Modi was very categorical that whatever happened should not have happened, and the action was taken as far as the lead paper leak is concerned. He informed the MPs that 13 persons who were accused of paper leak were arrested. Now they are in custody. And he also told them that strong action has to be taken so that such leaks do not happen in the future. He also told them very clearly that it is not an issue of any state or the center alone, but all the states have to come together to stop the paper leaks in the future. He also indicated that how mafia was involved in the paper leaks. And as far as the opposition parties are concerned and the politics on the protest is concerned, he told them very clearly that there should not be any politics on children. And he also urged them, all the children, not to use them as political tools. So Prime Minister Modi has himself made it very clear that the government is serious as far as the paper leak issue is concerned, and he wants to ensure that such things do not happen in the future. As far as the yesterday's protest is concerned, we have seen that how the government extended an olive branch to the protesters. Health Minister JP Nadda, he held discussions with them not once but twice. A memorandum of demand was submitted to him that the government has and is considering on all the demands. Now today, Union Health Minister JP Nadda is visiting RML Hospital, where some injured protesters are admitted. He is going there as a gesture by the government. So that shows very clearly that government is serious to have a discussion, to have a conversation with them.
All right, Akhilesh and Aishwarya, thanks for joining me live there. Now, Akhilesh was just talking about Prime Minister Modi and the assurance that he's given to the people of the country. In a key NDA strategy meeting this morning, Prime Minister Modi gave out a strong message of assurance for the students. The PM declared that there is zero tolerance towards paper leaks. He assured NDA MPs that his government is fully committed to protecting the future of India's youth by ensuring fair and transparent examinations. At that meeting, termed Mangal Milan, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju said that the Prime Minister highlighted the government's response to recent paper leak incidents, including conducting re-examinations where necessary. The PM also stressed that robust measures are being put in place to prevent such incidents from being repeated in the future and for the strictest possible punishment for those involved in paper leak rackets. The message from the government is clear: no compromise on exam integrity or the aspirations of students. But the bigger question here is this assurance going to be enough for those sitting at Jantar Mantar and for those students across the country?
नीट के एग्जाम के बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि जब पेपर लीक का खबर आए तुरंत सरकार ने कार्रवाई किया और 13 लोगों को अरेस्ट करके जेल में डाल दिया गया है और साथ साथ जो छात्र हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनका भविष्य को नुकसान ना हो इसलिए री एग्जामिनेशन नीट का प्राथमिकता दिया गया और री एग्जामिनेशन को सक्सेसफुली, सफलतापूर्वक कंडक्ट किया गया और उसका रिजल्ट निकालने में कोई विलंब नहीं किया। तो दोबारा इस तरह का पेपर लीक ना हो इसके लिए सख्ती से कदम जो उठाया गया है। जिन्होंने पेपर लीक धंधे में जो लिप्त है, जो लोग दोषी पाए गए हैं, जिसको अरेस्ट किया गया है, उसको जेल में डाल करके प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपील भी किया है कि उनका जो सजा है उसको सख्ती से सख्ती सजा कैसे दिया जाए उसमें सारा टॉप क्लास के वकील लोग भी साथ दें ताकि जो पेपर लीक जैसे पाप काम किया है उन लोगों को घोर सख्त सजा मिले और आगे पेपर लीक नहीं होने के लिए सख्ती से जो कदम उठाया गया है उसके बारे में भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जानकारी दिया। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यह भी कहा कि पेपर लीक सिर्फ एक राज्य का मामला नहीं है, सिर्फ केंद्र सरकार का मामला नहीं, पूरा देश का हर एक राज्य में जहां जहां पेपर लीक करने में जो लोग लिप्त हैं, जो लोग इस धंधे में इन्वॉल्व है, पाप काम किया है, उनको सजा देने के सब होना चाहिए। ये कोई दलगत राजनीति का विषय नहीं है, ये विषय है और युवाओं का भविष्य के साथ कोई खिलवाड़ नहीं होने के लिए और खिलवाड़ नहीं करने देने के लिए सख्ती से कदम भी उठाए, सजा भी दे दोषियों को, और फिर फुल प्रूफ सिस्टम काम जो अभी कर रहे हैं उसमें भी सब मिल करके करें। इसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बल दिया है।
Also, the BJP has posted a video of Prime Minister Narendra Modi stating that the PM is always working to secure the future of the country's children.
ये मोदी इसलिए मेहनत करता है कि जब आप 40-45 साल के हो, जब आपके घर में बच्चे बड़े हो रहे हो, तब आप अपने बच्चों को विकसित भारत में बड़े करते देख सकें। इसलिए मैं मेरी जिंदगी खपा रहा हूं आपके बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए।
The Delhi police has launched a probe into the violence during the Sansad Chalo protest. Delhi police has registered FIRs against unknown miscreants for attacking police personnel and vandalizing police vans. The miscreants vandalized police vehicles and pelted stones at a police team in Connaught Place. The protesters have been booked under the charges of criminal conspiracy, Arms Act provision and endangering human life. Meanwhile, Union Minister JP Nadda said that talks were productive with the protesters. Yesterday, the representatives of this protest met Union Minister JP Nadda and submitted a letter with their demands. Also, activist Sonam Wangchuk has said he will continue his fast till youth leaders or Wangchuk himself do not meet the MPs.
सर CJP से मुलाकात कैसी रही आपकी?
ठीक रही, हमेशा ठीक रहती है।
कुछ एश्योरेंस सर?
A movement that has caught the imagination of the entire nation. We have people here from the whole country, and there are more than 25 lakh youth across 5-kilometer radius. The police and the government are only resorting to lies to control the situation or misuse of power. They are just doing lathi charge or misusing their power or using lies.
Akhil now joins me live from the national capital. Akhil, some serious charges against the miscreants, but I think the challenge here is, and this is a very basic challenge, Akhil, how will the cops differentiate between who they call miscreants and who they call protesters who are there protesting for what they believe in, which is a better educational system? That remains a challenge.
That's right, Vedika. If you see, we have been speaking to some of the senior officials from Delhi police, and if you just go by the version that we have got from the Rapid Action Force senior officials, they have said that there was some anti-national elements that became the part of this very protest, and they tried to use it as a tool, in which what we have seen that several policemen have got injured. If you see, the data is approximately more than 118 police personnel getting injured in this very unfortunate incident that has basically we have seen in the national capital yesterday. And not only that, right now what we have seen that over 70 individuals have been identified. Right now the Delhi police team is scanning the CCTV cameras of all those 15 zones, because what we have seen that before this incident has taken a violent turn during the police team has divided the entire area into 15 zones, and out of those 15 zones what we have seen, there were 8 to 9 zones that were volatile. And after that, what we have seen that in the zone 1, which was considered to be as a Jantar Mantar region, so that was the zone 1, in which what we have seen that there were several protesters who were seen in the visuals pelting stones at the cops. So it raises several questions in that regard. And after that, what we have seen that right now the probe is currently underway. More than 4 FIRs have been lodged. One FIR, what we have seen, was lodged in connection with the drones flying over there in the New Delhi district region, which is not permissible. Second, what we have seen is witnessing that there was a not official permission which was granted to the Cockroach Janata Party. Despite that, what we have seen that there were unlawful activities which have been done. The mob basically turned into a very unruly kind of elements. And then what we have seen that that these protesters even started to attack police personnel, in which what we have seen that there are several policemen, cops over there, senior officials over there who have got fractured hands as well. So right now the investigation is currently underway to ascertain the exact cause that led to this entire fiasco, in which what we have seen that most of the individuals have got injured into the zone 1.
All right, and that remains a big question, which I even raised right at the top of Breaking Ground. How do you differentiate between those anti-social elements and the protesters who were there just to protest? Now, these are charges that we're going to take you through invoked against the protesters. The first is unlawful assembly, rioting and violence, assault on public servants is another one, obstructing official duty, disturbing public order, criminal conspiracy is also another one, endangering human life, damage to public property, Arms Act provisions. Because the claims that are being made by the police forces at this time, by the police representatives, is that some antisocial elements were a part of the protests that attacked us, that also damaged our vehicles. The big question remains, how many from that protest were antisocial elements? They perhaps are in the minority, but that question only the police can answer at this point. Many celebrities have extended their support for students protesting over the NEET paper leak issue. Singer Diljit Dosanjh has appealed to the authorities to listen to the students' demands, saying that their voices deserve to be heard. Actor Ritesh Deshmukh, joined by Janelia Deshmukh, described the youth as the heartbeat of India's democracy and stressed that their aspirations cannot be ignored. Actor Bhumi Pednekar condemned the violence from all sides, saying that it can never be the solution and called for a peaceful resolution. Veteran actor Shabana Azmi, who had participated in the Sansad Chalo protest, also extended her support, urging the government to hear what the students have to say. Moving on now, farmers are marching towards Delhi to protest against the proposed India-US trade deal. Ahead of the march, authorities have sealed the Shambhu border and tightened security arrangements in the area. The farmers have been stopped there. They have raised concerns over the impact of the deal on Indian agriculture and are demanding that their voices be heard before any agreement is finalized. Their key demands include no harmful trade concessions, protection of MSP and farm income, safeguarding domestic agricultural markets, and ensuring fair terms for farmers. The government has assured that the trade deal will help farmers and government will always prioritize the interest of farmers.
फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कई देशों के साथ भारत ने किया है, उस पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है जितना भी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं उसमें किसानों को लेकर के किसानों का इंटरेस्ट उसको प्राथमिकता देते हुए कोई नुकसान होने नहीं देंगे। किसी भी देश के साथ, किसी भी गुट के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं उसमें किसानों का हित को सबसे सर्वोच्च ध्यान दिया जाएगा और दिया गया है, इसलिए ये किसानों के हित में और देश हित में रहेगा।
ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ 4 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਘਾਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ 'ਚ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਣਾ, ਪਰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸਾ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹੁਣ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਖੁਦ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਲਈ ਜਾਣਾ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੜਕ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕਰ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਸਾਡਾ ਧਰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ, ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਟੱਪ ਕੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ 'ਚ ਆ, ਫਿਰ ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਰੋਕਦੀ ਆ?
It's lovely morning here, out here in Punjab. I'm right now reporting from near the Shambhu border, which borders Patiala and Ambala district of Haryana, Patiala of Punjab and Ambala district of Haryana. But what you see behind me doesn't suggest that the situation is going to be as calm as it looks now. The farmers from across the Punjab are now coming towards the Shambhu border. They want to go to Delhi. Actually, they are protesting against the India-US trade deal. The farmer leaders have argued that the proposed agreement between the India-US trade deal extends far beyond the import and export of a handful of commodities. They contend that negotiations could encompass agriculture, dairy, industry, digital trade, services, investment, energy, intellectual property rights and broader market access, making it a far-reaching economic agreement with potentially significant implications for multiple sectors. And that is why farmers from across the Punjab are marching, have left their villages from different districts of Punjab. They want to go to Delhi to protest, and right now you can see the security arrangement out here near the Shambhu border. You might have seen it as well in the past when farmers want to march towards Delhi. This is the route which they follow, which they take while traveling from Punjab towards Delhi.
These are the visuals here near Rajghat. The entire stretch has been barricaded. Heavy deployment of police. This is one of the closest vantage point to Kisan Ghat, which happens to be one of the areas wherein the farmers are expected to protest here today inside the national capital. The expected protest with regards to India-US free trade agreement, wherein the farmers are expected to be here, and because of that, this entire stretch is heavily guarded by police officials and barricaded. Any movement here has been stopped. Cars and everything, all the vehicles are being rerouted from here. These are the latest developments.
Slipping to a short break. On the other side, we return with international news. Well, Britain has a new Prime Minister. What does Andy Burnham mean in terms of India-UK ties? More on that in moments from now.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाह मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
This is India Inc.'s Roll of Honor, recognizing the leaders shaping India's growth story, where ambition, enterprise and excellence meet. In the presence of the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, 26 July on the NDTV network.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to Watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to Watching Prime 5.
The show that sets the prime time agenda. We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake. Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
The fact that there is now suddenly a
Well, Andy Burnham has taken charge at 10 Downing Street. What does this mean in terms of the relationship between UK and India? Find out in this report.
He was widely known as the King of the North. Now Andy Burnham is Britain's new Prime Minister. The former Mayor of Greater Manchester has replaced Keir Starmer, promising to fix Britain's struggling economy, improve public services, and restore trust in politics after years of turbulence. But what does Burnham's rise mean for India? The first message is one of continuity. The landmark India-UK FTA has just come into force, and experts expect Burnham to preserve the momentum rather than rewrite Britain's India policy. That means greater opportunities for Indian exporters, more investment flowing both ways, and stronger cooperation in technology, defense, education, and clean energy. For the nearly 2 million people of Indian origin living in Britain, stability in government could also bring greater policy certainty on business and skills.
Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support.
But there are questions too. Burnham has signalled continuation of a tough approach on immigration. His focus will also be on domestic priorities like the cost of living crisis and reforming public services. Any future changes to visa or migration rules will be closely watched by Indian students and professionals planning to move to the UK. The faces at Downing Street may have changed, but the strategic partnership between London and New Delhi appears set to remain firmly on track. Bureau report for NDTV World.
Slip into a short break. I'll be back with Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. in moments from now. Stay tuned to NDTV.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
याद है ना मैंने क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों। कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
उसकी ब्लीडिंग रुकी नहीं लगातार, तो उसके दूसरे दिन उन्होंने मृत्यु घोषित कर दिया उसको। ये हॉस्पिटल की लापरवाही है।
NDTV traced each and every affected family and also visited multiple hospital wards.
NDTV had reported extensively on why are these deaths happening in Rajasthan.
checked all the medications, the drugs, everything. We've called AIMS Jodhpur also to do an investigation on it.
Big NDTV impact when it comes to Rajasthan maternity deaths. NDTV coverage has now forced action.
They built, they led, they redefined the business conversation. Now, India Inc.'s finest takes center stage. Who will win the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards? 26 July on the NDTV network.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Shiv Sena Shinde faction corporator is seen assaulting a female doctor and nurses at a hospital in Dombivli.
The thug you see is Shinde Sena corporator Ramesh Mhatre of Dombivli. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, I have a direct question for you tonight. Will your government immediately arrest this rowdy Ramesh Mhatre?
We learned that the action has been taken against the thug neta that we see on our screens right now. FIR has been registered against this man.
And joining me live from Mumbai is Ramesh Mhatre. क्या आपको जरा भी शर्म नहीं आती है? आपको किसने हक दिया हाथ उठाने का?
Welcome back. You're with Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. I'm Vedika Sood, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Prime Minister's message on paper leaks. Modi vows zero tolerance on leaks, says accused will face stringent punishment. Rahul Gandhi, opposition MPs press for debate on Jantar Mantar protests in Parliament. Rahul questions Prime Minister Modi's silence, asks him to apologize to students, to meet injured students shortly at hospital. Demonstrators resume protests at Jantar Mantar. FIR registered against unidentified miscreants over violence, stone pelting during Parliament March. Security stepped up at sensitive areas in Delhi. 10 killed, several trapped in Sikkim tunnel after landslide triggers gas leak. Over 27 still feared trapped. NDRF continue search and rescue operations. India summons Russian diplomat over death of 4 Indian seafarers in vessel attack on Ukraine coast. TMV Golden Leo was struck while leaving Ukraine's southern port of Odessa. In news just coming in, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are meeting with the injured protesters. Rahul Gandhi, remember, had asked just a short while ago why the Prime Minister is silent on the issue. He also has demanded an apology from the Prime Minister. This was right outside Parliament when he made that statement. Now he is meeting with the injured at the hospital along with his sister and MP Priyanka Gandhi. This comes after JP Nadda has just met with some of the injured protesters inside hospital. That's the latest that we have for you. Tejshri is joining me live. Tejshri, Rahul Gandhi meeting with the protesters during his interaction with the media inside the Parliament complex. He also raised some questions demanding an apology from the Prime Minister and also questioning why the PM is silent on the incident that took place yesterday.
Well, yes, you see, there are many opposition MPs that who are visiting over here at the RML hospital to meet all those injured protesters over here at the RML who are hospitalized. But important to note is that just few minutes back, Rahul Gandhi along with his sister Priyanka Gandhi and KC Venugopal also did reach over here. Now, in fact, it is very much clear that the opposition is also upping its ante against the government, because the manner in which the protest took place yesterday, it was quite brutal, is what the opposition MPs have been claiming. These are the visuals, in fact, that we are giving you from just outside the emergency care services of Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, the RML hospital over here. And also apart from that, you know, sometime back Arvind Kejriwal had also visited. Many other MPs from the opposition parties are also visiting and meeting all those all those individuals who were injured in the protest yesterday. Now, important will also be to look after that. Will they be also going at Jantar Mantar to meet all those protesters who are still sitting on dharna? Because all we saw the pictures at around 10 PM as well, that after there was a call of protest given for the march, but then the protest still continued at Jantar Mantar. Abhijit Dipke along with other protesters gathered over there along with the CJP supporters as well. But these pictures very much important as well, because we have been seeing that how there was a massive ruckus in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as well, and the opposition MPs including Rahul Gandhi and other MPs from the India bloc as well, they did meet the Lok Sabha speaker today, and they wanted that a discussion should be held upon the atrocities that took place yesterday on the students by the police. Number one, they wanted a comprehensive discussion. They wanted to question the government, and they have stated this in front of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla that the house is being adjourned multiple times, all because we want a concrete discussion on what all happened yesterday, and we also want Home Minister Amit Shah to speak up on this entire matter. We have also seen just few minutes back pictures of JP Nadda holding meeting with the doctors of the RML who were apprising him about the situation and the condition of all those students hospitalized here.
All right, Tejshri, thanks for joining me live. Tejshri outside the RML hospital. They're bringing you the latest Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi meeting with the protesters inside the hospital. Earlier in the day, you also had JP Nadda, who is still there meeting with the injured protesters. Arvind Kejriwal also visiting the injured protesters at the hospital today. Now, protests over paper leaks have dominated day 2 of Parliament, with the opposition upping the ante against the government. Opposition leaders Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, as well as Akhilesh Yadav met the Lok Sabha Speaker earlier today. They are demanding that the protest that was held in Delhi yesterday and the alleged crackdown on the protests be debated in the House. The opposition has accused the centre of ignoring students' concerns. The government, on the other hand, has assured that the welfare of students and their interests are top priority for the government.
इशू स्टूडेंट्स की है, यूथ के फ्यूचर की है, और ये जो किया जा रहा है, लोगों को मारा जा रहा है, पीटा जा रहा है, दिस इज कंप्लीटली अन इंडियन. मोदी जी has not even apologized for what has happened yesterday. Now, ये जो युवा हैं, ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम के बारे में, टेस्टिंग सिस्टम के बारे में प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. पूरा देश जानता है कि एजुकेशन सिस्टम, टेस्टिंग सिस्टम इज ब्रोकन.
और लाठीचार्ज हुआ है और टीयर गैसेस छोड़े हैं और सभी स्टूडेंट्स को उनको मारपीट करके बहुत से लोग हॉस्पिटल में भी है. तो जो अन्याय और अत्याचार और जो एक उनके ऊपर दबाव बनाया जा रहा है, उसके खिलाफ हम पार्लियामेंट में उनके कंसेंट से आवाज उठाने के लिए, बात रखने के लिए समय भी पूछा था और हमने उठ के बात करने के लिए तैयार हो गए. लेकिन यूं ही हम उठे, यूं ही एक शब्द बोले, एक ही शब्द, तो माइक ऑफ हो गया, बंद हो गया.
नीट के एग्जाम के बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है
कि जब पेपर लीक का खबर आए तुरंत सरकार ने कार्रवाई किया और 13 लोगों को अरेस्ट करके जेल में डाल दिया गया है और साथ साथ जो छात्र हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनका भविष्य को नुकसान ना हो इसलिए री एग्जामिनेशन नीट का प्राथमिकता दिया गया और री एग्जामिनेशन को सक्सेसफुली, सफलतापूर्वक कंडक्ट किया गया और उसका रिजल्ट निकालने में कोई विलंब नहीं किया।
एक बहुत ही जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है और इसको हल्के में कोई नहीं ले सकता। ये एक बहुत जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है। आज युवा बहुत ही दुखी है। एक्चुअली ये जो आप नाराज़गी देख रहे हैं, ये एक्चुअली दुख है कि हमारे फ्यूचर, हमारे भविष्य के बारे में कौन सोच रहा है। और इनकी सिंपल सी चीज़ है, आप प्रधानमंत्री हैं, आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, ये युवा हैं, हम सब इस सदन में रोज़ आते हैं। आप ना तो यहाँ पे आप चर्चा करना चाहते हैं, ना ऑपोजिशन को आप पॉइंट उठाने देते हैं, आप डिस्कस नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं। ये सदन है किसका? ये उन्हीं युवाओं का है ना जिसको आप रोक रहे हैं बाहर, जिन पर आप लाठीचार्ज कर रहे हैं, जिन पर आप आंसू गैस चला रहे हैं। ये तो मतलब ये सदन ही उनका है। हम सब यहाँ हैं, किसने हमें यहाँ रखा है? उन्होंने ही रखा है।
अगर कोई बीमार होता है तो उसका इलाज कराया जाता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये बच्चे ये बताने आए थे, संसद भवन तक उनका मार्च इसीलिए था कि वो सरकार को बताना चाहते थे कि आपका सिस्टम एक तरीके से बीमार पड़ गया है, काम नहीं कर रहा है ढंग से, उनके हितों के बारे में नहीं सोच रहा है। और वहीं उन मासूम बच्चों को इतनी लाठियां खानी पड़ी, इतने डंडे खाने पड़े और जो अत्याचार उनके साथ हुआ, बेटियों के कपड़े फाड़े गए, इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक दिए गए, सीधे आप उनके लोअर लाइक बॉडी में प्रहार करने से जो कानून कहता है कि आपको पैरों पे मारना चाहिए, अगर मारना ही अगर कोई उग्र हो रहा है, लेकिन आपने उनकी छाती में डंडे मारे, उनके सर फोड़ दिए। तो मैं समझती हूँ इतनी निर्मम सरकार है ये, और इनके इतना बच्चों ने आंसू बहाए हैं। हम पूरा सोशल मीडिया आज बच्चों के आंसुओं से भरा हुआ है।
और जो कल छात्रों के साथ, युवाओं के साथ हुआ है, कोई कल्पना नहीं कर सकता था कि आजादी के बाद इस तरह का व्यवहार किसी सरकार ने किया हो। सर पर चोट है, आंसू गैस के गोले चले, लोगों के सर पे टांके आए हैं, पैरों की हड्डी टूटी है, हाथ की हड्डी टूटी है, या टांके आए हैं। कई बच्चे जो दूर दूर से चल करके आए हैं, जिन्हें दिल्ली का रास्ता नहीं पता था, केवल सरकार के खिलाफ नाराज होकर के आए थे, उनके साथ जो व्यवहार हुआ है। और यहां तक सुनने को आया और सोशल मीडिया पे जो वीडियोस आए हैं कि कभी हिटलर ने अपने पॉलिटिकल लोगों के साथ इस तरह का एक गैंग बनाया था। लगता है इस तरह के लोग थे जो प्राइवेट ड्रेस में थे और लाठी लेकर के लोगों को मार रहे थे।
कि कल जो कुछ भी हुआ है वो कंसिस्टेंट बिहेवियर है इस सरकार का। जब लॉयर्स का प्रोटेस्ट हुआ इसी तरीके से मिसमैनेजमेंट किया गया, जब फार्मर्स का प्रोटेस्ट हुआ लाल किले में इस तरह से मिसमैनेजमेंट किया गया। CAA के प्रोटेस्ट में आप लोग भूल रहे हैं, वो उस विजुअल्स को चलाइए जब जामिया मिलिया यूनिवर्सिटी में घुसकर लाइब्रेरी में, कैंटीन में स्टूडेंट्स को मारा गया, एक लड़के की आँख चली गई। इतने हफ्तों से चल रहा है, आप बातचीत कल क्यों करते हैं? आप तो पहले से बातचीत करना चाहिए था उन स्टूडेंट से। और कंप्लीट मिसमैनेजमेंट है। और जो विजुअल सामने आए हैं वो आप खुद देख लीजिए, हमको बोलने की क्या जरूरत है?
See, now the government has realized that they cannot suppress this protest or agitation. And what has happened yesterday, what the capital city has witnessed yesterday, it was resonating with the discontent. And it is actually the discontent that is brewing at the ground level. The writing on the wall is very clear for this government. Unless they act, this protest will spread across the country.
See, we know that like last few days students has been protesting in Delhi and today all the students has been severely like attacked by the Delhi police and we strongly condemn the act of Delhi police on this on the attack on the students. And apart from that, like the central government should call the students. They have already called, but it is too late. But they have to talk to the students and fulfill their request because it is a genuine request. It is not only theirs, but it is a request of all over India because like whatever they have asked have asked is a very genuine request, and definitely central government should fulfill the request and make the inform the students and get the protest solved as soon as possible.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा आप लोग भी अंदर आप लोगों ने देखा सब लोग कितना घबरा गए थे और गेट्स भी बंद कर दिए गए थे और सब जो पार्लियामेंटेरियंस हैं वो भी अंदर कैद हो गए थे और हमें जब एडजर्न भी हुआ हम कहीं मूव नहीं कर पाए थे। आप लोगों ने देखा किस तरह से मॉब जो है किस तरह से जो है अटैक करता हुआ अंदर हम पे भी कल एक वक्त तो ये था हम सब कहेंगे कि कुछ डर गए थे सब कि शायद अटैक कर देंगे हम पर या किस तरह से करेंगे तो लेकिन मैं दिल्ली पुलिस की सराहना करती हूँ। उन्होंने जो है हमारे बीच में शील्ड बनकर खुद पर जो है पथराव नहीं भेजे या चोटें खाई लेकिन जनमानस को कोई हानि नहीं होने दी गई।
अनशन पे बैठे हैं, आवाज नहीं सुनी जा रही, कोई उनसे जाके एंगेज नहीं करता। जब सब इकट्ठे होके बच्चे यहाँ पे आते तो किस बुरी तरह से उनको मारा पीटा जा रहा है, किसी की टांग तोड़ दी, किसी के सर फोड़ दिया। वो डंडा लेके भी नहीं आए थे, वो यहाँ पे मतलब बच्चे हैरान है। ये छोटे 10वीं और 12वीं के बच्चे हैं जो हैरान है कि हमारे साथ ये क्या हो गया। तो बहुत दुख होता है कि संवेदनशील इशू है, उसको एक तरीके से आपको सेंसिटिविटी के साथ आप ऐसे ही आप इंस्टिगेट करेंगे, इंसाइट करेंगे और दबाएंगे, उनकी मुश्किलों आप पार्लियामेंट में भी नहीं उठाने देंगे। ना बच्चे उठा सके, ना हम पार्लियामेंटेरियंस उठा सके। तो इस तरीके से मुद्दों को दबा के कैसे काम चलेगा।
मेरा मानना है कि न प्रोटेस्टर जो है वो देशद्रोही हैं और न पुलिस जो है वो दुश्मन है, लेकिन जो है वो पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल प्राणियों का किसी को पुर्जा नहीं बनने देना चाहिए। और जो है वो पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल प्राणियों का अगर कोई टूल बनाने की उन्हें कोशिश करेगा और उन्हें जो है वो जंतर मंतर में झोंक करके खुद छू मंतर हो जाएगा तो इससे भी होशियार रहने की ज़रूरत है। और इस तरह के जो प्रयोग हैं ये कोई नए नहीं है, ये लगातार इस तरह के प्रयोग जो है पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों के इस तरह के प्रयोग चलते रहे। इस तरह की पिटी हुई पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां कभी खुद सामने आती हैं और कभी जो है अपने प्रॉक्सी पार्टनर्स को लेकर के सामने आती हैं। ये इनका रिवाज और मिजाज बन गया है।
Aishwarya, my colleague, joins me live. Aishwarya, there is to be a march by the opposition MPs to Seva Tirth. Has that started? What are the details you have for us? Also, at this point, it's very important to understand if there's an attempt or talks or back channel talks at this point to end the logjam in Parliament. Day 2, no business conducted.
The fresh update that is coming in from the opposition camp is that the leaders have decided to submit a memorandum to the President of India, rather marching towards the Prime Minister's office. And because President of India is not in the nation, it seems like the protest march will be delayed further. And whenever President will be back, the march from the Parliament to President will continue until and unless the demands of the opposition does not get fulfilled as being presented in front of the Lok Sabha Speaker this morning by the opposition camp, the entire delegation that was led by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Now, it is the government sources on the other side stating that yes, the talks are still on between the students and the government. The channels have been opened up. There will be next round of talks that is possible at the end of the day as well. Perhaps Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday conducted an internal meeting called in Dharmendra Pradhan, Piyush Goyal, Kiran Rijiju, and that meeting lasted for almost 4 hours, in which Home Minister Amit Shah took the stock of the situation. JP Nadda was told to speak to the CJP delegation, and the memorandum was later submitted to the government. The government had stated that let us have some internal deliberations on the demands that have been put forward and they will get back. Perhaps the government on their side has been stating that major reforms have taken place in the entire education system of the country. The NEET examination, the paper leak scandal that erupted, 13 people got arrested earlier. The investigation has taken place. The re-examinations were done and the entire system is in place. Whatever there were wrongdoings, there has been strict punishment that will be given to those who have been found guilty or are indulged in the entire scam. So certainly government is defending on their own points of stating that how now they have taken prior steps, but the opposition party is clearly demanding the resignation, accountability in the system, and more transparency towards the education system to the students as well.
So the big takeaway from this conversation is that opposition MPs will be submitting a memorandum to the President of India. Currently, the President is out of the country and is in North Macedonia. That's the latest that we have for you. Aishwarya, thanks for joining me live. Now, in a key NDA strategy meeting this morning, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave a strong message of assurance for the students. The Prime Minister declared that there is going to be zero tolerance towards paper leaks. He assured the NDA MPs that his government is fully committed to protecting the future of India's youth by ensuring fair, transparent examinations. At the NDA Parliamentary Party's Mangal Milan meeting, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju said the Prime Minister highlighted the government's response. All right, so you have the Union Minister there, and these are live visuals that we're getting to you of the Union Minister meeting with the injured students at the RML hospital. Let's just dip in to see if we can pick up any audio. All right, there doesn't seem to be an audio there, but that's the Union Minister who is meeting with the students at RML Hospital. He's also met with the medical representatives at the hospital. He's held a meeting with them, according to Tejshri. There are several students there who have been injured and other protesters as well. At the same time, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi also at the hospital to visit the injured protesters. You had Arvind Kejriwal earlier today also meeting with them. JP Nadda is the man who seems to have been appointed to speak with the representatives of the protest as well. You had a meeting with representatives of the CJP yesterday, where a written letter was then handed over to JP Nadda. According to the protesters, JP Nadda has said that he will speak with the government on behalf of the protesters. JP Nadda has met with them, and that was the first meeting between the two sides. Union Minister there, JP Nadda. I believe Tejshri is going to join us in a moment from now on the latest that we're seeing on your screens. I'm not sure if Tejshri is with us yet. All right, we're going to wait and see once Tejshri joins us there, but that's the latest that we have for you. Union Minister JP Nadda there meeting with the injured. There is yet to be an official number that we get on the number of injured still in hospital. Some have been discharged. One is said to be in a critical condition. Also, the police claiming that they were injured during the protests yesterday. JP Nadda, Union Minister there, speaking with an injured protester. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi also at the hospital to meet with the injured. And like I said, you also had Arvind Kejriwal earlier in the day meeting with them. JP Nadda meeting with the representatives of the protests also yesterday and speaking with them. The big question is what will break the deadlock between the government and the protesters. You have the police also claiming that anti-social elements were a part of the protests that damaged vehicles and also pelted stones at police personnel. We have Aishwarya joining me live on the story. Aishwarya, JP Nadda meeting with the protesters at the hospital, but all eyes will be on what the outcome of the meeting held with CJP representatives yesterday with Nadda will be.
Well, that's right. After Health Minister JP Nadda met the students who got injured yesterday during the protest, he visited the RML hospital, and after visiting RML hospital, he also met the medical superintendents over there. Post that, he also visited the Lady Harving Medical College, the LHMC, and there as well he met the injured students and also the medical superintendent, and also the sources informing within the Health Ministry that the directions have been given by the Health Minister to to the team of doctors to look after the health and ensure that these students should be absolutely fine, and all the medical assistance should be given as soon as possible. Perhaps the government wants to send across a message that they are not against students, they are not against their demands, they are with them, and because of that the channels have been opened up by the government for the talks, and also there are demands that have been accepted by the government. Of course, the decision on them that will be taken after the internal meetings, as being told by JP Nadda, that the government will reach out to them. Perhaps the opposition party is clearly stating that this is too late. The channel that the government has opened should have opened 2 or 3 days back, so that this situation might not have arrived. The protesters would not have taken any such decision to march towards Parliament, because the call for Sansad Chalo was given 1 week prior to the date, the first day of the monsoon session of Parliament. So yes, there is politics which is erupting. There are versions from the government, there are versions from the opposition parties as well, and therefore the reason perhaps everyone wants to take students into their possible account. It is Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, who also left from the Parliament and reached RML Hospital, where they also met the injured students.
Perhaps the concern now also is that the incident yesterday should not be overshadowed by the politics over it.
Certainly, the government has been saying that if you look at this particular protest, you have seen Samajwadi Party leaders going and joining these students. You have seen the Congress leadership speaking about and going and joining these protesters. There were Aam Aadmi Party MPs who also, protested. Chandrasekhar Azad, independent MP from Nagina, also joined in, and that mobilized the entire, ground situation over there to barge in and cross the barricadings that gave them momentum. And there are also student unions that are affiliated to several left parties, to the opposition parties, who were managing the entire protest yesterday. And therefore the reason perhaps on one side several leaders in the government stating that this should not happen. The students' protest is different. Politicizing of this protest should not have taken place, and the opposition wanted for their own benefit making this as a core issue, while the government has been always saying that they are open for discussion, they are open for a debate inside the Parliament as well, but that has some proper route to it. They should first reach out to the Business Advisory Committee, and the time will be allotted, and according to rules and conventions the Parliament functions. It is not just a day. If the opposition leaders comes up and speaks to the Lok Sabha Speaker, the decision will be given and the request will be granted. So there is a proper way, proper process that the government wants to follow in terms of making a statement in the House or having a debate in the Parliament.
Aishwarya, do stay with me. A quick recap. Since this morning, you've had Arvind Kejriwal meet with the injured students in hospital. Rahul Gandhi, Assistant MP Priyanka Gandhi. You also have JP Nadda meeting with them. This comes at a time, Aishwarya, when the deadlock continues in Parliament. It's day 2, when the paper leaks, the protests have hijacked the issues in Parliament. You've had Rahul Gandhi reach out to the Lok Sabha Speaker demanding a debate. What is the inside track you're picking up in terms of the Speaker's response? We've heard from Rahul Gandhi. He claims that the Lok Sabha Speaker has said, and this is what he told the media, Rahul Gandhi, that he will ask the government if they are keen on a debate. And of course, that seemed to be also with a lot of sarcasm involved in that comment coming from him. But I want to understand from you what the inside track is. What was the response of the Lok Sabha Speaker to Rahul Gandhi's request?
Well, sources in the Parliamentary Affairs Ministry clearly stated that government is not running away on any of the issue that they have raised in the all-party meeting or in the first Business Advisory Committee meeting. But according to the government sources, they have stated and conveyed to the Lok Sabha Speaker as well that the Parliament runs with some rules and its own conventions, and the rules need to be followed duly. It should be the opposition parties who should first come up in the Business Advisory Committee, and as I mentioned, the duration should be allotted for a discussion. Government is not running up is something that a straight message has come up from the top government leaders to the opposition. That's what has been conveyed by the Lok Sabha Speaker to the opposition leaders as well, while they met and asked to have a debate on the NEET paper scam that he will get back to them after deliberating with the government. The government has advised to first take this matter up in the Business Advisory Committee of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. But it is, also on the other side, what we have seen so far is that the opposition in their own meetings, the India Alliance meetings convened by Mallikarjun Kharge, in those meetings it has come out that these two issues, neat paper scam and also the Ram Temple Ayodhya donation theft scam, these two issues will be the core, and until and unless the government does not agree to these two issues to be taken up in the parliament, to have discussion or a statement that comes out from the government, they will not allow the parliament to function, and therefore repeated disruptions is what we have witnessed on day 1 and day 2 as well. We have seen both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha being adjourned after the entire parliament, the lower house and the upper house, erupted in chaos.
Thanks for joining me live there, Aishwarya. While you have these politicians, one after the other, visiting the injured protesters in hospital, the Delhi police has registered an FIR against unknown persons for attacking police personnel and vandalizing police vans. Protesters allegedly vandalized police vehicles and pelted stones at a police team in Connaught Place in New Delhi. At least 5 FIRs have been filed with charges of criminal conspiracy, Arms Act provision and endangering human life.
सर CJP से मुलाकात कैसी रही आपकी? ठीक रही, हमेशा ठीक रहती है। कुछ एश्योरेंस सर?
A movement that has caught the imagination of the entire nation. We have people here from the whole country, and there are more than 25 lakh youth across 5-kilometer radius. The police and the government are only resorting to lies to control the situation or misuse of power. They are just doing lathi charge or misusing their power or using lies.
So there you see some very serious charges against the protesters that have been registered by the police, and this is against unidentified miscreants. But the challenge remains, how do you differentiate between those who came just to protest for their voices to be heard and those who are antisocial elements? The police claims at this point that they attacked and assaulted police personnel, representatives of the police force, and also vandalized police property, police vehicles. At this point, we of course will try and get Tejshri live on the story. She was on the ground yesterday bringing you the latest, but those are some of the serious charges that I read out to you, including unlawful assembly, rioting and violence, assault on public servants, obstructing official duty, disturbing public order, criminal conspiracy, endangering human life, damage to public property, and Arms Act provisions. Tejshri joining me live. Tejshri, while the politics over the protests and the protesters continue both inside Parliament and outside, and you have leaders, politicians from the centre, from the Congress and from the Aam Aadmi Party meeting with the injured. I want to understand from you more on the details of the FIRs also that have been registered against the miscreants. Because differentiating between the miscreants, the antisocial elements, and those who were there as students, as parents, as professionals just to protest is going to be a huge challenge for the police at this time. Also, an update on how many injured are still in hospital.
Well, yes, you see, Vedika, what we are given to understand is, yes, right now, overall 90 plus injured were there in hospital yesterday, if we talk about the numbers, but since today morning, more than 70 of them have been given discharge, and still for 10 plus are still hospitalized over here at the RML hospital, and apart from that, one is also critical who is also in ICU right now. So now we'll have to see that how the opposition take this entire matter forward, because we have been seeing that continuously the opposition MPs are visiting over here, say it be former CM of Delhi Arvind Kejriwal, or for that matter Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, KC Venugopal did visit. Some MPs also from the southern parties, they have also paid their visit over here and also spoken to all those CJP supporters who were injured in yesterday's protest. And just we saw the visuals of JP Nadda, Home Minister. We also saw Union Minister JP Nadda meeting all these protesters, and it seems like as you have rightly mentioned earlier as well, that he has been given the responsibility to also hold the talks and also meet all these individuals who were injured. Now needs to be seen that on one hand government says that they have opened the channels for the talks. All the channels in fact are open. Will these talks be fruitful or not? Because the question that the opposition has been raising continuously is that why these talks were not initiated since day one, when the student protesters decided that they will be sitting on an hunger strike. Why they had to wait for 22 days for this kind of situation to let it happen? We saw that how there was a massive protest over here at Jantar Mantar, and apart from that several areas as well. But these are the pictures that we are giving you from the RML hospital, and yes, the visuals also coming in of JP Nadda, the Union Minister, visiting Lady Hardinge Hospital as well. He also inquired the students about their health and also did meet their parents as well, and because there are few students who were actually very severely injured. But also remember that more than what we are given to understand from our police sources is that 70 plus policemen were also injured, and there was also, we saw that how by the evening at the protest turned violent as well. So multiple the vehicles were vandalized, the buses were vandalized, in which more than 70 police personnel are said to be injured. And FIR is also being registered on all those individuals who were involved in inciting this violence, who were involved in creating this ruckus. FIR is also being registered on unknown people as well. However, they will be identified by the CCTV cameras, by the digital evidence that the police is trying to gather. But important will be to see that what happens this entire week, keeping in mind the parliament session is underway, number one, keeping in mind number two that the protest over there at Jantar Mantar is still underway. The students group is still sitting
and
on
let me bring in Ishika then Tejshri, who joins me live. Ishika, you had Tejshri talk about the number of injured when it came to the police force. I want to understand from you, what are the numbers you're gathering in terms of the students, protesters who were injured in yesterday's incident? The security, of course, across Delhi in some of the most sensitive areas being tightened since the protest took place yesterday. What's happening behind you? If you could bring us a ground report.
Well, Vedika, Tejshri was talking about the numbers of corps that were injured, but let me tell you that here, where we are currently reporting from Jantar Mantar, the protest is still ongoing, and the numbers that we are getting from them is that over 90 CJP protesters were yesterday injured in the Sansad Chalo March. What we are also getting to know from the RML sources at this point in time, that one of the protester is in a critical condition. And let me tell you, Vedika, that these are the scenes from the ground zero at Jantar Mantar, where you'll see that the political parties have started arriving here to extend their support. Be it the left parties, be it the CPI, CPM, be it the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, or be it now the Aam Aadmi parties, Kuldeep Kumar, all have come here to extend their support to the CJP protesters. Let me show you here as well, this side as well. You'll see that these are also the CJP, protesters who continue to be on the ground zero. And here you will see around here the entire area, the security has been tightened. You'll see the CRPF personnel, you'll see the Delhi police personnel, even the RAF has been deployed here as well. So certainly the security here continues to be tightened, and we are expecting that in a short while from now, even the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal is expected to come to Jantar Mantar and extend his support to these, to these CJP supporters over here. Over to you.
Ishika there reporting from Jantar Mantar. We brought you both sides, what the police is claiming and what is happening in Jantar Mantar. Moving on now, farmers are marching towards Delhi to protest against the proposed India-US trade deal. Ahead of the march, authorities sealed the Shambhu border and tightened security arrangements in the area. Farmers have raised concerns of the impact of the deal on Indian agriculture and are demanding that their voices be heard before any agreement is finalized. Their key demands include no harmful trade concessions, protection of MSP and farm income, safeguarding domestic agricultural markets and ensuring fair terms for farmers. They are now stopped at the Shambhu border. These farmers were coming from Punjab and are now at the Haryana border. Meanwhile, government has assured that trade deal will help farmers and the government will always prioritize the interest of farmers.
फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कई देशों के साथ भारत ने किया है, उस पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है जितना भी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं उसमें किसानों को लेकर के किसानों का इंटरेस्ट उसको प्राथमिकता देते हुए कोई नुकसान होने नहीं देंगे। किसी भी देश के साथ, किसी भी गुट के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुए हैं उसमें किसानों का हित को सबसे सर्वोच्च ध्यान दिया जाएगा और दिया गया है, इसलिए ये किसानों के हित में और देश हित में रहेगा।
ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਉਠਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ 4 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਘਾਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਚ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਜਾਣਾ, ਪਰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸਾ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹੁਣ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਖੁਦ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਕਲੀਫ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਚੈਨਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਬੰਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਲਈ ਜਾਣਾ ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੜਕ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕਰ हरियाणा तक कोई साडा धरना नहीं है, हरियाणा टप के दिल्ली च, फिर हरियाणा सरकार क्यों रोक दिया?
It's lovely morning here out here in Punjab. I'm right now reporting from near the Shambhu border, which borders Patiala and Ambala district of Haryana. Patiala of Punjab and Ambala district of Haryana. But what you see behind me doesn't suggest that the situation is going to be as calm as it looks now. The farmers from across the Punjab are now coming towards the Shambhu border. They want to go to Delhi. Actually, they are protesting against the India-US trade deal. The farmer leaders have argued that the proposed agreement between the India-US trade deal extends far beyond the import and export of a handful of commodities. They contend that negotiations could encompass agriculture, dairy, industry, digital trade, services, investment, energy, intellectual property rights and broader market access, making it a far-reaching economic agreement with potentially significant implications for multiple sectors. And that is why farmers from across the Punjab are marching, have left their villages from different districts of Punjab. They want to go to Delhi to protest, and right now you can see the security arrangement out here near the Shambhu border. You might have seen it as well in the past when farmers want to march towards Delhi. This is the route which they follow, which they take while travelling from Punjab towards Delhi.
News just coming in, and this has to do with the appeal against the refusal to shift Sonam Wangchuk to a private hospital that was being heard by the Delhi High Court. Now the Delhi High Court says that we will allow Sonam Wangchuk to be shifted to Medanta Hospital. The High Court has said it will dictate its order after lunch. Also, Solicitor General Mehta says we don't have any issue with shifting him to Medanta Hospital, but his discharge should not be done without our consent. We have Nupur joining us live. Nupur, bring us the details of what happened inside court. Shortly, we're expecting Wangchuk to be moved to Medanta Hospital after the nod from the Delhi High Court.
Yes, Vedika, today the High Court went through the opinions of both government doctors and private doctors who have been attending to Wangchuk at the protest site also. Now the doctors appearing for Wangchuk said that the only thing that was needed right now was constant monitoring. However, the government doctors flagged some of the problems in the medical reports of Wangchuk and said that even the monitoring cannot be done on the protest site. It needs to be done in a hospital. However, a High Court after reading a letter written by Sonam Wangchuk expressing concerns in the manner in which he is being treated at the Safdarjung Hospital, the High Court said that we cannot ignore the concerns of Mr. Wangchuk and has said that we will allow him to be shifted to Medanta for now. However, the government on the other side said that the discharge should be informed with an informed decision of the government doctors also, because Sonam Wangchuk's life is equally important and of consequence to public order, and that's why government wants that the discharge should not be done without the consent of its own doctors as well. Now, the High Court has said that it will allow Mr. Wangchuk to be shifted to Medanta. An order to this effect is likely to be dictated after the lunch. The court has gotten up for lunch for now, but the court has agreed that they will allow him to be shifted to Medanta, but subject to some conditions, and what these conditions will be, we will get to know after some time.
Also, Nupur, you had the Solicitor General saying that the court must, or rather may consider him being shifted to Medanta, but his shifting should be on the basis of medical advice of Medanta doctors and not Wangchuk. What are the details there?
Vedika, first of all, the personal doctor who appeared for Mr. Wangchuk said that for now, he said that according to his clinical analysis, going through the latest reports, he is of the opinion that Mr. Wangchuk just needs monitoring, and this can also be done on the protest site, which was happening earlier as well. But the doctors appearing from AIIMS and Safdarjung, in fact, told the court that there are the urea level, the blood sugar level, the other basic medical details of Mr. Wangchuk are a bit alarming, and he needs some oral potassium to be given, and that's why even if only monitoring is required, it should be done in a hospital and not on the site, and that's why now they have agreed. Remember, the prior prayer of Gitanjali Angmo was that she wants her husband to be shifted to a private hospital because she claimed that she is losing trust in the government hospital. Even Sonam Wangchuk wrote a letter to the Chief Justice today in which he expressed concerns about the Safdarjung Hospital and the way he was being treated, and that's why now the government is allowing him to be the court is allowing him to be shifted to Medanta with government's consent.
Nupur, we're going to stay on this story. This is a significant development when it comes to the plea that was filed by Sonam Wangchuk's wife. I want to understand from you, there were a team of doctors also present. There were medical reports that have been shared. I want to understand from you, what did they say about the current medical status of Sonam Wangchuk? What are the concerns that they have expressed or shared on his medical condition?
Vedika, the primary concern has been since past 3 days, even High Court has been hearing on a Sunday also, there was a special hearing. The main concern is that due to prolonged fasting, the government doctors have been saying that his body has went on ketosis. The potassium levels are dangerously low, they are saying, and this can even cause some damage to his kidney. Now, this particular issue was being raised even on Sunday in the court. Even yesterday, there was a brief hearing in the High Court. Today also, the court heard submissions. Today, the court, in fact, yesterday had directed that it wants the submissions by all doctors, be it the AIIMS director, be it the Safdarjung doctor that is heading the team overseeing Mr. Wangchuk, or be it Mr. Wangchuk's personal private doctor, family doctor who has been associated with him for years. He wants submissions from them on oath in an affidavit sworn in on oath in the court. And now, after consulting every doctor, that is a private doctor and a doctor from AIIMS and a doctor from Safdarjung, the High Court has reached a conclusion that Sonam Wangchuk needs monitoring in a hospital, and that's why they are saying that they will allow him to be shifted to Medanta Hospital subject to some condition. What these conditions will be, we will get to know only after the court dictates its complete order.
Also, Sonam Wangchuk, represented by Sybil, his counsellor there. The legal counsel rather there. I want to understand what the main arguments were on behalf of Sonam Wangchuk and his wife by the counsel representing them.
Well, Akhil Sibal today, senior advocate Akhil Sibal today represented Sonam Wangchuk in the case. He told the court that after, according to the opinion of the private doctor, Mr. Anand Kakkar, who has been associated with Mr. Wangchuk for several years, he said that according to his opinion, there is no such as imminent threat to Wangchuk's life that he needs to be restricted to Safdarjung Hospital. He said that according to Wangchuk's doctors' opinion, nothing intravenous intervention is needed as of now. only some oral potassium and some ORS salts had been given to him without sugar, which Sonam Wangchuk had consented to. Only those were being administered to him, and that can be done at the protest site also. This was their opinion. However, after going through the submissions by the government doctor, the court was the opinion that consistent monitoring of Mr. Wangchuk's health is required, and it needs to be done in a hospital, and that's why it is agreeing to the prayers by Gitanjali Angmo and Sonam Wangchuk that they should be given a choice of their own private hospital.